This is a full sales masterclass for high ticket coaches. If you are struggling with sales, or if you want to improve on your sales skills, or you just want to scale your business overall to 50K a month, 100K a month, I'm going to show you the sales tactics and frameworks and systems that I've used to do so. You've probably never learned sales this way before, so it's kind of an unorthodox method. It's my own version. For those of you that don't know who I am, my name is Gabe No Victim. I've generated over $2 million in coaching with Instagram and YouTube. So this is what I've learned so far. So this video is broken down into multiple parts. First, we have the sales frame training, okay, which is going to explain a training about how to keep frame in sales conversations and how to master it. Number two is going to be a direct message training to learn how to master Instagram direct messages. Number three is going to be something called the objection offense framework, which is a framework that I teach to virtually remove and work through any objection possible. And then also I have 3 sales calls examples at the end from when I was a fitness coach, and you can see how I implement all of these things that I'm teaching in real time because I closed all of these deals. So check out this masterclass. This is going to be a pretty long video, and this is so you can learn sales, you can make money, and you can scale your business. So here we go. Concept a lot. And I broke it down for you guys in a very simple way to understand that. Now this is, no, okay. So I'll also write this too. So script is communicated. The frame is sub communicated. And what this means, guys, is the script is literally like the words that you're using to talk to people, and like the framework of kind of like delivery, you know, where you're like saying, okay, well, first is like the intro, then you're doing the goals, then you're doing the pain, then you're doing the tie downs, then you're doing the booking. Same thing with the calls. So with the call, right? The frame is more sub-communicated. The frame is your confidence, right? Knowing that you're the best, being nonchalant, following the script. I wrote this: following the script leads to proper positioning and frame. That is the magic. I'll say, add that to that in the script. Let me put this at the top too. So the reason that this isn't the reason that I wanted to talk about this is because I kind of realized that a lot of people don't really understand this, and they don't understand how to deliver this. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of an example here. It's funny because where I say dismantle their ego, you should 100%. That's the goal. And part of how I came up with this framework is because of my ego. And I'm saying that because I was tired of having conversations with people that were doubting my ability, right? And I didn't know that sometimes that was my fault. I didn't like having, talking to people where they didn't take me seriously, or they weren't serious, right? Or I felt like I was wasting my time. So knowing that we're the best, right? Keeping yourself inside the frame. By the way, this is like a rectangle, a very shittily drawn rectangle, but this is like a frame. This is essentially what I'm trying to teach here, right? Being nonchalant, right? I'll put in parentheses, you don't care as much as they do. The way that I want you guys to look at this is like, if you were to compare the value that they're getting versus the value that you're getting, it's like incomparable. Like you're getting pennies compared to what they're getting, right? The price of your program is pennies compared to what the person is getting. Again, I'm talking about things that are sub-communicated. So this is like, do you think that a person that has confidence will be communicating differently than a person that lacks confidence? obviously. Do you think a person that is nonchalant, you don't care as much as they do, versus a person that's caring too much, making it seem like you want the sale more than you want to help, right? Higher power frame, we are their successful older brother. And the way I want you guys to look at this is like, if you were someone's successful older brother, I gave this example to my sales team actually. I said, if you, let's say you, you have a little brother. I know some of you guys do have little brothers. Let's say that you move out of your parents' house, right? And you start, you're doing really good in life. Get yourself a car, get yourself an apartment, good job. And you go home and your little brother's bumming it at home, still at home, right? He's just like, he's living in your mom's basement. Does it really affect you? No. You have a job, you have your own place, you're, doing your thing, right? You got a girl, your life is way better than his. It just is. Like, fuck you, little bro. Well, that's what I was gonna say. I moved out. You can move out too, right? But the reason I'm saying that is because if you think about the power frame of a successful older brother, and you were communicating with this person, think about it. A lot of what happens is like your little brother has an ego. That's why he is like frustrated. That's why he's angry. It's like his like little, his younger ego. So if you think about the power frame dynamic here, it's like you care because you can speak from a place of experience and you know what's better for him. You'd be like, dude, like you got to get a better job, man. You got to get into sales like me, man. Get into sales. You're telling your little brother this. You go, bro, I worked one job, then I had to work two, saved up a little bit of money. Then, I quit and then I got into sales. And that's why I drive the BMW. And that's why I have my own apartment on the high, rise. Right. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because your brother, you have the power frame in this situation where you care, you can speak from experience. He respects you because you literally have proof. Even if he doesn't really like you, if he thinks you're a dick, he's like, damn, he's right because his life is better than mine, right? So it's like you don't have to agree with everything he says, but when it comes to that, he's right? He knows what he's talking about. You don't really care that you can only care so much that your brother's living in his basement, but it doesn't really affect you. So when you have this same frame in the conversation with your prospect, think about the delivery. Again, the sub-communication of the script. Think about the delivery of the person, of how you would be talking to a person if you were their older brother and you didn't really care. It doesn't really affect you that much. You're like, look, at the end of the day, like I can only help you if you want me to help you, bro. Right? That's something you would say to him. If he's just fucking up his own life, you can't control it. Like, look, bro, like I could get you in sales. I could teach you how to do this thing, man, but you gotta learn. You gotta want it, man. Right? If you're like, yo, dude, like you gotta do this, you gotta do that. Probably what he'll do is he'll be more defiant. And in a weird way, you'll be like involved in your brother's life, which sometimes we've seen that happen where it's like people are more involved in someone's life and they get like less results because of it. It's like crazy. Like, it's like, dude, I try to help this person. It's like, it feels like that's like the opposite of working. Like it's not working. So like, that's the biggest thing is like, we can't help everybody. That's the biggest thing in sales. It's like, we can't help everybody. But what's the most important part is, hey, bro, like little Timmy, your little brother. Hey, bro, like when you're ready to listen, I can teach you how to get in the game. But if you're just going to be like a little like pussy about it and you're going to be mad at me and mom and dad, and you're just going to be living in the basement playing video games. Right. I'm sure we can all understand that situation and that dynamic where it's like, he doesn't completely not give a fuck about his little brother. It's just that he can't care as much as the little brother has to. It's like, dog, you have to realize that you're going to be playing video games in mom's basement if you don't get a fucking second job and get into sales like me, right? I know this seems like the reason I have to give these parallels is so you understand the dynamic of how you're supposed to operate with these people. And then proper positioning. So let's talk about losing frame, which actually I would say happens probably more often with you guys than keeping frame in the beginning, which is normal. You're learning it, but lack of confidence. Okay, so let's just talk about this for a second. Not feeling
like your offer is valuable enough. So I want to just say something. If you feel like your offer isn't valuable enough, it's too simple. It's too much of a simplified way of saying, like, I guess, do I believe that it requires like just a conversation with yourself and saying, like, do I have enough? Like, I never would think that I was more valuable than I was, but I knew where my value was. Like, I can get the average Joe in really good shape, right? That's why I didn't coach competitive bodybuilders. I just didn't feel comfortable with it. I was like, I'm not really going to be coaching competitive bodybuilders. I just don't really feel comfortable doing that. I'd rather just coach like the everyday Joe. So that's more so what I did, is I coached those people. But the better the client results I got and the more consistently I got them, the easier it was to sell, admittedly. So with that being said, you have to approach the conversations with a level of confidence where this could bleed out, losing frame, is like, if you're like not sure what the person needs, when essentially you're what the person needs. Very simple, right? So if you are confident, first of all, I think this is less of an issue. But the way that this could be sub-communicated is if like you're talking to someone and you're like saying something along the lines of, I think I might be able to help you, right? I could probably do this, like unsure. And a lot of these things you may not realize, but it's like really only a couple words off. Like read the tone of the language that you're saying, of the language that you're using when you're having conversations in DMs. I was just telling my setter about this, and I was talking to my coach about this too.
Any questions, or you're interested in working with me throughout the duration of this video, you can message me on Instagram. If you just DM me the word elite, I'll know that you came from YouTube, or you can DM me the word YouTube, and I'll know where you came from, and we can have a conversation and see if I can help you.
He was like, dude, people forget how often we communicate in messages, right? It's so weird. Like, we don't really think about it, but like, isn't it so odd that we just read tone how we think it is? We read people's tone in messages how we just assume that it is. Like, we think it's one way. There's a really funny skit about this. You guys should go look it up. I don't know what it would be called, but it's a Key and Peele skit. And they're talking to each other. It's really funny because the dude, Key and Peele, they're texting back and forth. One person says one thing, and the other person reads it completely wrong, like in a completely different tone. And the dude's like totally chilling, like at the pool, like messaging him. And the other dude's getting fucking so mad, like on the other end, right? And they're both reading each other's messages completely wrong. I think it's so funny because this is essentially what could happen with just a couple words being off. And second guessing your value or your conviction. This is more so being hesitant, not asking the right questions. Fucking motherfucker, dude. Give me a second. Someone from my team is just blowing me up when they know I'm in a group call. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Anyway. Sorry, he was motherfucker was acting like a fiend. I said, don't act like a fiend, bro. Keep fiends in check, guys. No fiend behavior, guys. This isn't crack, bro. If it was crack, then I'd be like, all right, he's a crack fiend. It makes sense. You got to know your identity, guys. Anyway, fuck. So caring too much, making it seem like you want to sell more than you want to help. Okay, so I want to talk more about this, thinking we're on the same level. There's never a time where, like, I don't, like, for example, I'll give you guys for example, like before you guys were in the program and I'm having a conversation with you. This is where you really have to put like your ego aside, because like I don't think that I'm a better fucking guy than you guys because I make more money. I don't think that. I just know I'm better at business. Simple. Some of you guys genuinely are better fitness coaches than me. And like sometimes not even in a weird way, like dead ass, I see some people's content. I'm like, I should hire him, my own clients. So like humbly, I say that like this dude could probably get me ripped. Like I say that I think when I see some of your guys' content. But when they think, right, when you're having a conversation with somebody and they think that you're on the same level of like as they know as much as you, right? Or they know more than you. The reason why this is damaging to when people act like this, and the reason why it's damaging to you when you don't call it out and when you don't nip this stuff in the bud, is because this is really what keeps people in the same place year after year, is when they can't be coachable. Now, here's the thing, is like, especially with the older guys, like if you guys start working with a little bit of an older demographic, or if you ever have an older client, it's tough because a lot of these guys do lead with ego. And like someone asked at the mastermind, they were like, what if it's like, no one's in enough pain. Someone said this actually. It was Brendan, client. He was like, what if they're just like not in enough pain? Like I go, dude, when does a fucking grown ass man ever usually admit that they're wrong? Like never. Like maybe, and we're kind of one of them. Like I know we all get into moments where we're just like, we can't admit that we're wrong. We can't admit that we're wrong, right? And I think it's hilarious, dude. Like I maybe I'll only speak for myself when I say this, but sometimes I'm like, I can't admit that I'm fucking wrong. And I'm like, I know I'm wrong. And I'm like, fuck, right? And all I need, really what I need in that moment, is for someone to be able to call me out in an effective way, right? It's like someone who thinks that they know as much as you. So I've had this, I'll give you an example. I've had this happen with like fitness coaching and business coaching, where it's like a fat dude will tell you, they'll be like, yeah, man, I know. Like you cut the carbs and then, your body uses the fat as energy. I've been through that, bro. Shit doesn't really work for me, man. I don't know. I've worked with these coaches before. You go, dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. Right? If someone said that to me, you'd be like, Dom, what are you talking about? You think you know that because you use fat as energy when you cut carbs, that's the difference? You're still fat, bro. What are we talking about, man? And like, this is the same thing as like me having clients, right? Business clients, where I would have, this is how fucking hilarious this is. I would have dudes that have like 100 followers, and they're like, yeah, dude, I understand like building out funnels and all that shit and like, marketing and sales, but like, I mean, like, I go, bro, just stop. Like, I'm like, dog, what are you talking about? Like, you don't understand anything about them. And the reason I'm saying this is like, it's not just to call them out and be like, you don't know what you're talking about. It's their ego. That all you have to do is dismantle their ego in that situation and be like, well, yeah, bro. I mean, obviously, like if that was the difference, you'd be where you want to be, man. I meant more like, what's really holding you back in your business? No, I don't know how to sell. Dude, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I don't understand this business. Okay, got it. So it's not that you haven't optimized your funnel. You don't even know what that word means, right? It's the fact that you don't understand the business altogether, right? And all it is helping them make sense of it. That's all sales is, really. It's helping them make sense of the decision, right? I want to talk about improper situation. This is like if you're talking to somebody and okay. This is like if you're having a conversation with a person that is not at the point where you're almost like in a different spot of in the conversation as they are, and you're trying to like close them on trying to get them booked on a call. right? So if their situation doesn't, because this is why it's important to follow the script, because the script is set up specifically for that. The script is set up in a way because there's certain questions that you need answered by that person before you offer them the call. Like, right? We all know that. We need to know their goals. Even if their people are like, yo, let's hop on a call. What's the price? You're like, dude, that's not how it works, right? Because if you give it to them, then they have the frame, right? And keep in mind, guys, I'm going to put this here. Okay, I know you guys know this one. I know you guys know this one. I'm going to give you guys a great example. Someone in any situation, whether in any negotiation, right? Someone always has the frame. So it's either you have the frame or you lose the frame and they have it. I'll give you an example. If someone's not clear on the fact that they need to book a phone call, and they're not clear on the fact that they need to book within the next 10 to 15 minutes, and you send them the call link, and then you follow up with them, and you're like, did you book your call? And then you're following up with them for a week or a month, trying to get them back and booked on a call. Who do you think has the frame in that situation? Probably them. Because the ball is in their court, not yours. Right? Because now with them, they could essentially tell you to fuck off at any moment. But if you hold frame, if there's a level of higher power frame and proper positioning where you're like, well, look, man, the way this works is I hop on a call and see if I can help you and lead you in the best direction. Does that sound good? It's a phone call. But you need to know that what it is first. And then asking them, okay, and telling them, not asking them, telling them, hey, look, I need you to book within the next 10 to 15 minutes, right? Or next 15 to 30 minutes, because we only have a limited availability on the calendar. I want to make sure we get you in. I was like, does that work, right? In the script. Does that work? Once they see that, then you can send them the call calendar link. And a lot of people fuck this booking process up because they do that. But this is what I mean by proper positioning is like someone always has the frame. I'll give you an example in a relationship with your girlfriend. You may think you have the frame because you're the guy, but most men in their relationships, and you can see, and I would beg to differ that I would say most of the guys in this group probably do have the frame in their relationship because they're bodybuilders and they're business owners. And because of those two things, because you can't be a bodybuilder and a business owner without certain character traits. I think this has a lot to do with character. But have you ever been, I'll give you an example. Have you ever been talking to a girl and you're waiting for her to text you back? And you're like, good. Why isn't she responding? Who do you think has the frame in that situation? I'll tell you, it's not you. It's her. And I'm sure you guys have had situations where you're like, damn, this girl up my ass. She really like wants to fuck, whatever. Who do you think has the frame in that situation? You do. You do. You have the frame, right? You control the positioning. And the frame is sub-communicating, right? Because a lot of people, like, you wouldn't say to a girl, you'd be like, I have the frame. That's why I can't respond every 3 hours. Joey, go ahead, bro. You can, hold on. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. I had a question on questions when it comes to keeping the frame. So I have this
100%.
I have two examples. So this happened to me today and yesterday. Same conversation. So I'll give you an example for this guy. Talk to him, like, what's your goals, bro? Three messages, went in depth. I'm like, okay, what have you been doing to get there? What same thing. 4 messages, went in depth. Like, got it. Sorry you're going through that. How long has that been going on for? In depth, 4 messages. I'm like, for sure, man. And then I'm like, let me ask you, keep this up for 36 months, blah, blah, blah. You know how that goes. And then same thing, goes in depth. And then, and I'm like, okay, so do you want me to help you? Because like he's already laid everything out for me. And then he goes, how would you do that? And then I'm like, this happened to me twice in like literally 24 hours. And I'm like, fuck, bro, like, do I sit here and explain my program to them, or do I sit here? Like, I don't know how to respond to that.
Yeah, dude, easiest way to do it is tell them that it's a call.
So would
Yeah,
I be
man.
like, send him the VSL and be like, here's how I help people, and wait for him to come back, or be like,
Not necessarily. Like the way I look at it is like, again, this depends how you initiate the conversation. Did you initiate? Was the conversation initiated? Did they get the VSL up front? So this guy hadn't seen the VSL yet.
no.
Okay.
Engagement outbound.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean, with this guy, 100%. Like you can send him the video, but I wouldn't necessarily like wait for him to watch it. I would always use that to hold frame. So I'll give you an example. Like if he's saying, I have you guys script up here. I'm just looking at the bottom. So like if he's saying, if you're like, hey, I can help, do you want me to help you? And he's saying, well, how would that work? You could send him the VSL, but the way I'm looking at positioning it is like, yeah, so here's how it works, man. We hop on a call to see if we're a good fit for each other. I'm going to send you a calendar. Like, let's need to book in the next 15 minutes so I can put you down the schedule. Sound good? I would say that would be the best way to go about it because it's directional. At least once that's been communicated, then you can go back and be like, what are you not clear on? Right? And the reason I like this is because you don't send them the call calendar link until they're clear. So it's like, hey, bro, if you need to watch that video, that's a different conversation. Like if you feel like you need to watch the video, it's there for you, like to build more trust. But essentially I would use it to segue into the reason why they need to book the call.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the best way to put it.
And that goes into my next kind of conversation. This happened about last week. Same thing, 2 different people, same 24-hour span, where they were set. I mean, they had the pain gap. They were like, fucking, both of them were like, this is a 10 importance level to me. So I was like, cool, bro, send that exact script that you have, put you on the calendar, needs to book in 15, 30 minutes, blah, 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 blah. And then they're like, oh, I have to do this first. Or some of them was just like, oh, I have to wait for work schedule. And then neither of them have booked the call. And I've followed up. I'm like, hey, is this still important to you?
So you don't want to give them the call unless they're like, they confirm that they can book. So that's the biggest thing. I
never sent them the link. I just said,
okay, good.
Yeah. So I just said, you have 15, 30 minutes, to do it. Does that sound good? And then they never gave me a clear answer on that frame. So I never sent them the booking link. So I'm like, okay, do I keep on fucking reaching out to them? Do I let them be?
Good. That's the best case scenario. Like, even if they don't respond. Now, the way I look at it is this. You will think that person, because they're closer to booking, that they're going to require more follow-up that they should take priority. But here's the truth. It's like, if someone is at that point in the conversation and they haven't gotten back to you, hey, it sounds good, right? And I teach you in the script, like, I like the idea of light follow-up where it's like you're just liking their previous message. Again, so if you haven't tried that, what I always say is keeping frame is letting those people, not pushing at them too hard, right? Because think about it. If they haven't booked in yet, you could send them the, hey, is it still a priority for you? But then it's like, it's out of your hands. It's like, if it is, it is. If it's not, it's not. The way I look at it is I always look at the content, especially if you're doing outreach from someone. Hold on, someone's trying to get into this fucking call here. Okay, perfect. Especially if you're doing outreach, these, like, you have to understand too, like, the people that you're talking to and the people, that you want to work with, like, I don't think it's smart to try to push people on a call, especially at this moment, because that loses frame the most. Like, if you think about this in a logical sense, they're already sold on the call. They're already sold on booking. And if you try to push them too hard and they're like, is this a priority for you? Then they might be turned off by it. It's just a possibility. The way I look at it logically, though, is like, if there is a sense of, hey, sound good, and they're still watching stories, the more that you have that frame, the more like authentic you can be with it. Like using things like hold on. Using things like, did I scare you? Right? You there, bro? And saying their name. And then I just don't recommend slamming people with follow-up like 800 times to book a call, because this happens more often than not. And also this is another thing too, is this is why people don't want to do it. People don't want to let people wait and simmer because they think they're going to lose the deal. You're not going to lose the booking. You're going to lose the booking if you try to book them too hard. Right? That's what will burn the lead. They're in the best fucking position that they could be because you still have the frame, bro. It's like a girl who messages you who you can't be like always texting her back. She's going to be like, does this dude even have a life? She's like, hey, when can you make plans? You're like, I'm free Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm free every day, right? She's going to be like, well, this dude everyone has access to him, right? This is the same way. It's like you want to have that same frame. This is the best way to go about it. And it may seem like this is the easiest way too. It's like when you're getting these things that are happening, like you need to make content about it in your stories. Like you need to talk about these exact things that are happening in stories. It'll be like, yeah, people want to get in shape, and like they don't prioritize it though. It's not a priority for them, and then they wonder why they're in the same position in 3 to 6 months. Like you don't have to be direct and be like, dude, there was this dude Jim in my DMs. Dude's fucking gonna be fat till he's fucking 87. You know what I mean? But I would say, and why not? Why not use the literal example? You can say, I was talking to a guy today in the DMs, dude, and he was saying, he was, he wanted to get in shape, and then once he realized like that there, that he was going to have to do, make himself uncomfortable, he backed out. But I don't really think that's why people don't get in shape, right? And elaborate on your thoughts on it. That's secondary. What's most important though is keeping frame in these situations. Like they don't have to respond. Like just if it's a priority, they'll book. If it's not, it's not. And you can also say this too. Like on the second follow-up, like I teach in the script, responding to their most recent pain always works. And sometimes the reason I'm saying this is because I'm saying this based off of like they don't even respond to you liking them their last message. Usually that does it. By the way, Joseph, usually just liking their last message, liking a picture of theirs, liking their story. I don't think everyone, especially if you have had a full-blown conversation with someone, a lot of times, bro, it's like these people that want to book calls, they may just be hesitant to book because they know they're ready to book, but they just want to consume more of your content. I know I can speak for myself when I say that. It's like I've worked with coaches where I was talking to their center, or I was going to work with with them, and I was like, I just need a little bit more. I just need a little bit more, admittedly, from my own experience. And we can conclude that it's very highly likely that those people are experiencing the same thing. And I'm saying this because I speak to you guys. Like I know to you guys, like what actually got you over the line? Like what was it, right? Like I know a lot of you guys have seen my YouTube, and you guys have seen some of my ads and some of my Instagram. Some people are just like, hey, like I watch all your Instagram stories, which pretty much all of you guys did before you started working with me. But this is like, think about it. When I was, and I'm studying for myself, and I tell my center too, I'm like, I mean, dude, like you think it's out of your hands when you're not following up with them every fucking day. You think it's out of your hands, but it's not. This is not the nature of social media. They're still going to be watching your stories. The whole process that got them to trust you enough to initiate back in the conversation, they still may need trust built up in the conversation. So, by the way, Joseph, when you do get to that point, you can send them the video link and be like, bro, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. Like I can only help those that want to be helped. That only help those that want to be helped. Like I can only help those that are committed, which is so true. It holds frame. It's very true. It labels them. It's like, okay, well, I'm someone that's committed. I'm someone that wants to be helped. Right? It's very simple. Then you can send in the VSO. And usually that will get people over the line. It's just that I always think of like the power in sales here is like holding frame. Fucking, and it's hard, dude. Let me just say this. By the way, guys, it's hard to do, especially when you're strapped for cash. Joseph, you're not fucking strapped for cash, but still, right? I know you want to make more. So again, I know you want to make more and everybody wants to make more money, but like, it's hard to keep frame when you want to make more money because it's like, fuck, dude, just buy my shit, right? Buy my shit. Like it's the best. Yes, it's the best option for you. What the fuck are we talking about, right? Like, do you think that like me and my sales team every day, bro, we're like, is this fucking dude serious? He worked with 2 other idiots in the industry, made no money. We're telling him that it's like we think of it too. Like we think it too. Like the way we look at. So the way it's laughable because you'll think you're fucking crazy if you don't bring this to light. But yes, 100%. Like I said, I've made a joke about this on my Instagram stories. Like someone's like, he said, leads, I need more leads. I go, fuck, me too, man. I'm gonna start holding these people at gunpoint, right? But it's just, and even my tattoo artist, yesterday, he goes, which he doesn't understand, again, respectfully, he just doesn't understand this business or a business on this level. He goes, you feel like people aren't buying? You feel like people aren't buying? I'm like, I've never felt that. Fuck the economy. Fuck people. My business has only grown, regardless of the economy. I live in the Gabe economy. That's the economy that I live in. And I'm not saying that economy has nothing to do with it. I'm just saying, like, the way he said it, I was like, dude, people don't buy because of the fucking economy. Or they buy because they fucking want to buy shit that that's going to make them feel cool. That's going to remove them of their pain. That's going to solve some sort of problem. A lot of the biggest fucking problems that are solved, that make the most money, are like those sub-communicated problems, right? Where it's like the inconvenience of, like, I'll say, like, shopping for shit, right? And it's like Instacart. That's why that's such a big company, and that company makes so much money. Or Uber, right? It's like taxis, or like you don't have a car. It's that problem is so severe. It's that, like, and essentially the reason I'm saying that is it's cheap, but you guys get the point of what I'm saying, right? These people in your DMs, if you think about it, you have to create a change in their belief system. That's your responsibility. You can't. They're going to believe what they believe, but you have to create a frame for them and a position for yourself where you're the solution to their problem. So to answer your question, Joseph, I know I don't want to go too much on a tangent here, but that's essentially the best way to get someone to book and to get someone to close. And thinking back to, not even thinking back, I train my fucking setter every day, so it's like never really thinking back to it. I tell him, I go, dude, if I thought and operated like a regular online coach, I go, there's literally no way I would be able to scale, because like everything that everyone says, they go, I'm experiencing this problem. I'm like, valid. This one, valid. This one, valid. Me too. Like, all valid problems. And they suck too. I'm like, yep, suck. Make you want to rip your hair out. Make you want to fucking freak the fuck out. I get it. Like, I've been there in my business. But I would always say, okay, so how can we empower ourselves in this situation? Let's say all leads are bad. How the fuck do we get people to convert? What if all the leads are bad, right? Well, it's obviously, that's a belief. Again, I'm not saying worst case scenario. I've made this example to a client of mine. I'm helping him with some stuff. He has like a big brand. His name is Johnny Drinks. You guys might know who he is. But he goes, and also another client of mine, you guys probably know Rowan Kardashian, the Rowan guy. He goes, bro, everyone's a pussy in the DMs, bro. They're pussies. And I'm like, dude, I know. He's like, no one's serious, bro. I fucking send them the price, they ghost. I go, well, I won't send them the price. You know what I mean? You're not even setting up. I'm thinking, like, you're not even setting up the conversation in any type of way, right? And I had to say to him, like I said to you guys, I go, dude, stop thinking you're fucking Kylie Jenner. You don't just post about your fucking makeup and people buy your shit. You're not Kylie Jenner. You're not The Rock, okay? Like, you have to have a conversion mechanism because you're 99% of people. This is sales. The script, it's been perfected over years and years and years of setting, literally 4 years of setting, for myself, DM conversations. The script is tried and true. It works so well. It's to the point now where, like, I've teach it to you guys. I've got some guys teaching it to their setters. I teach it to my team. I have some even guys that, and this is why I want you to be confident in it, is that, I have guys that like high level coaching programs that are like, holy fuck. Like, I talked about our script that we use in the DMs on a group call with my guys. And these are guys, some of these guys are making $400K a month, $500,000 a month. And they're like, dude, I've never heard DMs broken down like this. And this is normal for us. We're just like, yeah, pain gap. What do you mean build the pain gap? They're like, I never thought about that in DMs. I'm like, why the fuck wouldn't you, bro? You're selling $5,000 ticket. What are we talking about, dude? You think people are going to fucking gallop through a field of daisies and hand you their credit card like a fucking fairy? I go, bro, this is real shit, bro. If people want to change their lives and they want to pay your fat ass fucking ticket, that's fucking 5K or 4K or 3K or even 2,500. There needs to be a level of pain, because it doesn't even make sense for them to give you their money, because then what the fuck are you solving? You're solving a minuscule problem that they can solve by buying some bullshit on Amazon. You don't want them to think that. You don't want them to think that Jeff fucking Nippard is going to be a better option than working with you. But they will think that if their pain is worth a $24.99 program. Oh, I can solve my pain with Alex Eubank's fucking ab program that's fucking $25. That's because they're judging it based off of a $25 problem. If it's a $2,500 problem, then they're going to pay that price. How they can make that connection is the pain that you built in the script. So anyway, frame is subcommunicated. Always remember that. To give you even a quick example too, another example of frame could be on sales calls. What do you think has more frame on a sales call? This or this? Right? If I'm like weird as fuck and I'm far away from the camera, or if I'm looking directly into the screen, right? If I'm shirtless on sales calls, not saying do whatever the fuck you want. Don't be weird though. Like, these people don't really, some of these people might not know you. Like, I'm in Miami, bro. Like, I don't know. I just think it's weird when motherfuckers take sales calls with their shirt on. Like, come on. To each their own. That's my opinion on it. Frame is very sub-communicated though. You guys always remember this. So real quick recap. Following the script leads to proper positioning in frame. This is the magic in the script. Essentially, the point is to dismantle their ego, keep confidence, know that you're the best, be nonchalant. You don't care as much as they do. Keep a higher power frame where their successful older brother, and just keep proper positioning. The way you lose frame is if you lack confidence, you second guess your value or conviction, caring too much, making it seem like you want the sale more than they want to help you, more than you want to help, thinking that you're on the same level, thinking that they're on the same level, right? Where it's like there has to be that level of like you're helping them and raising them up to your standard, not gauging their situation properly or where they're at in the sales process and saying the wrong thing, and then losing frame when they try to take control of you lose frame when they try to take control of the conversation and you go down with them. So I didn't really elaborate on that, but you don't have to respond to everything that these people say to you. That's not a rule. They're like, who are you helping? If someone goes, when someone goes, I go, well, tell me about your business goals. And then they're like, well, yeah, tell me about yours. I don't answer them. What the fuck do my business goals have to do with you? Right? If they go, if, you know, Wes, you're like, yo, man, like, what's the goal you're looking for with your physique? You're like, they're like, I just want to like tone up, man. But what about you, bro? Got a show coming up? You did really good at your last one. You'd be like, all right, an amateur would be like, yeah, man, well, I'm trying to break through the NPC and like, blah, blah, blah. Appreciate the support. You know what I mean? It's like, there's going to be no movement in that conversation. But along the lines of, if he said that, I'd be like, I wouldn't even say it. I'd be like, yeah, competed a couple of times, bro. And I'd be like, bro, 15 pounds, you can do that by next week, man. I meant like, what's your actual goal here, right? Bring them back. Ego. They're going to be like, oh, like, I'm not trying to look like a bodybuilder. Like, oh, congrats, bro. You're not going to, right? I love that. We all use that same excuse, right? That's the same thing. How many times have we heard it? They go, well, I'm not trying to look like you, bro. It's like, well, you're not just going to fucking wake up and look like me, bro. You know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't happen that easy. Shit. You know? And that's just ego. It's like, dog, come on. You know you're not going to fucking accidentally look like me. Like, what's your actual goal, right? I don't want to be too muscular. So what? Do you want to be fat? Do you want to be fat? Because you're saying, oh, I don't want to be muscular. So what do you want to be? Do you want to be fat? So anyway, guys, not to go on a tangent here, but I just think it's funny how when you really think about these things, you break these things down, you realize you're like, man, this is all just human psychology, man. And you're really doing you guys are doing a really important thing for society. You really are. And it may seem crazy to think, but like this right here, keeping framing conversations with people that you guys, again, going back to what I told you guys before, like, you're selling this at a discount, man. People really fucking need this, man. I'm telling you. I've said this before. There's a lot of guys, if not the overwhelming majority of the people that you guys work with, you are the only chance of them getting in shape ever in their life. You think that it's like, oh, well, nah, they'll figure it out. Says who? Not the statistics. No. The statistics don't say that. The numbers don't say that. Look at the fucking numbers of people that are dying from these obesity and obesity-related diseases or fat-related diseases, right? Or just being out of shape. These things. Again, just look at the numbers, right? And regardless of that, just look fucking around. You don't have to look. You don't have to Google shit. Go to your fucking gym. Go to any of your gyms. The majority of, unless you're at like an actual hardcore bodybuilding gym, you go to a regular commercial gym, the majority of the dudes there are out of shape. You know? So anyway, guys, you just got to know you're the best. You got to keep helping people. Remember, script is communicated overtly, directly, and frame is subcommunicated, which is covertly, right? There's a lot of these things that you want to remember. So we'll hop on next week. Go ahead, Joseph.
I have another question on frame. If you want me to just text it to you, I can. But if you have time,
no, go ahead, bro. We got time.
So, going off that frame, like with two of the guys that I talked about between the four, one of the guys I got on a call with him, he was super excited to book, wanted to do the $2,500, but he was like looking over his finances. He's in a little bit of debt because he's building a ranch right now. He's like, I'll get back to you in 2 weeks, whatever. Or sorry, like he's like, let me go back inside. Or actually, fuck, he was gonna pay. He was literally gonna pay. He was like, fuck, bro, I don't have my card on me. I'm in my car. He's like, I gotta go back inside. And then I gotta go over everything, whatever. So I was like, okay, cool. And then he did that. And then I texted him, yo, like, everything looking good? He's like, yeah, bro. Never heard back from him. And so what I did is I texted him, fuck. Hold up. I gotta find it. You good? He said, so I texted him like 3 days later because, like I said, he said everything looked good. He was ready, but he never said anything more. So I said, hey, brother, I want to check in with you and let you know I only have one more spot left and don't know when the next opening will be. Do you want to reserve it or do you want to wait? Is that something that like holds frame? Is that something where like, you know what I mean? Something that's like gives a sense of urgency to them? Or is that just kind of
does. I mean, yeah. I mean, so here's the thing is like, you know, in that situation, like best case scenarios, I always think like directional, right? Like I don't want them to like go off in outer space. So like if a client's gonna get off the call, I always want them to be like this is when we're gonna talk next. Like I want to have like dates. I need like hard times. I need hard deadlines for this shit from them. So it's like I need them to say it. It's like, oh yeah, man, like when should we follow up? Like when should we when do you want to talk this or this day, right? So like after you got off the phone with him, that's one thing, right? That's like kind of like too late now. But I'm saying like knowing that this is the time that yeah, absolutely, bro. Like I know you want to get the ranch. Like when do you think you'll be wrapping up with when you just bought the ranch? When do you think you'll be wrapping up with that? So then it's more so like you actually have a time that you both communicated to follow up with. Is that kind of what you said to him, or is like how'd that work?
Yeah, it was kind of like he said, yeah, like let me go and see, just got back home from work. It's like, yeah, let me go inside and grab my card and look over my finances and stuff, and then like, you know, we'll talk whatever. And then never called me back, never texted me. So then the next day I'm like, yo, bro, how's everything looking? And he was like, look, it's looking great, bro. And then I was like, okay. So then I waited a day and I texted him that.
I just told Zach this, like in those situations, bro, I'm very assumptive. Like I don't try to, this is where you got to be really careful. And it's actually easier to just like you're taking an order. Don't try to sell it again. As in like everything looked good, blah, blah, like assumptive frame. Assumptive frame would be like, if I had an assumptive frame with, I have an assumptive frame with all my elite clients that come to the program. I assume that they're going to finish phase 1 and phase 2 within day 10. That's my assumptive frame. I go, yeah, finish phase 1 and phase 2. Like, I'm not saying like, well, get here, and if you feel like it, blah, 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 and just dip your toe in. It's just like, no, just finish it. This is my assumptive frame. You go, is the link giving you issues, bro? Either the link is giving you issues, you got into a freak accident where your fucking thumbs got cut off, both of them apparently, or you died. That's the only 3 options that could have happened. I don't think he died. I think his thumbs are good. So the link must be giving him issues, right? That's what I always say. I go, okay, well, like, yeah, is the link, what's the issue? Yes, you're right with what you said. I wouldn't have even necessarily said like, yeah, you could, it does create urgency to say like I have limited spots available, but it's like what would create more urgency for him is, and again, I don't know what you talked about before, but I would always bring up his pain in that situation and be like, no, I'm not, again, only if we feel like we have to, but this is where you want to be careful. It's like with this guy, when he said, oh, I'm going to go inside and look at my finances, and you're like, okay, cool, blah, blah, blah. And then you text me, like, how's everything looking? And it looks good. I would just be like, is the link giving you issues? Didn't he have the payment link, correct? Or no? Okay. I would be like, is the link giving you issues? Assumptive frame. I just taught Zach this because Zach was saying, he's like, oh, well, I'll have a conversation with someone, and then like I'll tell them, you know, more so it's like, hey, well, like, we'll talk on another call. Let's book in another call, blah, blah, we'll talk. It's like, no, that's going to be the onboarding call. And let me know if the link is giving you issues. Like, are you in or out? Like if someone, for example, like the way you could lose a sale is trying to be too desperate. Because like, look, let's say worst comes to worst, like, which is this situation. It's like, he doesn't have access to the money. I'm always looking at it this way. Like, if he said he needed to go inside and look at his finances, be like, yeah, let's look at him, bro. Like, as in, like, I know it sounds like, does it seem too pushy? I'd be like, yeah, let's look at him, bro. It's like, what does he need to make sense of in order to buy? So, were you trying to close him on PIF, paid in full?
We were gonna finance it 6 months.
Klarna?
I just, you know, I wasn't really sure what he used. I told him to look at both options, whatever worked best for him. And he was like, I want to say he was on Klarna, and then he went to go put it in, and he was like, oh, I don't even have my card with me.
Oh, okay. And you said, okay, so again, going back, I just would have stayed with him on the phone and be like, yeah, bro, no worries. Like, I'm in no rush, man. You just do your thing. I'll just be on standby. Then that, again, that's insinuating like, hey, I'm going to still help you through this, you know? But yeah, no rush, bro. Like, you don't want to get off the call, though. Obviously, you know that. But it's like, in that situation, just going back, if you could have done it better, I just would have said to not get off the call and just been like, yeah, man, it's like Klarna and Affirm. Like, go ahead and grab your wallet. Like, I totally get it. Because again, you not having your wallet and you having to look over finances are 2 different things. if it's really that you have to look for your wallet, oh, dude, bro, I get it, bro. My wallet's right there. Always keep the money close to me. I sleep with it under my pillow. Always within 3 feet. Keep the money always within 3. But I totally get it, man. So that's the thing is like, there you go. That's what I'm saying. If it's a logistics issue though, and you're trying to resell them, that's the problem. That's what I think is the problem. If it's logistics, if it's like, oh, you literally just don't have your wallet. Like it's just you literally just don't have your wallet next to you. Okay, go ahead and like go grab it. You know what I'm saying? But if it's like, so when did he say that? When did he say I have to look over finances?
So that was at the end. He was like, so what happened was I was like, 3,500, 2,500, what works best for you? And he's like, oh, the 6 month. And I was like, cool, bro. Sent you over that payment link. And then he's like, hey man, like, I don't know if I can like come up with this money right now. I'll be like 2 weeks. I'm like, hey, it's no problem, man. Like, I do financing options. I have Klarna. I talked to him for Klarna and then whatever. And he's like, cool. Like, I was like, yeah, check it out. See which one works best for you so you can get started right now. And then he looked over it and then he was like, I think he found a plan that worked for him. And he was like, oh shit, like I don't even have my card. Like I got a new phone. It's not saved on here. Like, let me go back inside and like get my wallet. And then I want to say when he was talking about getting his wallet, he's like, I'll have to look over my finances too. Cause I'm like, I'm in some debt right now and whatever. And I was like, yeah, bro, like, go inside, look over your finances, grab your card. And then, send me a text or I think I said, call me like, because this guy was like a friend of mine from before. So I was like, yeah, bro, just like call my number.
Got you as a friend from before. Okay, yeah. I mean, going back, I would have just again, it's always like better, best scenario. So now in this case, it's like that being like, almost like, yeah, bro, I'm gonna walk you through the payment. And I always would frame it when I was on sales calls, be like, yeah, but I'm gonna walk you through the payment, man, because there's a couple emails I'm gonna send over you, and a couple more things I want to do before we get you set up. So like I have to be on the call, but really it's to ensure that you get payment. Or big, yeah, man. So dude, you have to get dude, no rush, bro. I totally understand. And if he was like, I still have to look at finances, like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean finances? Oh, like, yeah, well, because again, you'll try to resell it, be like, oh yeah, well, like, what are the terms that Klarna and the firm are giving you? Oh, well, this one and this one and this one. Yeah, which one works best for you, bro? Which one works best for you? Like, let them walk them through the sale. Because if they're saying, oh, well, I don't know if this is right for me, right? Like again, hypothetically, right? He didn't say that. But I'm saying, like, you will leave space open for them if you're not like, yeah, well, what options is he giving you? Like, well, which one works best for you? It's like, oh, well, this one or this one. And yeah, awesome, perfect. Let's go with that one. Let's start. And then I'm saying just hypothetically, it's like, then at that point, it's like, if they have an objection, then you would work through that objection. But them getting off the phone is hard. It's harder to kind of work through that objection because you don't really know what it is. And it's not that you can't get the sale. I still believe that you can reconcile the sale. I think you will get it. But I still think that he still needs like more trust, a little bit more trust built to really drop that money, which is fine. But yeah, don't try to resell it. It's already sold. If he has questions, you can answer his questions, right? But you don't want it to be like, don't coach him, right? And he's like, it's like, how does this financing thing work? It's like, yeah, bro, like this is out, blah, 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 right? Like, you in or out? What's up? I'm confused, right? Again, this is also, it's like you have to see how this is the thing with setting and closing. It's like, how could we have done it better? Well, we would have done this. Would something else work too? Probably. Going forward, are we going to do better? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what can we do now? We can't hold him at gunpoint and make him buy. So again, best case scenario is, like I'm saying, the overarching theme of this conversation is to have an assumptive frame, because that will help them spill out the objection too if they have one. because you don't want, because that's like, well, like, did you hit the link? Is it giving you issues? I would try that, by the way, Joseph. I would just be like, hey, brother, I wasn't sure if if the Klarna firm was giving you issues. Is it all good? Like, that's different than being like, yo, bro, is it still a priority for you or no? I wouldn't not say that. I would say that, like, if you get zero response, because it could still, because it's not the end of the world. And the way I believe it is like, it's like, what if you said, like, yo, what are your goals in a DM? No, they don't answer you. Then you go, yo, bro, is this a priority for you? It'd be so out of context. It'd be so weird. It'd be like a shortened version of the script. But you would say that to someone that you had an hour-long phone call with. And by the way, if you know him, this guy, you've met him in person. Oh, dude, you could be super like, dog, you know me. What are we doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's even more of a reason. And my head, I'm like, it's easier to sell to those people, is it not? So I try to get everyone like that. I want everyone on that level with me. Like, literally, you talk to them for 45 minutes and you're just like, Joseph, you know me, bro. Come on, we've been talking for 45 minutes, but you know me. Right? It's like, it's more of a, and as they spill out more and more, that's when you can get more and more authentic with it. Where you can, it literally builds rapport. It becomes funny. I'm telling you, it happened with Zach. This is for a perfect example. Like, we laugh about it now because I used to tell him, first I didn't understand. He was up like this. I don't know. Then I realized, like, oh, this motherfucker is with another coach. Right? I find out that he's with another coach. He's not making the money he wants. One of Zach's objections was, well, I already spent this money on the coach and I want to recoup the money. And I go, so you're going to spend 3 more months? I go, the program wasn't working for him at all. I go, so you're going to spend 3 more months on a program that doesn't work just to try to recoup the money when you haven't recouped the money yet, and continuing the program won't make you recoup the money? He goes, yeah, that doesn't really make sense. I was like, well, obviously, like, it was a funny thing. It started to become so like, dog, what are we doing? Every time he would message me, I would say, brother, what's going on? Laughing, crying face. I'd be like, what's going on, bro? Like, yo, I like that pre-workout. I go, fuck the pre-workout, bro. How's the business going? You could be real with me, dog. We've been talking for a year. Like, fuck the pre-workout. Fuck the pet dad. Fuck this, fuck that. Fuck the blue shirt, right? Hypothetically. What's your goal, right? When someone says, do I fuck with that band, and they were overweight, I'd be like, you're mine, bitch. Like, respectfully, I'd be like, this motherfucker thinks that he's going to talk to me and I'm not going to literally whip his ass into shape. You know? It's like, it's not that I don't know that most dudes that are fat are miserable. You think I don't know that? I know it because I've worked with them. So it's like, I don't think he's any fucking different. Like, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? What are you doing? Like, I know you're not happy. So, like, let's just, So, again, this is an awareness of their situation. This is why the DMs helps, being in DMs a lot. But also, there is a level of empathy. There is, like, if you guys go look at my Instagram story, the way that I, like, delivered it, hold on, let me see. My Instagram story from yesterday, archived, but basically, I was making an Instagram story and I said, I came in like, do people really think that they're not going to have to make sacrifices to be successful? You guys probably saw that story. And I go, why the fuck do you think that you're going to get to the same level as someone when you don't even do 1/16 of the work that they do, essentially along those lines? And I said, I'm actually empathetic towards those people. Why? Why am I empathetic towards someone who is like, where I seem so aggressive, like I'm so aggressive towards them, which is like, could be like you before you started this program, I hypothetically will say. But the reason I'm so aggressive, and then the reason I also, like, I lead with aggression and intensity and, like, finish off with empathy, is because that is my way of being empathetic. calling them out on their bullshit, I am empathetic because I understand what it's like to be a broke bodybuilder. So I understand it. So if I think about this, if someone hasn't changed and someone hasn't started their business and someone hasn't taken their physique and used it to start their business, and I know that the overwhelming majority of the time, these individuals are lacking financially, which is making them suffer mentally, which is making their lives not as good as it could be. And then the people around them not as good as it could be because we're men and we provide for the people around us, right? Essentially. Then I'm thinking, well, I'm more so, it's almost like a dude, again, respectfully, I mean this in the best way. It's like having a fucking, knowing someone who's a drug addict that's fucking up their whole life, and you're like, you really gotta like shake it out of them because you care about them. Imagine like it was like, God forbid that you guys ever have to experience this. I know my ex-girlfriend had to go through this, but you had a sibling that was a fucking drug addict. That was like, you saw them at their worst. Maybe you guys have experienced this. You saw them at their fucking worst, bro. And like they're fucking going through withdrawals and they're fucking up everything around them. Like they're fucking up their life entirely. And even I get the chills just thinking about it because I know that it hurt her so bad to see her sibling go through it. But I would see this too. This is so powerful. I would see how my ex-girlfriend's sister was a heroin addict. And I would see how my ex-girlfriend and her sister would fight for their sister. They would fight for her. No, and I would be like, why do you guys? She's a fucking drug addict. Like me, because I'm in my head, I'm like, she comes here, she causes problems for everyone. Me, because I'm not in the family. I didn't give a fuck. I'm like, let's fucking get over it. Let her. Literally, that was my mentality. I was like, let her fucking figure her shit out. She'll figure it out, right? Or in rehab, right? But they didn't see it like that. Because I wasn't empathetic towards her because she was also a bitch, so she could kick rocks, right? She was a bitch to me, so she can kick rocks. But I would see, like, I could read between I could see it, right? Her sisters, my ex-girlfriend, her sister, other sister would fight for her, and I would see it too with other people. I would go, damn, I'm like, you just don't give up on them, mom. And it's because, and I was like, why don't you just let her go? And my ex-girlfriend, she would say, it's because I love her. I love her. And I'll just be like, damn, that's so real, you know? She never stops fighting for her heroin addict sister who fucking up the whole family because she loves her. It doesn't mean that we're knowing, like, maybe all of this conversation is falling upon deaf ears. Maybe she's not processing it. But do you give a fuck enough? Right? And it was never like pretty. A lot of it was like, you're fucking up our lives. You're coming here and you're fucking everything up, and all of this is bad, and blah blah blah. And it was like an intense anger and sadness towards their sister, but they constantly showed up for her when they needed her, when she needed them. Excuse me. This is the same way you have to be with your prospects. If your brother was a drug addict, are you gonna tiptoe your way around? Your mom's crying her eyes out to you. She goes, Joseph, Wes, little Jimmy's fucking up his life. He's doing heroin in the backyard. Armando, little Jimmy is whatever your little brother's name would be, right? He's doing heroin in the backyard and he's fucking up his life and he doesn't have a job anymore. And she's bawling her eyes out. Do you think you would tread lightly in that situation? You'd be like, dude, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Drop the whatever drug, right? Get your fucking shit together. I'm not having this conversation with you because I don't give a fuck about you. Are you serious? So, like, this is the same thing that I would think. I go, in the video that I just made, You guys probably saw that reel where people go, I was talking about making reels, ironically enough, where bodybuilders go, man, I make reels every day. No one gives a fuck about my content, right? Or I have a client, he pays me $250 a month and he sucks, right? I'm existing in their pain with them. Because I go, yeah, that fucking sucks, bro. I should feel like I should be making more money. You should. You should be making more money, dude. Because I am under the belief that bodybuilders are undervalued and underpaid. I think about a bodybuilder. I don't have to think about a bodybuilder. I think about myself crying in my fucking Toyota in the Dollar General parking lot. I'm sure there's a bunch of other motherfuckers that were the same way. It turns out, I'm not saying you have to go through literally the same fucking thing as I did to be on the program or for you to be bought in, right? Or for you to be a good person, whatever. I'm just saying, like, I have an empathy towards those people, and that's so important, dude. That's what makes me perform over other people. You think you're gonna beat numbers with it sounds far out, but with love? I'm not intense to people. I'm not cutthroat because I want to hurt their feelings. I'm that way because they're hurting themselves. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm that way because I care, bro. I'm not saying it's everyone's fucking style and it's everyone's fucking cup of tea. It doesn't have to be. But how could someone like me, who only ever changed any fucking thing in my life that was important enough and drastic enough, in a real sense, only really ever happened when I had other people call me out on it and be real as fuck to me, regardless of how I was going to fucking feel about it, being honest with me and being truthful with me. I've had my brother do it. I've had my mentor Brandon do it. I've had business mentors do it. I've had girlfriends do it. I've had my parents do it. Call me out on my shit. I know they love me. I know they love me. When someone else says it, you go, I don't give a fuck what this person says. But when it's someone who's empathy for you and they go, dude, wake the fuck up. What are you talking about? Right? It's like, dude, if you're overweight and I act like your family does, when you've been obese for 10 years, they don't even care about it. They don't bring it up anymore. Am I mean because I go, dude, how the fuck do you live with that gut, bro? How are you not on my fitness program, man? You see my guys getting shredded. Am I mean for that? Who's really mean for that? Is it his wife for never calling him out on it? Is his kids? Is it his boss? Do we think that they're terrible people because they don't call him out on it? No, because that's not their responsibility. It's literally yours. It's literally your responsibility to call them out on it. And if you think it's not, well, guess what? Fuck your bank account. That's what I think. I think the same way with my business. I go, if I go on social media and I come on my stories and I go on reels, or I'm in a DM conversation with someone, or I'm training my team, and I train them under any other fucking impression that I don't have a serious fucking deep-seated desire to help the person that I want to help, then the whole fucking thing is broken. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, by the way, that has a lot to do with frame too. I'm telling you guys, if you guys believe in fucking good versus evil, good always wins. Evil never wins. Good always wins. And I know it sounds extreme, but like, this is the point, is like, yes, I know it sounds crazy to say, but think about it. Greed, chasing money, that's evil. You're not going to get anything out of it. Anyone can get money. Anyone can get a couple fucking sales. You can be greedy as fuck in the DMs. Yeah, try it. See how many people convert. It doesn't work, bro. You can't convert off of greed. You can only convert with empathy. That's what the whole fucking script is based off of. You know? Like, think about it. Someone who is in it for the money, or someone who is so empathetic that they're intense as fuck and ferocious and vicious, because we want to help people so bad that we come in hard as fuck, cutthroat, super fucking value driven. Like, people know when they know me, they go, oh fuck, dude, like this this dude wants to make me better. I know that. Like, if someone don't even bring up, if someone around me, if I meet a random ass kid at the gym and they go, I want to build my brand, you better not say that shit to me and not be doing it. Because I push people to the point where they're like uncomfortable about it. Because I'm intense, right? So like when I come in intense, I go, it gets to the point where some people are like, holy fuck, like this dude is so intense. He's just a lot, right? And in a way where it's like, it's because I exude passion, right? Because I know how powerful these conversations can be. It's like, it's literally the same as, it's just, I hope you guys feel that. I really hope you guys, and if you guys have met me in person, that's literally how it is. I'm like, dude, I'm like, you meet me in person. I'm saying it's the reason that you feel a certain way around me is because I exude a level of passion. So that's what creates movement in other people, where it's like, I want to feel that same way about my thing. That's what allows me to be competitive in this game, genuinely. Always moving with that passion. It's always deeper than money. Anyway, guys.
Don't forget to subscribe because I make a ton of videos about sales, marketing, branding, how I made money online, and just mindset, entrepreneur stuff. So if you are interested in that, you can subscribe below. That was the sales frame training, and now we're going to get into the DM training. So I've made other videos about direct messages, how to master this, but this training is from a recent group call, and it has the most up-to-date information on direct messages. And I promise you guys, you've never looked at direct messages on Instagram in this way, and this has made me a lot of money. So let's get into the direct message training.
We have a term for DMs, me and my head of sales. And we call the DMs the valley of death, because it can either be, or should I say, it can either be a valley of death or it can be a bridge, right? So I'm going to explain my like business model, the one that I run. It's the same business model that you guys run, but there's just like multiple people in place for these positions, and it's just two. So for example, in my business, my main objective is content, coaching, and then taking people that are in the DMs and then pushing them to my head of sales, JT. JT, I'm a master marketer. I'm also a master at sales. JT is a master closer, and his entire goal is to take those leads from that bridge over from the marketing over and sell those deals, right? Why the DMs can either be two things. It can either be a bridge or it can be a valley of death, is because a lot of times inside the DMs, this is where the deals go to die. A lot of coaches that I've noticed, and even the most beginner coaches, have like an abnormally high close rate, like 60%. Even Zach was someone 80%. John Heinz, an old client of ours, who also sells for me now, is had an 80% close rate, right? So like a lot of you guys are, and anything over fucking 25%, 30% is above the industry average. And a lot of coaches can, and even if you completely suck at content with the model that we run, you don't even need to be a master at content in order to get fucking 5 people, 10 people to the DMs and then get them on a sales call. The problem with DMs is that, here's a couple facts about DMs, right? DMs are, when we talk about texting, right, like sending words to people, it can be increasingly difficult if you're not using the right verbiage to have that person understand your tone. And tone is really important in conversations. This is why we use things like voice memos, why certain literal words, like if we change the word of something, it changes the question, it changes the sentence, right? It's like, do you have any goals? It's completely different than what are your goals, right? It's like it's two completely different questions, because both of those questions will have completely different answers. I want to go over this visual, okay? Because this is the visual that you guys need to understand, because this is every single conversation, okay? This is every conversation. This is how you guys were closed onto this program. This is how I closed any fitness client. So if you guys are curious if this works or not, well, you're here. So it does work. This is the same exact model that I used on you. And when I say used on you is because we know that every person's different. We know that every sales conversation will be a little different. And isn't it kind of odd that like, well, it's kind of, I shouldn't say odd, kind of like, should I say shitty, that we can't control this, really the person, right? It's just like they either buy or they don't buy, right? So this is why we need to have a framework in order to take people through the conversation in the most efficient way. And then also, so I talk about this in the DM script, right? And I'm gonna pop this open really quick. I talk about this in the DM script where in order for people to buy from you, let me just open a new tab here. Give me a second here, guys. So let's talk about this. If this isn't mastered, if you're not clear on this, if they're not clear on this, the chances of booking are extremely unlikely, right? The only thing is that we're not telling people like what their problem is. We're just having them explain to us what it is. You know what I'm saying? We can only confirm back to them what they say to us. Let me talk about this for a second so I can articulate what I'm saying even in a more clear way. The pain gap is the emotional difference. This is every sales conversation. It doesn't matter if you're selling shoes, yachts, business coaching, fitness coaching, houses, it doesn't matter. The pain gap is the emotional distance between a prospect's current struggle and their ideal future outcome. The bigger the gap, the more motivated they'll be to take action, right? This is why we have to understand where they are right now and where they want to be. When you help them emotionally experience both sides, they feel urgency to close the gap by working with you. Match their energy, calm but curious. If you're at any point not calm in a conversation where you're detached from the outcome, they will know, right? Like I always tell to you guys, I'm like, I don't really care if you buy. Like, look at our results. Like that's sales. You already have a good service. You don't need to convince someone that's like a 0 to be a 1. We've talked about this before, not to get too off topic, but be calm but inquisitive, right? You're just there to help them. You're the professional. When we're talking about pitching, like the actual call, I talk about how the sales call link is a sacred link. We don't have it. I tell new prospects, like if I'm sending them a voice memo, just to give them game, like coaches, I'll be like, I want to help you. So first thing you should do is you should take that Calendly link out of your bio. How many people have I told that to when they joined the group? I said, guys, take the Calendly link out of your bio. Because it's the Calendly link. First of all, people aren't clicking the Calendly link to book through your bio. They're booking through a conversation. So like people would think like, oh, people are just going to book a call if they want, but we know that's not true, right? A conversation is required, right? Using reflective language. At any time you're saying something back to them that is not confirming back what they've said or the next part of the script, guys, keep this in mind. This is very, very simple and very easy, and a lot of you guys fuck this up. Use reflective language. Again, it's either or. If you're not confirming back to them what they just said to you, like a parrot, or because it's really both, right? You confirm back, right? Dylan says, yo, I'm not getting leads. Okay, got you, bro. So like the content you're making right now is not bringing you in leads. Yeah, got it. Well, how long have you been doing this method of trying to bring in leads? Next question. I'm just on to the next question. At any time, guys, keep this in mind, write this down. At any time you're not doing one of these two things, you're wasting the conversation. You guys don't have to even think about this as much. It's a lot easier than you may think. So like, while yes, the sales call is what really closes them, and JT says that, and JT will tell you the same thing. The sales the sales conversation starts at the DMs, right? The sales starts at the DMs. So like at any point that you're going off on a tangent and you're letting them take the frame of the conversation, you're going to fuck up the conversation. It's actually better to like undersell than it is to oversell. Like you guys would be better off pulling out of conversations that you know you're going to have to. Are you ever in a conversation with someone, guys, and you're like, you read what they say and you go, all right, let me think. How am I going to get this fucking person who's homeless on the side of the street to like pay rent and stuff and get a job? Like, do you see how that's a lost cause, right? And that's an extreme example. But when you have someone that says to you, no, I don't want your help. And then you're like, but fitness is really cool, man. Like today I got a pump and like it changed my life. Like, what do you, that's not the script. Fuck that. That distracts them and you lose frame. You're now convincing them to buy. You know what I tell prospects, which I probably told a number of you guys? I go, bro, it's not a good fit right now. You're broke. Like just go work with another coach. We had a prospect. We have this happen every week where prospects tell us, dude, I went with the cheaper coach. I shouldn't have done it. I go, bro, you do need to go with the cheaper coach though right now, because like before it didn't hurt enough. Now you're in more debt and you're going to come back and pay me later and pay me more money. Like I don't tell them like, oh, is there anything we can do to maybe like take the rest of the money you have and then invest in, because it doesn't make the difference. It's not what's going to make them buy. Get what I'm saying? So again, I'm going to repeat myself. If at any point you're not confirming back outside of like an outreach message where you like initiate the conversation, if at any point you're not mimicking back what they're saying to them, right? Like, let me do, what the fuck? Hold on, I don't know what's up with this. I guess I can't click on this. Hold on, let me see. There we go. By the way, guys, these questions are like in order of how you should ask them. Like, okay, Jim, what are you struggling with primarily right now? I'm fat, or I'm not even out of shape, bro. Honestly, like I just I can't figure out how to put the food and the training together in the most productive way. And like, I don't know what to eat. And there's so much conflicting information, right? And then you ask them, okay, well, what have you tried, right? How long have you been doing that? These types of questions are specifically there so you can build the pain gap, right? If they're like, oh, well, I just started this diet. And you're like, well, do you want me to help you? They're like, well, I just started 2 days ago. Right? You don't have any, you're like, okay, well, do you want me to help you? It's like, you have no context, right? They're not explaining the painful situation that they're in because we're not asking the right questions. What I wanted to show you was this, right? I'm just writing this, like, for example, I'm going to delete it, but, right? I'm writing mimic because this is what you're doing in between these questions, right? So anytime someone asks me a question, I'm like, okay, let me get this straight, Dylan. You've been making content for 2 fucking years and you've never made, I'm just using you as an example, Dylan Lima. Because I see your name in the corner right there. But you've been making content for 2 years, right? You have no system for your leads. You're posting random content and you expect to make 200K this year. I'm not saying, dude, how fucking stupid could you be? I'm just like, got it. Well, how long have you been doing that? I already know every person that I have a conversation with, guys, I take a 2.5 second look at someone's page. I'm like, they're doing everything wrong. Like I go in to prospects, to conversations with the prospects, and I go, I don't even try to hide the fact that I'm a business coach. Why the fuck would I try to hide it? I go, hey, Bob, you already know what I do. You're in my Instagram stories checking out my shit every single day. I just want to give you some free game. Take the Cali link out of your bio, start making your content more directional. What's the goal for your business right now, bro? I'm not saying like, yo, you are so stupid for like doing this and like, again, because like guys, you have to understand, like you're going to run yourself crazy if you're trying to convince people that don't want to be great to be great. You're never doing that, guys. You're never convincing people to want it, right? You're just outlaying the situation for them so they have clarity, right? When someone says like, oh, I'm out of shape, you're asking them why, but they don't really know why. They're like, oh, I just don't know what to do, right? And you're like, got it. Well, what have you tried? This, that, and the other. Well, how long have you been doing that? Well, have you ever worked with a coach? Well, what happened with that coach? Is this a priority for you? Why is this important to you? And then asking them, do you want me to help you? Which is a tie down question. I don't want to get too off topic, but I want to again, just go over this really quick. So, by the way, this is inside of the DM training. This is inside of the DM training, which, again, another thing too, as a side note, if I am sending DMs, right? And when I was setting for myself, and I have the DM script out and open, like literally tab to tab, or if it's on my computer, and I'm not setting off that script, I'm just shooting in the dark. So like if you guys are trying to set based off memory, dumbest fucking thing you can do. I'm telling you right now, you're going to fuck yourself over. If you're like, oh no, I remember Gabe talking about the pain gap. And then you're like, you're in a conversation with someone, you're like, I don't even know how to get the fuck out of, how did I even get to this spot with this person? How do I even configure what the problem with this, guys, is that it takes more sales energy than it was initially required. You already have done a lot of the work with the content. Then when you go in DMs and then you go, you should feel this way, you should feel that way, you should feel that way. I'm never doing that. I'm just asking, right? I'm asking them because they have to tell you. We're talking about grown men and grown women clients. We're not telling them how they feel. We're asking them how they feel and positioning ourselves as the solution. But the reason why I show this, guys, is this picture right here is so you guys can actually see like what is this supposed to look like, right? This, for example, this, I'll just move this down right here. When we start with the goals, we already know the biggest main objective of the goals and asking them their goals is we're building up the goal to get ultimate clarity on like what they actually want. That's what starts to build this gap between where they are and where they want to be. It's the same reason why someone would say, I just want to lose 15 pounds or versus I want to look like Chris Bumstead and they don't look like anything, right? It's a big gap, right? Their goal is big. A lot of people don't have this conversation. So it's the difference between like something like this, right? And then something like this. This is actually the difference. Like this right here, you may get some sales, right? If you like have a pain gap that's like this, you get some sales, right? But if you can focus on goals, building the goals up, and then the pain, then your pain gap is like this. The bigger this circle is between these two, the more effective this is, because then you're not asking questions out of context. A lot of what I'm seeing is fuckery for 2 days straight with a lead. Do you want me to help you? They're like, no, I want you to never message me again. Right? Like, that's the problem, is that there's no understanding there's no mental visual of like what's happening in your DMs when this is when you can't even, if you feel like you can't ask someone if they want help, that's because they're not in a position where they're asking if they want it, right? They're not in a painful, why am I going to ask this person if they want help when they literally said they're good, right? Now, if someone's like, Yeah, I'm doing it on my own. Be like, well, yeah, man, what have you tried? Not like doing it on your own is stupid. It's like, yeah, we already know it's fucking stupid. They're not going to get the results they want. Well, awesome, bro. How long have you been doing? What's not working? Oh, 2 years. Oh, great. Well, have you ever worked with a coach? Simple. But I want you guys to understand that this visual is the most important part of this DM process. Anyone that says that there's no framework for DMs is a fucking idiot, and you shouldn't listen to them. This is literally just high-level sales through text. You're still selling, guys. You may not be closing the deal in DMs, but you're still selling the DM to sell on the call, right? You're selling them on the call. The call sells the deal. The DMs sell why they should even get on a phone call with you in the first place. Does that make sense? So like a lot of you guys, a couple things. It's like you're having conversations with people. The reason why you're not booking as many calls is because you're not getting as many offers out as you should. You're not getting as many offers out because a couple reasons. You're either three reasons. You're either not having enough conversations. The conversations with the people that you are talking to, you're spending too much time on the retards and not enough time on the high quality prospects. Let's just call it for what it is, guys. There's retards in the DMs, right? We deal with them all day. I do too. So this is the problem. This is the problem that happens is like you're wasting time with low quality leads, or you're not sending enough messages, and or you have high quality prospects, but you get fucking lazy and you let your ego get in the way, and you're like, all right, let's just go to a call, right? I'm just gonna, you know what? Fuck Gabe. I'm gonna send the Calendly link. I'm gonna book 8 calls today. Great. If you don't have a conversation with them where they're not like the call, like they should be like, wait, what? There's a call that's gonna save me from all of this? Yeah, I'll book a fucking call, right? If the pain gap isn't built, we're not manipulating that. We're like, huh? Doesn't it hurt really bad though? Huh? We're saying like, got it. I'm understanding it to better understand your situation. So, like I said, to iterate back to them. So this happened. Got it, man. Wow. Holy shit. You've been fat since you were 15, or even better, since you high level business. A lot of you guys like to talk to your high level business guys, right? The pain of a higher level individual who's not completely out of shape is the fact that they have a higher ceiling, right? So if you guys are selling to, for example, business owners, right? Or you're not selling to the average Joe, the pain for these people is still going to need to be built up, because a lot of these people, while they may not be low level people, it doesn't mean that they're just going to get on a call without pain. It doesn't matter what it is. Literally does not matter what you're selling. That has to be a part of that aspect. Let me share this with you guys. By the way, this is inside the school community, just so you know. This is the framework that I go over, the text version of the old DM training that I did like 2 weeks ago. All right. So we already know. Start the conversation with personalization. Voice notes dramatically increase trust and response rate. I want you guys to start doing this way more often. And actually, truth be told, and this is why I put this note here, which you guys probably missed it, but it's all good. I'm going to share it. Orange is the DM open sequence, obviously. Use voice memos anytime you can, but especially in the first initial outreach. Anything that you can do to create trust and remove the barrier of distrust, you're going to have a much better outcome. I'm going to pick somebody right now. I'm going to go on your page. I'm going to pick you, Max. I'm going to go through your followers right now. And I'm going to pick the most random person I can here. Okay, let's see. Let's do this dude. Oh no, I would never ever even speak to that person in my life. Let's pick a random person that's like, okay, there's this like kid right here. His name's like Aiden Dundero. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, I've messaged him before.
Okay. So for example, I'm just giving an example here.
Yep.
For Aiden, I would say, Aiden, appreciate the story view, appreciate the like, appreciate the whatever, right? Comment or compliment. You're leading with thanking them, which is it's a crazy concept, right? It's like everyone that has your money are your followers. They're paying your bills. Like they're the ones paying your bills. So like the following is it's a group of, it's like compressed value, right? Like especially when you have a smaller following. But for this dude, right? I'm going on his page and I notice, right? This dude has a national champions Michigan Wolverine shirt on. This takes 2 minutes, right? 100-day push-up challenge, right? I'm starting to learn about this person a little bit more, right? He has this motherfucker reads anime, right? Okay, it looks like he likes going on hikes with his girl, right? All these things I'm learning, right? Even in his bio, I just clicked off of him. Even in his bio, right? He's got like sponsorships in his bio. Again, this is kind of a lower quality lead, but like sponsorships in his bio that he's not even sponsored by. So I would be like something along the lines of, yo, Aiden, appreciate the story view, appreciate the like, bro. I really fuck with that. I really think it's cool that you're doing the push-up challenge. Like consistency is so important. Bro, national champs. I would literally be like, I don't know fucking shit about Michigan Wolverines. I don't give a fuck. I don't even know. I'd be like, what is something iconic that the Michigan Wolverines did? Oh, they won the trophy bowl of the. I'd be like, dude, you remember in '92 when they did that? Sick, bro. What's up? Like little things like this that you guys think are not worth your fucking time is the reason why you're not booking as many fucking calls as you want, right? Everyone thinks you're a robot. You're another fucking fitness coach. Let's just, right? In their eyes, before they have spend time with your content and have a decent conversation with you, they think you're like every other fucking fitness coach. So immediately we have to do whatever we can to create that separation. All right. So again, I'm telling you guys this right now because this is what's going to help you in this day and age, especially since every fucking day there's like 150,000 new fucking fitness coaches or whatever the fuck, right? Every day there's new coaches that come on the scene. How do you compete? Because you guys may think like, oh, I know more about this. They'll take your leads if they're better at sales and marketing. They'll take your fucking leads. So like all you guys that are like, well, I'm a better coach. I know more about, no one even gives a fuck about that because if you can't market and sell that, no one's going to know. No one's going to buy. They're never going to get the results they want. You're never going to make the money that you want, right? So go back here. Okay. So this is the biggest thing about building the goal up is not like saying, oh, well, I want to get in shape. And they're like, but don't you want to like compete too and also be on the cover of a magazine? You don't have to say that. They have to just be clear on their goal, right? The clarity is what will bring the intensity. Have you guys ever been like, okay, now I know what to do. I'm clear on that. And then you were actually able to physically move quicker? It's the same thing with this conversation. All this conversation is doing is taking all their jumbled shit and it's directing it. Get clear on what are the goals. What is the pain? Why aren't they? It's so simple, right? What's the goal? Why aren't they there? Do you want me to help you? Book them. It may seem like an oversimplification, but if you're not doing this 100 times a day, then you're going to think it doesn't work. But you're going to think if you talk to low quality prospects, even with this framework, it doesn't mean that it's going to fucking book everybody, right? This is, again, in order to get what you need to out of the prospect, right? These questions should be asked in order, just so you know, guys. What are you struggling with? Okay. What am I struggling with? For example, let's say you're a coach that wants to buy my shit. What are you struggling with? I'm posting content, but I don't have leads. What have you tried? I've tried doing CTAs and I tried going viral. Well, how long has this been a problem? I've been trying to do this for 2 years. I'm like, oh my, when I see the 2023, 24 in my DMs, I'm like, got him. The motherfucker's been following me for 2-3 years. Knows what he's struggling, told me what he's struggling with, told me how long it's been a problem. And then I'm asking them, I'm very direct. We're not trying to hide, guys. Anytime we try to hide and don't be direct, like, oh, like, I'm not a fitness coach. I'm just like a guy who like, helps people with stuff. It's like, just be straight up. Be like, how long has this been a problem? Yeah, I had a lot of clients experience that, right? Oh, got you. So you're saying like, this has been a problem for 2 years? Damn. That's literally what I'm saying. When people say that to me, they're like, I've been trying to get leads I've been trying to build this business for blah, blah, blah. I'll be like, shit, that sucks. Have you worked with a coach before? And then they're like, no. Yes, usually a lot of people in fitness coaching have worked with coach. Again, to repeat myself, the goal is to widen the gap, the distance between where they are and where they want to be. We cannot manufacture this. I want you guys to understand that. We can't manufacture this. It either is or isn't. You guys understand that? We're not, it's like some of you guys will set like you're holding them at gunpoint to admit their fucking deepest, darkest pain, right? That's not how you close. That's not how you set. The pain gap it's a clarity conversation. Do you guys understand that? They're in pain. We're not manufacturing it. The content doesn't say, we're not saying like, how come more men should hate themselves? And like, it's like, no, like most people that are out of shape already do, right? We're just, again, goal, pain. They need to understand. We need to understand. See, they don't know that we're taking them through this framework. You guys didn't know it either. Go look at your old conversation. Look at the conversation that I had with you. You'll be like, bingo, it makes sense. You guys didn't know that, right? I get clarity when I take the prospect through our framework. So do they. They have clarity now once you take them through the framework. Your tie downs here, right? Refocus them once emotions are elevated. I love this. Oh, dude, when I would DM, I'm getting back in this week just because I'm going to be honest with you guys. There is probably nothing that I enjoy more than making content and building the pain gaps. Like, it's so good, dude. It's like a drug. I just want to I want to inject that. If I could, I would. But it's so interesting to me, right? That like this literally becomes the number one lever. Think seesaw, right? If the money's here and we want to get the money up here, what if we think of a seesaw, right? There's like a triangle and then a seesaw like this. If we're trying to get the money up here, what's the biggest lever? You remember when you got on the seesaw with like someone who was bigger than you and you go up, right? What would we have to do to make the money? Let's say we have a dollar sign, right? I'm going to draw this out instead of using my hands like a fucking Italian, which I am Italian. So it's no offense to everybody. All right. I'll use green. So it's aesthetically pleasing for you bodybuilders. I'm just kidding. So we know we need to what? If we want this to go up and we want this could be I almost want it to be like I want to just write like breath. How's that for you? Push, 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 push. People are liars. They have huge egos. They have short attention spans. Who the fuck are you? Like, who are you to them? Jeff? Who's Jeff? I've seen Jeff Jeff talks to me every day. I watch his shit every day, but there's no, why would I buy his thing? There's no like pull on me. I just see him, right? But when we press down on the pain, then what happens, right? Then this, right, becomes, this becomes, how the fuck do I even fucking do this? All right, well, I'll just redraw it. Okay. then this becomes like this, right? Push on the pain. If it was a seesaw, this right here, it's the same thing on sales calls too. It's the same thing on sales calls. If that is not established, that is, I'm saying levers, guys. What are levers? If you're like, what's the most important thing in a DM conversation to get someone to book? It's this. It's pushing down and pressing down. Now, if someone, what would we push at? Okay, let's take someone who gets anxiety about putting chicken and rice in Tupperware. Like they're like, oh, I'm gonna have to meal prep, versus like someone who runs a Fortune 500 company. Again, they're very extreme. Will they be sold to with different language? Yes. But if I'm selling a yacht to someone who wants a bigger yacht, I'm saying, well, look at Jeff Bezos' yacht. Jeff Bezos' yacht. Look at Sergey Brin's yacht. Look at the fucking chick from the fucking owner of Walmart's yacht. Their yachts are bigger than yours. Is that the goal yacht that you're going for? Yeah, I want a bigger fucking yacht, Gabe. Well, tell me about the yacht you have right now. It's small. It's a small fucking yacht. I don't like the small yacht because Jeff Bezos has a bigger yacht than me. I want one like him. It's the same thing. The same thing. Built the pain gap. If I'm the sales rep, I want to get sold on I want to sell this fucking jet, or I want to sell this yacht. It's not like, hey, here's the yacht, right? They're like, well, why should I buy it from you? Well, fuck why you should buy the yacht from me, bro. What are you riding around right now? I'm riding the GX 502027, right? It's like, oh, got you, bro. More of like a mid-size yacht. Got you. Well, what's the goal yacht you're going for? I want a yacht like Sam Walton's daughter. Her boat's in Miami. Oh, okay, got you, bro. Like, well, how long have you been looking at these yachts? Well, a year, 2 years. Holy shit, dude, you're a busy guy, right? You're a business owner. How do you even have time to look at? I don't have time to look at these yachts, bro. I'm wasting time, right? Got you, bro. So now you're understanding where their pain is. They're wasting time and they want a bigger yacht, right? It needs to make sense for them and you. You're the solution, but it needs to make sense for them. Okay. Hold on. Someone's trying to hop in here. So after this pain gap is established, and I want to talk about this, I would take people, right? If I didn't feel like this was built, I'm not booking you. So like if I take you through the pain gap and you're like, and I'm like, how important is this to you? And you're like, honestly, bro, like a 5. Is this actually priority? No, not really. We'll come back when it is. Right? Like if I do my job, you sure this isn't a priority for you, but everything you shared, right? If they say that it's not a priority, this is why it's called a tie down. You're testing their commitment to themselves. So this filters tire kickers, exactly why we asked this question, and it reinforces your authority. Okay, look, right? It went from, Gabe, nice blue shirt, to like, oh, I appreciate the follow, bro. I fuck with like your content, and man, like, are you following for the content or are you looking to level up your physique? A little bit of both, man. I mean, your content's cool. You know, I'm in the gym. Got it, bro. Well, what's the goal for you? Oh, I want to bulk up. I want to put on muscle. I want to look like this. Is there like a picture of someone that you want to look like? Oh, this person. Got it. So like the veins and the big shoulders and yeah, got it. Okay, cool. Well, what are you struggling with right now to get there? Well, this, that, and the other. Shit, man. Like, okay, understood. You don't know what to eat, and you took a cycle and fucked up your hormones, and now you don't know what to do. How long have you been doing that, bro? Since high school. Oh, okay, you're 32. Got it. So you've been doing this okay, got you, bro. Been doing this for high school. What have you tried? I tried X. What doesn't work, right? Have you worked with a coach before? Once you ask them that question and they're like, yes, no, maybe so, whatever it is. Well, look, bro, let me ask you this. Like, how important is this to you? How important is this? You can be real with me, right? It drops their guard. You're not like, okay, bro, look, I can book you on a plan that we're going to do a tri-phase training program with macro. I'll just be fat. No, appreciate all that, Jeff. I appreciate that, bro. 17 other fitness coaches told me the same thing. I'm just going to be fat. There's no pain, right? You have not established the fact that They have a really big goal that they're not, right? Once they understand that they're existing in a deficit, you got them, right? Because you are literally the solution for them. Once they understand that they're existing in a deficit, then you ask them, is this a priority for you? Then that secures the booking. So a couple things too. I said this in the beginning of the call. The Calendly link is sacred, right? You never drop it casually or put it in your bio. This is another thing too that is super important. They have to understand what's actually happening in the conversation, right? It's as simple as like, once they say that they want you to help them, and once they tell you that it's a priority for you, it's as simple as like, yeah, so this is how it works, right? There is a phone call, right? Where we're going to go over everything. Sound good? They need to know that it's a phone call. Let's hop on a call. I can help you. We'll just talk about it there. They need to know that there's a phone call. They need to know that, hey, awesome, bro. So here's how it works. So send the link. We just want you to book within the next 15 minutes, just to make sure we get you on the calendar, and then we can facilitate that process. Cool? Yep, sound good. All right, awesome. I'm gonna send the link now, book in, and then let me know once you're confirmed. It's not like a awesome, bro, book in. How many times have you guys sent a Calendly link too early and then you're waiting for them to book and you're having to do follow-up with booking? That's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault that you didn't clearly communicate to them what is actually happening. Once you send the call link, it's sacred. That's why it's sacred, because it binds the DM conversation with the call, the event on your calendar, right? It adds an extra layer of commitment. So once they book in the call window, before just sending them the link, you have to be like, there is a call that needs to happen. They're like, okay, this is how it works, and we need you to book in. They need to know that it's priority, and this is how it works. You need to book in. They're like, okay, I'm going to send the call link. Just confirm with me when you're done. Sound good? Yes. Here it is. Then send the call link. Those extra steps, you may think it's like trivial. It's not. It's not. It's because people need ultimate clarity. Ultimate. Keep in mind, most of these people, they don't even know you. Like, they don't even know who you are. They just built enough trust not to buy, but to have the conversation, right? Key principles I want to go over. Your job is not to play therapist, okay? Anytime you're doing this, it's unproductive, all right? Your job isn't even to tell them what to do. A lot of coaches, because there's bodybuilders, I've known a lot of bodybuilders to be so educated that they're like that one meme. You ever seen that meme of that kid who's like straining himself really hard and he has like the veins in his head? He's like his face is red. That's like bodybuilders when like they want to tell people what they know. Like the exercise science guys, or like the people that are really smart, they're like, I gotta tell this person what I know. That's not going to make them buy. And by the way, it's wasting time, because then you can tell them what you know when they buy your shit, and then they can actually get results. Are you trying to coach them in the DMs? Because if you do that, you'll lose them. What's the coaching? It also devalues you too. If you're just like, whoa, yeah, do this, that, and the other, right? It wastes time. Keep the conversation productive, right? So you lead the conversation, not the prospect's mood, objections, or distractions. So if you're in a conversation with someone, and barring the fact that you've followed the framework properly, and they're still like being short with you, giving one-word responses, being fucking rude, remove yourself from that conversation, and or understand. And guys, keep in mind that like, if you're like, well, how do I lead? How do I lead? You go through the framework. That's how you lead the conversation. You don't let them go off on a tangent. Just because someone asks a question to you, it doesn't mean you have to answer it. So if people are like, well, why do I do this? Why do we do this? Yeah, man, that's a really good question. Honestly, like, I appreciate you asking that. Well, let's start here. Like, what are you struggling with? Because again, they don't know. They're people, when they come into the DMs, especially fitness clients, their thoughts are like erratic. Like, they're just like, all of these things are just going in their head. They're watching other people's fitness content too, right? They're watching other people's content, and they're like, okay, well, what should I do? right? Like, what should I do? I just want to get in shape. Understand, like, they want a solution, right? People want a solution. So, like, instead of being like, well, yeah, bro, actually, the Miami Dolphins game was really good. I think I do like that player. Hey, bro, would you be opposed to getting in shape? Like, it's just people have like, they're distracted and then they're using fucking bullshit sales, like fucking training that doesn't even work for them. And then they're putting that together and then they're not focused. Keep your conversation in the beginning, especially, as fucking caveman as you can, as like simple as you can. Anytime you were to talk to me in a conversation, if I'm selling you, I'm just going to confirm back to you what you're saying to me, go to the next part of the question. I'm going to keep pushing you down the conversation. If you're like, Gabe, I just hired another coach yesterday, I'd be like, awesome, bro. Like, if you did hire another coach yesterday, dude, enjoy it. Fucking have fun and do your thing, right? Come back when you're ready. I'm not saying like, well, what can we do to like take that money and put it over here? But I'm like, all right, cool, bro. Like, you hired another coach. That's just the way it goes, right? Content sells and DMs collect. Prospects should already be warmed up by your content. DMs simply organize, qualify, and advance them. This word, qualify. The DM script is literally meant to qualify the lead. Like, that's the point. It's to qualify them, not for the sale. It's to qualify them for the call. The call qualifies them for the sale. The call qualifies them for the coaching program. You understand what I'm saying? You're just qualifying them for the call. All right? This is huge. You guys have to understand. What makes you think that people want to be sold to? Like, they don't. They want to be talked to like a normal person. They like, even if you go look at our sales conversation that we had before you booked a call with my team, it's very personal. I'm just telling you like it is. I'm not trying to hide anything, but we are taking you through a framework, though, the same framework. So, a couple things. I talked about voice notes, and this is really important because, and honestly, guys, even something I've been doing too is like videos. Like, it may sound like, oh, well, okay, by the way, if I ever say something that seems manual and you act like, and you think you don't have time for it, unless you're making fucking 30, 50, 100K a month, I promise you have time for this. Guys, the time that you spend in your day, like, people go, I love this when people say this to me in the DMs. They go, if I could just figure out how to make money in this, then I would sign up for your shit. And I'm like, well, how the fuck do you expect it? You don't really have that. You can't really sit there. Guys, like, a lot of my clients, like, you come from jobs that you're working that are paying your bills. Why would you quit your fucking job and then go over into this business and think 4 hours a week is going to suffice to build a multiple, even 100K a year business, right? So, like, your day if you want to be successful in this business, your day has to be centered around all of these things. Forget about like automating and forget about like efficiency when you haven't even made fucking 20K a month, right? You can trip and fall and make fucking 10K a month in this business. It's literally a few fucking sales. It's just that, you know what? Being told no doesn't feel good. Being rejected doesn't feel good. Making a video that doesn't perform doesn't feel good. Being audited in your DMs and your sales calls doesn't feel good, right? None of that is comfortable, but it's required to be successful, right? Someone asked this question today. I believe it was you, Jeff, if I'm not mistaken, about price. This is a really good example of, maybe it wasn't. This is a really good example that you can use with price, and this is inside the script. We talk about this here. So, or maybe I took it out. It's possible I took it out. Let me see here. Yeah. So here's the thing with price, okay? And I want to just say this too, because I know that, like, I'm sure you guys watch content, you guys watch business content, right? You know, there's always this question of like, and clients come in and they're like, oh, like, I want to just like DM close everybody and I want to blah, blah. Okay, like, I promise you guys, like, no matter what happens, you are if you want to DM close someone, I've closed a lot of deals in the DMs. Do you guys want to know how I came up with this framework? Because I literally sent 20,000 fucking DMs. And I'm like, what gets people to buy? Is it telling them like that they're stupid? Is it like yelling at them? Is it like being nice? No, it's understanding the current situation that they're in as compared to what their goal is. That's it. That is what makes people take their Amex out and say, I don't give a fuck about my next bill. I don't give a fuck about this. I don't give a fuck about that. Take my fucking money because you're the solution to my problem. That 2 weeks ago, maybe it wasn't top of mind, but because of your content, Jeff, Dylan, Max, whoever else is in this call, I'm just seeing a little box here. Because of your guys' content, now, right now, I'm like bought in. Okay. DMs, if you guys, I highly do not recommend ever dropping price in your DMs unless you're closing at fucking 80% and you're making 50K a fucking month and you know exactly how to handle this situation and you know exactly how to close someone on the phone first. I became a master on the phone before I ever closed in the DMs. This question right here, if someone asks you a question about price, a lot of people go like, oh, well, like I don't talk about price. Just tell them like, yeah, it's a good question. We'll go over on a call. I have a price for every budget, right? Or we have a few different options. That's not even important. It's not, honestly, bro, it's not important. And I don't even know if you're a good fit. How about we just hop on a call, right? That, when they ask price, the price is not important. I know people that have spent the dumbest fucking amount of money on the dumbest shit. Don't we all? Maybe we were that person, right? If you've ever spent $5,000 to $10,000 on something that you don't even use anymore, then you would be in that group of people. We've all spent money on dumb shit. So when they're asking price, they're asking like, well, I usually spend my money on this. Let me compare to the most amount of money that I've spent and compare it to this person's program and then try to equate the two. It makes no sense. The price is not what they're gonna buy. They're gonna buy based off price. If you tell them your price in the DMs, they're gonna buy based off the price, not the value, right? Dylan Fundle and Chris Romario, you guys know Chris B did 20K his first month. They literally told me in the DMs, they're like, yeah, I don't want to be sold to, or like, I'm not in the position to drop another 10K or whatever it is, right? I'm like, that's you saying that I don't care about that. Like that, because like if I know that okay, so let's say that your fucking kid, let's say you have a kid, or the better one, let's say your girlfriend or boyfriend gets into a fucking terrible car accident, right? And you have to put them on life support. And it's $200,000, right? And you have to put 20K down. You have to put $20,000 down. Again, let's just say hypothetically. Would you put that 20K down, or would you be like, sorry, babe, we had a good run. Sorry, honey. No, let's say okay. I know some you guys are bodybuilders, so some of you are probably single, right? Let's say your dog. Let's say your animal. If my dog right now, my dog the other day, we were playing with my toy, or his pizza, which he loves his pizza, and he jumped off the couch and sprained his toe. He was limping. I go, any amount of money. I don't give a fuck. I'll sell. If his fucking shit was $250,000, I don't give a fuck what it is. Take my fucking money, help my dog get better. Why? Because that would be enough pain for me. That would make me buy it. That's why, are we like, every time we go to the vet, we're like, fuck. But it's like, it doesn't matter. Because like, at least my dog's okay. At least my cat's okay. So these are things I really want you guys to think about, is like, damn, Gabe's right. Like, I do have to actually frame this conversation in a way where I'm not acting like this is more for me. It's more for them. I'm detached. A lot of you guys are like trying to hold on to shitty leads, right? It's like, you don't know if a lead is shitty until you've at least tried to take them through this framework, and they still may not be a shitty lead, guys. That's why I'm telling you right now, you have conversations that Let's say you have conversations right now that you're like, fuck, like I thought that was going to be a good lead, or I thought I was going to get that person booked. Guys, a no or like a non-response is not a no or a non-response forever. You guys understand? Like, before you bought from me, I'm sure I'm a good overwhelming majority of you guys have done this. Before you bought my coaching program, were you not like kind of binging my stuff? Weren't you kind of like looking through the stories, looking at the reels? Maybe you tried to, I love this one because I did it. You try to like take my YouTube videos and like do it on your own, right? They're like, fuck this. Any amount of money, I'm more confused now. So now I'm just going to give them my money. So like, this is the thing with like these types of conversations is like, we're really just framing the DM script as a way to offer them that help. But like, just because someone doesn't close, and this is the mistake that I made, guys. So I made a lot of mistakes in this business. One of the biggest mistakes that I made was trying to hard book everybody. If someone wasn't like taking themselves, if they weren't going through my process, and I would just be like, all right, bro, well, whatever, man, you're not serious. And I would get emotional about it. I know you guys have all done it. I've done it. It's okay. You're right. You get annoyed after talking to like 90% people that are low competency all day long. You're going to get fucking annoyed, right? Because you're just filtering and you're filtering and you're filtering. And then those good people, they're not ready yet, right? So what do? Back to the content, then reinitiating conversations that you left, going back to them, right? So liking stories without responding is an invitation to re-engage. Call out avoidance respectfully and directly. So like, this is the thing, guys, is like, you don't have to fucking like do the fake follow-up shit. Like when you follow up with a prospect, you can just tell them how it is, right? Be like, bro, it's been 2 months since we talked. Where are you at now? Yo, what's up, man? Bro, I saw you in my Instagram stories. I saw you looking in the window, bro, right? Just say, be normal, be a normal person. There's an aspect of like, you guys are too attached to like, oh, I didn't say what like Alex Hormozy told me to say. Like, would you be opposed to like not looking like a piece of shit? Like, it's like, just talk to them, guys. Normal conversation, voice memo, send them a normal follow-up, just touch base with them. Guys, I'm telling you, if you stop worrying about money as much and you just focus on helping people and taking them through this framework, you'll make way more money. It'll energetically change the sales process. So you're not trying to fucking hold on to every lead. You're just taking the leads that you have and understanding, guys, remember the 100 engaged framework. You'll get one that's really bought in, and then maybe 14 more out of that 100 that are going to buy within 2 to 4 weeks. A lot of people highly underestimate the amount of time that someone needs to spend with you before they buy. All right. So keep that in mind. Every follower is potentially a lead. You know, I told you guys to spend time in Instagram stories, which you should. But the truth be told is like, this is just where the warmest people hang out. But like, there's still warm leads in your followers, right? And if you haven't, again, put your ego aside, send outreach to every single person. Most people won't buy. So I want to just say this, guys. We convert like 0.2% of all of my followers. So like, we calculated that like I'm getting paid $2 every view, which is like 4 million. We did 4 million views last month. We did like 2 cents every view. So when you think about that, the conversion rate of high ticket is actually very small. The reason why most people won't do it and won't convert is because they don't engage in the filtering process enough. And then when they are with the people that are the good leads, they choke, and the time ends up not being spent productively. And then you go, well, I ran out of leads. Well, you didn't run out of leads, right? You fucked up the good ones, and then you spent too much time on the shitty ones, right? We're not even talking about $1 million a year or even 500K a year, right? Which There's a lot of different things that you will do at that point in your business. Trust me. Like, this is the fucking easy part. But this is the main point that I'm trying to drive home, guys. Right? This is the framework. You shouldn't at any point be wondering, like, how do I go through this process? It's 4 parts. It's literally 4 parts. So, like, again, I see some people, they're literally saying shit that's completely, they're literally talking out of their neck, the side of their neck. Like, I see some conversations and I'm like, where did you get that? Like, I understand, guys, that like you may have learned things in sales that you think are going to help you, but like, have you made $250,000 a year in sales yet? If you haven't, then it didn't work, right? And just because you said, well, this person said to do it, okay, well, you're not understanding how to implement it. Maybe that person didn't articulate to you clearly enough, because just because you think you're doing something doesn't mean you're actually using that mechanism, right? Well, I asked them an opposing question, a yes or no. It's like, right? That doesn't mean that you're using it in the way that it's supposed to be used, okay? Part of this mentorship, and I just want to say this before we hop off, because I do need to hop off of a one-on-one in 12 minutes. Part of this business, growing this business is understanding that you have to become a leader, right? Like, you have to initiate all of the activity, right? You have to initiate the content, right? You have to initiate the leads. You have to initiate the sales calls. A lot of people don't do this because, first of all, they think like, oh, I'm supposed to make a sale a day. You're not going to make a sale a day, right? Get that out of your head. Or I'm supposed to like run this business this way, or I heard this way. The reason why my clients are successful, guys, the reason why you guys have made money is because you're focused on one thing. Just focus on this. Become an expert at the 6-figure authority blueprint. Become an expert at this. I'm an expert at building authority with my content, and I make 6 figures because I followed this blueprint. Just become an expert on that. Okay. So if you guys have any questions, let me know. We really want to do a push for having all of our clients hit their highest cash collection months in March. One of the reasons being is there's like this, it's not really a phenomenon, but it's been tested it's been tested many times in sales, and like February can a lot of times be a really, really bad month for info offers and coaching. And the reason being is because there's a lot of money being spent during the holidays. And especially like people think like, oh, well, January 1st is when we're going to make the most amount of money, or January is when we're going to make the most amount of money. Well, not necessarily, right? Because people are now, more people, there's massive, by the way, if you guys haven't realized, December around like Christmas time and then New Year's, there's like there's a massive shift in money, right? Because people spend a lot of money on Christmas gifts, right? Getting ready for the new year, all the events. So the reason I'm saying this is like, you have to understand that you are at the mercy of these literal economic shifts in the country. Okay. Even if you are in the US, you guys are still a part of these economic shifts within these industries, right? So you guys have to understand that. Like, now it shouldn't mean like, oh, I had a shitty month in February because it's February. But keep in mind, like, with all of the information that you learn, you can only control what you can control. You can't control everything, right? But what we're really pushing for in March is for all of you guys to have your highest cash collection month ever. The truth be told, though, is it has a lot more to do with you fucking saying it right now that you're going to fucking do it. Okay? So like, if you want your highest cash collection month ever to be in March, then fucking do it, right? Then fucking say it. Say, okay, March is going to be my highest cash collection month ever. If you believe that, right, and you write it on your window like me, and you say, okay, we're going to cash collect the most amount of money we ever fucking have. I don't give a fuck about anything else. It is almost impossible that you won't. Because you're then not only going to do more work, your work is going to be higher quality. You're going to be asking me more questions. If you're just trying to get by and make a couple sales to like add on top of your income, well, I'm not even going to say that that's bad, right? There's nothing wrong with that. You're just never going to build a multiple six-figure business. That's it. That's it. Right? And for you guys, I want to say this too, because I want to level with you guys that currently have jobs. Every single client that makes money in this offer that worked a job and then went full-time in the business, it was a massive, massive risk. I just want you guys to know, like, massive risk, right? Like, for example, Chris is going to be leaving his full-time job. He just got a lake house and he has 2 kids. Massive risk. Think about the force and the intensity that person now is going to operate with in their life. A lot of you guys are like, I'm going to go hard when I make money. You don't have to raise your hand. Don't even admit it, because I'll punch my fucking computer. But I know that there's people in this group that have thought that. I'm going to go hard when I make 10K, Gabe. Fuck you. You'll never make 10K if you don't go hard. You'll never make 20K if you don't go hard. Right? So like you guys are still, I'm seeing a lot of people do this. They go, it's like a pool. They dip their toe in and they go, oh, that was scary. 9 people told me no. One of my mentors, he's worth 9 figures. I'm going to end with this. I started dying laughing when he said this. And he had a straight face. He was like, I don't know why you're laughing. I'm being dead fucking serious. And then I stopped laughing. He said to me, he goes, dude, imagine like a fucking like kid in like a third world country, and his fucking like, there's people that come with like machetes and they chop their family's members' arms off. And like he saw it, which that happens in like other countries. Or like imagine there's like a fucking like someone who's like chained up in a fucking basement, like being tortured. I want you guys to think about this. And then they see one of your Slack wins, and you go, well, it's not good because it was only a 3-month. You sent 1,500 DMs in the month, and you made $5,000. Imagine them seeing that. And then you guys feeling like, oh, it's not enough. I was like laughing when he said that. He's like, dude, imagine someone from like a third world country that got their fucking arms and legs chopped off. They see you post about, yeah, I made 140K last month posting reels and Instagram stories and YouTube. Doesn't it kind of put into perspective how fucking good you guys have it? Like gratitude for your current situation. They've actually done studies on this, that gratitude, when you're grateful, it vibrationally changes the way that you operate. Like you're grateful every day and you actually start treating people differently. How crazy is that? Like you're like nicer to people, right? You start getting more things because literally like the vibrational force field around you is now in abundance. You're grateful for what you have, so now you have more, right? It's like the oldest fucking quote or whatever, fucking Spider-Man, right? With great power comes great responsibility, right? To whom much is given, much is expected, right? Have you ever heard that before? To whom much is given, much is expected. You guys have the fucking world in the palm of your hands, and you're not even going hard enough, and you guys all fucking know it. You guys all know it. I don't know it because I don't live your life. But can we all agree that there's a lot of areas that have to do with your business? Fuck your personal life. That have to do with your business. We'll talk about that in a second, though. That have to do with your business where you're like, I could tighten that up. Why I'm saying, I'm going back on what I said, not necessarily fuck your personal life. In your business, right? There's areas where you guys can all tighten up. That's what actually makes more money. It's not when you fucking run paid ads. Guys, if I gave you fucking 200 leads today, you would fucking burn all of them, right? Take one person through the sales process. Take 5 people through the sales process. If you've made one sale, guys, and you haven't made a sale in a month, wake the fuck up, because you already did it. So if you can do it once, you can do it 1,000 fucking times. And you guys know that you're not even going to sign like 200 clients this year. Like, think about how crazy that is. You'll keep less than like 100 clients for the whole fucking year. So like once you put that into perspective and you realize the power that you have with just mastering this blueprint, like stop expecting more, right? Like a fucking baby that, you know what I mean? Like that once is like, don't expect more. Just be like, okay, what can I do to literally rinse this fucking process completely out so I can move to the next level, right? So I can then hire a staff. So then I can spend more on marketing. So I can actually have an internal content team. So I can hire a sales rep, right? So I can charge more money. You can charge more money when the demand goes up. How does the demand go up? When your clients are getting better results and you're continually showing it, right?
Okay, so now that we've wrapped up the direct message training, you understand how to navigate when you're inside of the direct messages and how you're supposed to navigate through these conversations to even get phone calls in the first place. So I wanted to add that in because I thought it would be, important, because it's not, the actual conversion process is happening in the DMs. A lot of people don't understand that, right? DMs, then you book the sales call. So this next part is called the objection offense framework. And I promise you guys, this is going to be a light bulb moment for a lot of you. This is going to help you work through pretty much and also prevent any possible objection that you could get. And this will make your sales calls buttery smooth. So check it out. This is the objection offense framework.
These are the 5 parts of our sales process. Is intro, goals, pain, tie down, close, or booking. Now, all of these parts of the sales process require a different level of energy, and like they're for different they're different aspects of the sales process, but they all need to happen. A analogy that I like to give, this is really important because is the ringing the towel, where you don't move on from any part of this process before you feel like you've really wrung out the towel of each section, where it's like, did I actually approach the intro, whatever type of intro it was? A lot of this on a sales call is like being very directional, holding frame, right? When you get on the sales call, being like, because again, you guys social media followings, guess what? People are going to come on the calls with some fucking weird energy sometimes, as in like, they will come in a little too high. They'll think it's a friendly conversation. They'll think all this bullshit. And as much as you want to help them, as much as it may be cool to talk to your followers, it's deadly to not control frame in the intro. So I'm going to write a couple things here. Make some arrows. And I just want to go over some things that are really more so for this sales call, but more so I'll delete this, but you guys get the idea. Essentially, it's the same setup. So obviously one of the most important things is frame in the intro, clarity for them, right? Like they need to know, okay, what's happening, right? And then also, I would say personal, and then also this professional hybrid, right? Because you don't want to be a complete fucking dick, right? On the phone. You don't. Like what? You want to be like you still want to be like your cool self. Like, you know what I mean? You still want to be a personable individual, but there does have to be a layer of professionalism, especially because think about it, dude. I'm telling, and I didn't know this because I used to sell my 3-month program for fitness coaching for $8.99. I remember I would sit at Starbucks, set the calls, $899. I would close that, I would come back in Starbucks, I would be like, damn, that close fucking deal, fuck yeah. But what I would do is I would be like, fuck, I gotta get these calls shorter. Like an hour and 15 minutes to close a $900 deal. I'm like, why is this so? Because the first 10 minutes were, you got soft hands, brother. Dude, I love that video. Oh my God. It's just like, they're like, dude, the 22-year-old girlfriend TikToks from fucking 2022. And I'd be like, oh, that you like that one? Which one was your favorite? I didn't fucking know. I didn't understand sales. Right. So I waste that time. Why this is important though is that, again, I'm talking about wringing out the towel. You may think you do this, but if you don't fucking do this and then you go on to goals, you're shooting yourself in the foot. This is what creates objections. You're creating a whole fucking pile of objections at the end of your call, right? Well, I just need time to think about it. But if you tell them in the beginning of the call, you say, hey, bro, yeah, I'm super stacked with one-on-one calls. I have a call immediately after this one. My calendar's full, and I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like like we said in the message, I don't really work with everyone. It's just really this call is just to see if I can help you and lead you in the right direction. Like I say in the script, I say by the end of the call, just need a yes or no from you. Sound good? People don't do that. They go, hey, what's up, man? So like, let's get into it, bro. Like, what's up? Frame, right? Holding the frame, and the initially, as soon as you get on the call, being clear. This is what's happening on this call, bro. I do the same thing on my onboarding, right? I go, hey, bro, let me just give you an idea how this call is going to work, okay? Just have a couple questions to ask you. Then I'm going to put you in the Notion. I'm going to show you how the school community is correlated with the Notion dashboard. I'm going to get you set up, and the whole entire goal of this call is to make sure you're clear on what you need to do for your business. Same thing with the sales call. So we'll keep it simple. We'll say like those are the three main parts of goals. This is important. Same thing with DMs, and same thing in the sales call is like goal. And I'm going to put like an up arrow. The goal of, if you ask someone their goal, you need to know what their goal is, and you need to make sure that you're 100% clear on the highest possible target, and you need to make them clear on it. So if they have an ego defense, if they're like, yeah, man, I just trying to, tighten up a little bit. Nip it in the bud right there. You go, dog. I mean, you're not booking calls with fitness coaches so you can lose 15 pounds, bro. Let's be real. So I know we talked a little bit in DMs. Let's really get into it, man. What's the goal you're really shooting for? It's the same thing as the DM script. It's the same thing. What are you shooting for, man? What's the goal? Right? And then they're like, well, this, that, and the other. You go, oh, got you, man. I mean, I'm sure you're not getting on a call with a high-level coach, right, to just do that. So you want to, okay, so it's more like 50 pounds. Got it. Cool. Another thing with the goal is their why. Putting a star here because I'll put another star here. I'll talk about that later. This is a common mistake in salespeople is they think that them wanting the goal, or excuse me, they think that them just like stating what their goal is enough, but it's never enough. You always need to understand why it's important to them, why it's a priority. This is important because essentially what you're going to do is, I'm going to actually draw an arrow here too, is you're going to use this why multiple times, right? Because the tie down, I'm going to explain the tie down here because this is a really important part before you pitch price. So we just write pitch here. So why this is important is because, just like in the group call, or excuse me, the message, the DMs, you can ask them what their goals are, but like it's not productive to get in a full-blown conversation about why it's important to them or like why that's their goal, right? The why is really good because it allows them to unravel the details behind their goals. And that is where you start to learn the emotional tie that they have to their goals, right? Like you need to ask them questions. Like, regardless of what you think of him, Jordan Belfort, one of the best salesperson people of all time, the sell me this pen question scenario. The reason that he can sell the pen is because he asks questions. It's the first part of sell me this pen. He goes, you fucking ask questions, right? Literally, that's it. It's so simple. They are objecting you, not because, like, look, objections are always going to happen. We want to decrease the likelihood of objections, but this is why I'm not saying, well, let's do this one, and let's do this one, and let's do this one. It's like, first, before you talk about fucking objections, we have to talk about properly structuring a script that removes objections in the beginning, right? Now, again, keep in mind, this is why this is, again, I have to say this. This is barring the fact that you have a kick-ass VSL, you're sending it to them before they get on the call, you're confirming with them multiple times before they get on the call that they're watching the VSL. Your content is enough to get, if you're getting calls booked, and if you're getting calls booked, your content's good enough. That shouldn't be the focus. You should work on tightening the system first, then doubling down on content. Justin, we've talked about that a lot. And I think we've done a really good job at that as per our last call. I'm excited to see how that works for you going forward. But regardless, this is really important. So like when they say their goals, you're just gonna be like, yeah, well, you know, why is that your goal? Why? So it's honestly an odd question. Like a lot of people aren't really usually ever asked that question, like, why is that my goal? But yeah, man, because they'll start telling you, well, why? Well, my goal is 50 pounds. Yeah, why do you want to lose 50 pounds of solid fat? What do you think they're going to say? And another thing too, by the way, this is one of the things I like about sales calls, if I'm honest. I'll fucking do a Saturn. Create space. And this is what this section does, is you get them on a so literally anytime you don't talk and just ask them why, right? So think about it. If you were to set up your goals like this, like, what's your goals? Right? And they're like, well, my goal is 50. I want to lose 50 pounds, man. I want to optimize my hormones. Gotcha, man. Like, why? Why do you want to do that? Just curious. Why? Because of this, because of that. And don't say, is it because like you want to do that and maybe this? Don't speak for them. Just let them talk. If you can't sit in the awkwardness of their thought process, that's your problem. Because you're there to help them. You have the frame. It's like someone literally like in front of you crying. You're just like, fuck. You know, they need your help. You're not going to be like, all right, peace, bro. Yeah, I got to go. You know what I mean? Like you're going to be there for them, right? If you're like someone of a decent person, right? You're going to be there for that person. This is the same way. Is like, they'll start telling you what's wrong. I don't want to talk about it. Don't say anything. They'll start telling you. You know what I mean? Create space for people. This is really important. With the pain, something that I want to note about building pain in the DMs is essentially the way that I look at this is the same way as any other sales scenario, just like the script, the DM script and the sales script. Very similar to the goals, right? What is the main struggle? And then you need to know like what they tried. And this is also the main mechanism here is like understanding their own pain. And I'm going to write severe. So again, I also want to just like remind you of this thing here is like, oh, these are supposed to be drops, but you get the idea. This is why this is so important. Like I could come on here and say, okay, well, yes, you're going to get objections and we'll talk about it. But if you're not setting up the call in the right way and you're not, hold on. Yeah. If you're not setting up the call in the right way, and you're not creating a scenario where it would make sense to pitch your product, then you're going to shoot yourself in the foot. So again, what's the main struggle? Like if I'm on a sales call with someone and they tell me that what? Like, hey, what's their goal? They're like, hey, I want to lose 50 pounds and I want to optimize my hormones. I'm like, well, why? Why do you want to do that? Like, why now? Like, what made you want to do that now? Like, what's really the why? Why is that your goal? That's your goal. I'm not saying it, I'm not telling you what your goal is. I'm just asking you what it is, and I'm asking you why. Right? And I'm creating space for that person. So when they're like, oh, well, I want to do it for this reason. Got it, right? And you're just like literally hearing them out, like why they want to do it, why. And also too, it's very simple. If they're not telling you, if they're not giving you enough, just ask them why again and again. I know it seems redundant, but creating space is what will make you confident. You don't have to always fill every second with words from your mouth. You actually arguably shouldn't. They should be talking way more on the call, especially in this beginning part. Now, you don't let them go off on a tangent and fucking take you down a rabbit hole, and then you start telling them about your goals, right? Then you lose the frame of the conversation. But what's really important is them understanding, because before, again, this is why the goals is where the pain gap starts to build, not in the pain section. The goals is where the pain gap is established. It's established right there. You're fucking not, what do you mean? For you to say what your goal is, it insinuates that you're not there, or else it wouldn't be your goal. It's so simple. It's positioning, right? But again, the reason I'm saying this is so important, people don't do this. They don't really dig in. And that's what the sales call is for. You're face to face with them. You're on fucking Google Meet. You know, and Evan's fucking, he's got his fucking traps out and shit. He's fucking scaring motherfuckers. That's how he closes people. No, but like seriously, in a serious sense here, it's like understanding their own pain and the severity of it. That's what's going to get them to close, right? It's not going to make the objections obsolete. It's going to make the pain of their situation make the objections obsolete, right? It's not that they don't exist. It's going to make them so minuscule and so irrelevant because we did our job. Think about how badass that is, though. Is we get someone who thinks one thing, comes in, I ain't buying today, to the point where they're like, fuck, dude, please have Klarna and Affirm. Oh, you do? Great. Right? They're thankful for it. Do you see how it's a different frame? It's not like, hey, man, I'm just going to ask you a couple questions, and I'm just going to see if this is I'm a good fit for you. It's just like, dog, go in with your balls a little bit. And when you create this pain gap, this part right here, the tie downs, very simple. Once this has been established, and I'll say like this is like pitch and close. This is where you're like actually talking about what you're going to give them. The tie downs are the do this like ultimate emotional, we'll say emo gauge. Okay, so the way that we look at tie downs, and literally like if you think about, a rope. That's essentially what we're doing. Or I'm gonna say a rope, maybe like a gift basket, sure, or something like that, like a present. Okay, so let's just establish this, right? Let's just say you go into the intro, 5 fucking minutes, goals, pain, and then you get to the tie downs, which are, okay, well, look, man, establishing the authority, like look, obviously I can help you, man. Like you've seen my client results, and at the end of the day, really, if you think about it, like if you did this correctly, you're gonna be like, got it, man. Well, that was a lot. Appreciate you sharing that. I remember every sales call was like that. I'd be like, first of all, appreciate you sharing that with me, bro. Like I would always have to say that because people were like out of fucking breath telling me what they were struggling with because I was asking them these questions right. I wasn't working some magic. Like I'm using the script. I'm like reading it the whole time. So This goes, I don't know if you guys, I don't know if we talked about this, but I'm going to switch over to a different Myra board real quick. This is why this is important to note, is that the script is communicated in any type of situation, DMs, sales, calls. The script is communicated overtly and the frame is sub-communicated. This frame is communicated covertly, right? It's like the way that you are on the calls, right? You're sitting up straight, you're professional, you're quick to the punch, you're using the script. This is one of the biggest things that I want you guys to remember, is that following the script leads to proper positioning and frame. That's the magic in the script. Like, that's why a script works, is because it's set up in a way to put you in position to be the solution for them. Does that make sense to you guys? That's why any script would work. That's why our script is in order in that way. Tie downs, for example. I want to pull this up really quick. Give me a second. So, one second here. The reason that I have tie downs before the pitch is because if you think about where they would be at in this situation, and really, like, and this is what has always been like a big struggle for a lot of people, is like, I can do this, and I can even do this. This is more so just asking them the right questions, is it not? Creating space. Obviously, don't act like a total retard. Don't act like a fucking pussy, that like an uneducated pussy, where you're like, I don't know if I can help you, and I'm scared. Like, obviously, you know what I mean? Like, don't do that. But this is the big part. This is where I feel like a lot of people, salespeople, entrepreneurs, mentally, especially like at the amateur level, they mentally can't comprehend this, right? And the point of a tie down is essentially to prepare them for the pitch, right? Like, the pitch is like when you're saying what they're going to be getting, right? This is the entire presentation. Like, this, you could say this whole thing's a pitch, but essentially the pitch, the way I look at it, is like when you're telling them, hey, you were struggling with this, so we're going to give you this. You were struggling with this, so we're going to give you this. You're struggling with this, right? How I teach you guys in the script, where you break down and you pitch based off of their problems to the solution. Then you offer the pricing. Before you get there, though, think about it. A lot of people ain't even doing this, like on sales calls, and it's in the script, right? It's in the DM script too. It's DM tie downs, commitment. There's multiple ways of looking at this, but essentially it's just the transition point after pain, right? We all are kind of like, okay, I got this person to spill out their pain. How do I get them on the call now, though? Right? And maybe you've tried and you said, well, fuck, he's not booking now. Like, why isn't he booking? Well, it's very likely why. My closer today, he's DMing somebody. He messages someone. He goes to them. He goes, why is this important to you? Or something like that. And it was like out of context, right? So I was like, this doesn't really make sense to ask this question. Or excuse me, he wasn't showing enough enthusiasm. So my setter said something along the lines of, this doesn't really seem like a priority for you. And the dude was like, well, no, I'm just saying, like, well, in his head, it's like, probably not. And second of all, he's like, no, I'm just saying my availability. What happened was my setter was in the DMs. He didn't build the pain gap enough in this person, right? It's not that you can't attempt to build a pain gap and people still won't say fuck you and give you one-word answers. It will happen. It will happen, right? Even trying your best, it will fucking happen. But with this person, it was on us. And it always is on us. It always is on us. If you find yourself that long in a conversation with that person, it's on you. It's either you're talking to someone who's completely like out of touch with what you're even saying, or you're not asking them the right questions. And also, guys, the script is one thing, but the frame is sub-communicated. Part of keeping frame is literally just using it word for word, you know? And when I say the script is sub-communicated, it's like, what are you saying? What are you responding back to them when they spill out their pain? Are you creating space for them? But are you cheerleading them? Are you saying like, oh, that's really good. Oh, you lost 50 pounds. Oh, that's awesome, man. You want to lose 100? You're already halfway there. Think about it. Pain, pain, pain. It's not that you're trying to like be like, oh, you should feel shitty about yourself. It's that they won't change if they don't. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, tie downs. The way I look at this on a call is before you pitch someone your price, I do what's called the same thing in the script is you do a pain gap audit. You do the same thing on a sales call. You go, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like, again, this is why I put a star here and I put a star here and I put a star over here, because this is after the close. The why is what you need to always go back to and unravel and deepen it. Once you understand that, it's like the why is always the most important part, because that is the emotional draw. The why is the emotional draw, right? These guys are not going to buy off logic. This is why that doesn't sell. This is why you can't just, if logic sold, you would say, hey guys, I'm going to write you a full steroid cycle and your training and your nutrition, and you're going to get these results, and this is the price. Here's the payment link. You just put that on your story and people will just buy it, because logically, you're not in shape. You work with Evan or Justin or Joseph, regardless, right? You're going to get the result logically, but that's not enough for them. That's why you have to get them on a call. That's why we have this entire system to begin with. If you think about it though, why do we take sales? Why are some things sold with one link click on the internet and other things are sold with a sales call and a sales team? Because all we're doing is we're battling human psychology. Think about it. One link click, $24.99. Not much buy in there. But if the program's $3,000, I'm going to have some questions. I'm going to have an ego, right? I'm going to have a $3,000 program that you're telling me I'm going to have to change my entire lifestyle to essentially be successful in. So it's all perceived value. This is why you guys you have to understand where it's like, I said this at my mastermind. It's like, yeah, what if no one is serious and wants to get in shape? I go, buddy, if you realize that that's everyone, no one's serious and no one wants to get in shape, that's when you start to make sales. Because then it's up to you and not them, right? Everyone's going to have objections. No one has money. It's fucking bullshit. It's all bullshit. I tell my sales guys this all the time. I go, any objection that they have, barring the fact that they're not our ICP, it's fucking bullshit. Because logically, so I go based off logic, right? I go, yeah, I'm going to be the best coach for you to work with. They buy off emotion. So if I sell off logic, they're not going to buy. So I have to sell off of emotion. So again, this is why the tie downs are so important. You go back to the goals. I know why this is your goal. You said because of your kids, right? And all this stuff. Why is that important to you, bro? Just be real with me. Why? Why is that a priority for you, man? Why? You have to ask them before you go into the pitch. I'll be honest with you, bro. Like I almost need to hear it in your own words, right? And I'm curious. You can be real with me, man. Like, be real with me. Why do you want to get in shape, man? Why do you want to optimize your hormones? Like, what's the real reason? Like, if you did that on sales calls, it would completely change the fucking frame of the sales call, would it not? Right? If you guys, by the way, if you're not doing some sort of tie down, like, why is this important? Just like the script, right? Is, why is this a priority for you? Why? And then literally, like, for example, the program that I bought, his name, this dude that closed me on the deal, it's $30,000 program. He asked me, he goes, what are you struggling with scaling in your business? I told him what I was struggling with. He said, before he got into price, he goes, so I'm curious, man, like, why do you want to build this business? Like, why do you want to scale? Like, you hit 100K months, and now he literally, and I, looking back on it, I'm like, oh my God, it was so good. So good. He goes, why all of a sudden do you want to scale to 250,000 months, man? 300K months, like challenging me. Do you guys see what he's doing? He's essentially, what he's doing is he's qualifying me. Right? He wants to see what I said. It's not that it's all of a sudden. It's not that it's all of a sudden I want to scale to 250. Motherfucker, every motherfucker knows if you make 6 figures a month, you're trying to scale to multiple. And if you make multiple, you're trying to make 1 million. And he knows that. So when he said that to me, he goes, oh, well, you said, you want to scale to this. And then he asked me, I remember before he pitched, he goes, why do you want to scale? He goes, what? First, he was like, I'm trying to understand, like, what made you want to scale to 100K to 250? Like, he knows why. He's saying he wants, essentially, when I said to him, it's because 100K is not enough. He's pushing out my pain. If I didn't have a pain being at 100K a month, wanting to scale to 300, he would have no ammo. He would have nothing to work with. That's why he asked to ask me those questions. He goes, why? Literally, that's all he asked, and literally said nothing, just stared at the camera. And I was like giggling. I was like, well, what do you mean? He's like, why do you want to scale? Like, serious as fuck. Why do I want to scale? I'm like, because I want to make more money, bro. He's like, why? I was like, I love this game. I was like, I want to build a team. He's like, why? I'm like, because I want to fucking take care of the people in my life as well, my family. I want to buy cooler shit. He's like, why? I was like, because it's important to me. I'm like, he's like, why? 5 fucking times. I'm like, bro. He's like, the reason I'm asking this, Gabe, that he said to me, is because I just want to know that this is something that's important to you. Duh. Like, I'm like, oh, I'm literally like, oh, dude, absolutely. I'm like, yeah, this is important to me, man. I'm like, this is top priority. I told him. My business is my life, Joe. Before he was going to pitch me the price, all I said was, this is what I'm dealing with, and 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 complaining, not essentially complaining him, he's auditing my business. But this is what I'm dealing with, and the team, and the ads, and this bullshit. He's not like, okay, look, man, here's how it works. We come in, this is how we're just stealing your business. Now, you said you were struggling with this. No, he didn't do any of that. He didn't say, hey, it's 30K for a year. He didn't say any of that shit. He said, Gabe, so recap. He's like, you're at 100K a month. You want to scale it to 250,000 months. He's like, and you just in the past 6 months, right? In 7 months, start hitting those 6-figure plus months. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, what made you want to do that? Because he's trying to get me to say that 100K is not enough. I had an ego where it's like, I knew I wanted more, but like, at what cost? Like, was someone going to confront me about it? And that's what I needed. And then once he told me, I love how he did this. He goes, after I spilled my pain, he goes, and told him my why. That's when he went into the pitch for the price, for the program and the price. And he was still qualifying me. He goes, and all it is he's just labeling me, right? It's like when I say on my stories, I go, guys, you see my client, Justin Landsman. You guys see my client? These guys are hardcore bodybuilders. They don't fucking hesitate. They paid in full. They execute like motherfuckers. The reason I say that is like, by the way, you guys probably feel cool, whatever. But the reason I'm saying that is because I'm training them to be like you, right? I'm training them to be like you. So that's why I say that in the content. So like when he goes, yeah, bro, actually, I'm not gonna lie, you're not really a good fit for this program. He's like, you need to be in our elite program. So I go in thinking I'm gonna spend 10K, but it wasn't enough. Like what I would get wasn't enough. I was further along in my business. He's like, it's 30K. So I was like, boom, easy, taken care of. Let's just do it. Skin in the game. Let's go. And now, did I want it? Sure. Yeah. You're not going to sell something to someone that doesn't want it. But he played that really smart. And then that's why it's so important to, hey, tie downs are going back to the why. Objections, now that you look at objections, if you think about it, I'll give you this this analogy. It's not that objections won't happen, but this is how you want to look at it, right? This is what you call the objection line. Right? You want to stay good, bad. You want to stay above the objection line, which means that amateur salesmen, it's not that you don't want to have things to say to certain objections and be able to battle them, but essentially what it is like the objection line is where their ego meets the sale, where it's never, and I don't believe that any objection is ever face value, or excuse me, I don't believe it's face value, as in like it's always something deeper. Instead of trying to be like, oh well, I might get this objection at the end, you can dismantle these objections not by saying, well, first I got to figure out if his wife's going to be there or not. Not that you can't have that stuff in there. This is what's the most important part. If he's on the verge of tears, hating his fucking life, his goal is so far out of reach. You're the solution. And you've created the easiest possible payment method for him. That's when he stays above the objection line. The only time people go under it is because the salesperson, we could say anything we want about the lead. We could say they live in a trailer park and they're the shittiest lead. Okay, well then that's marketing, right? Get better leads on your calendar. That's right. That's a different conversation. In closing the deals, you're not supposed to be getting all these fucking objections left and right. Not because you have to say, by the way, your wife better be here and your wallet better not be in your car, and also this costs money. So, and no, none of that. What's more important is the pain. I've told you guys this till the cows come home. I said this at the mastermind. What the fuck gets people to buy crazy shit that they don't even need? It's the pain of not having it. Sometimes the pain of having lower status, I know for me, that's enough for people to spend a lot of fucking money. You have to realize what their pain gap is, though. Damien, who's by the way, if you need a representative for a Lamborghini, I got you when you guys get there. I know you guys all will, so I'll give you my boy Damien. Damien could have told me to eat dog shit off of the ground, and I would have done it if that meant I would get the Lamborghini. And in the entire process of getting that car, the whole time I'm thinking, like, how the fuck can I even exist in this world? And how can I drive around just this Mercedes? I can't do it anymore. Like, this is not me. I would feel like I felt like a half-assed version of myself. That's why when he tells me, he goes, yeah, bro, to source this interior, I'm like, what? It's going to be like an SS15 on top. I'm like, all right, cool. 2 seconds. I'm like, whatever. Oh, so it's going to be 65 down now. He's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, whatever. I was expecting 50. Then, again, going longer without having this car, I already decided a month ago that I wanted it, and now 30 days in, I still don't fucking have it. So I'm getting really I'm like, oh my God, it's getting closer, but I want it so bad. And the pain of not having it is fucking killing me, right? So then we're trying to get it more and more, boom, boom, boom. He's like, hey, man, he's like, the job that you work, stuff for the bank to look at it, because, your income's like, they're like, where's it coming from? All this bullshit. And your insurance is really, your driving record's terrible. And I'm like, Damien, how much fucking money do you need, bitch? How much money do you need? Just fucking tell me, bro. Right? That's how bad I wanted it. But it's because the pain of not having it was enough for me to drop, which by the way, I ended up dropping 76,000 fucking dollars down payment on that car, which is outrageous, by the way. Why did I do that? Was my fucking life in dire fucking distress if I didn't get that car? Not literally, but socially, yes. All my friends had Lamborghinis. All my friends made 100K months. And I identified with the person that drove one. That's what made it so hold on, don't miss this, guys. Hold on. By the way, this coach asked me the other day, he goes, dude, I love your cars, bro. Like, I was like, I need to splurge and get one. I'm like, yeah, go. I'm like, get one. What the fuck are you doing? He's like, oh, I don't know. He's like, I Uber everywhere, bro. It's like so much more. I'm like, dog. He's like, you think if I got a car, it would make me more money? I go, not for the ways that you think it would. See, people think, oh, I post my car and then I'm going to get more money because people like my car and they think I'm rich. So they're going to give me more money. No. The car is an identity milestone. It's an identity marker. That's what it is. Think about the identity of someone that, again, Evan, you're a great fucking example of this. I already know. I'll speak for you on this. The way you feel in the Toyota versus the Corvette is different. It just is, right? Some stuff is, you can explain it outright. Some stuff it's like, it's just a feeling. It's identity. That's really what it is. And once, again, now it's starting, I'm sure this is starting to give you guys some light bulb moments here. When their prospects identify, think about it. It's like, imagine like dreaming while you're awake and like you see your body like above your body and you want something, but you don't identify with that thing. And you keep seeing all of these things that are like trying to show it to you. And you're like, fuck, like, why don't you just walk towards it and walk? And what happens is this is where what this arbitrage of money is made, is because you guys are selling this too. Fitness is the biggest fucking, your physique. Have we not heard? It's not just an Arnold quote. I don't even know if he even fucking said this, but your physique is the ultimate status symbol. Status. Think about it. What's the pain? The pain of being a fat ass, like walking up the stairs and being out of breath. That's between me and me. I don't have to tell anyone about that, right? That's literally what these fat motherfuckers are thinking. But when they go to the beach and they got to take their fucking shirt off and their fat asses in front of their kids, and then God forbid they see a dad that's jacked. Imagine seeing one of you guys are on the beach and there's a fat fucking dad with his family, and his wife is like, holy shit, that's a fucking statue of a man.
That's what happens every time I go to Costco.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. And I'm telling you right now, this is so fucking funny, dude. Costco's probably like a fucking MILF infestation, brother. Anyway, I know there's a grocery store down here that's like, it's just all MILFs. You go there at like fucking 11 a.m. It's insane. It's insane. It's like the ultimate meta for like MILF hunting. Personally, not for me. I find that absolutely repulsive. I find that fucking repulsive. That's just me. I'm kidding. But it's the same way, you know? Does this make sense with the objection line? It's not that you won't get objections, but every objection is obsolete if you don't let them get there. Hold on, let me pop back here. And you set up the pitch properly. Again, I told you, this pitch, by the way, a good sales pitch can sell shit for sure, but this doesn't negate having a shitty VSL and shitty content and shitty nurturing in your content. It doesn't negate this. So again, I just want to drive that point home. I'm sure you guys understand the concept of bringing the towel. I know, Evan, we had this conversation where I remember how happy you were because you had more objections before we made the VSL. It's just, it for a multitude of reasons. And I remember when we started to implement the VSL, and you're like, dude, these closes are like butter. Like these closes are closing so much easier. And that's the ultimate way that you want to look at sales from a if you're a professional salesperson, it's like, how does because if a professional salesperson could literally come into any one of your offers, think about it. They could come into any one of your offers and they can sell it and work through the objections. Because all they need to know is the pain of the person. And then what? The objection is this. Imagine these were like ninja stars in the funniest way. The why is like a ninja star at this motherfucker every time they make that objection. I know I'm using stars here because it's just the easiest example to use, but every time you push back on the why, so think about how important it is to be established in the first place. If you never establish it, you're like, well, I know you said like you wanted to lose 14.2 pounds. Like, why is that important to you? He's like, it's not really important to me, bro. I was thinking about just doing a 48-hour fast. And you'd be like, that makes sense. You'll probably lose 15 pounds with me. You know what I'm saying? That's why you can't let them tell you what it is. You got to be real with them. Because think about it. This will start to be normal too, because you're going to be like, motherfucking, no one's getting on calls with fitness coaches all day because they just want to talk to me. You know, they just want to talk. It's just, if anything, it's kind of an uncomfortable situation. So anyway, guys, I do have to pop out now, but if you, well, you're gonna have to pay me. A homie just texted me. He's like, I need help scaling. I sent him the Stripe link. No response. 12K Stripe link. I'm like, Klarna Affirm. I'm fucking with you. But if you guys have any questions about this, let me know. I genuinely believe that sales, and as I teach it more and as I become better myself, transparently, I'm learning that sales is so much more about the sub-communication than it is the overt communication. It really is. You know? It's like my closer and my setter, and even like Evan, you'll have this happen to you, where like Colton will be struggling with a DM. You pop it open, you're like, boom, boom, boom. You get him right back into the conversation. He's booked in 2 minutes. He will think, oh, fuck, I got to write that. Maybe necessary for whoever he learns, right? And not that it's bad. It's just that an amateur salesperson will do that. They go, oh, fuck. Me, at my first closing job, I go, I got to write that in pen on my hand. My hand looked like, I'd go, yeah, man, I mean, you know, honestly, like, is it, you know what I mean? Like, I would be pitching door to door to these business owners with my hand. And I would do this shit. And I would be looking at my hand. Because I thought it was like, oh, it's like you have to have a response for every little. No, it's more of a frame, right? It's like if you hold an umbrella in the rain, you're going to stay dry. If you use frame and you use the structure of the conversation, you understand the sub-communication, this person's leading with ego, right? My setter will be like, how did you know? I'll be like, well, look. For example, someone goes, they messaged me in February. That's 6 months ago, right? And he goes, well, how long have you been struggling to build your business? He tells us 2 to 3 months. My setter goes, oh, that's what's up. So first of all, he tells the person, he lies to us, tells him he's been trying to build his business for 2 to 3 months. He's been doing it since February, maybe even longer. And then my setter cheerleaded him because that's what's up. So again, what that does is that neutralizes the pain. We don't want to neutralize the pain. Like, think heartburn. You guys have really bad heartburn? You guys, by the way, this is a trick. Baking soda takes it away in 2 seconds. I'm sure you guys know that. That's what it's so fucking funny, dude. When I tell people this, they're like, they'll text me like, dude, you saved my life, bro. Like, I'm like, tablespoon of fucking baking soda around the fuck. They'll be like, dude, it saved my life. But genuinely, it is a fucking lifesaver when it comes to heartburn. But think about that for a second. Like, think about how unbearable it is sometimes. It's like super bad. It's like right here, and you're like, oh my God, I can't eat. I can't even like fucking think. I can barely train. Right? That's essentially what you want it to be like. Every time you don't keep frame, you let them take the conversation where they want. They're not clear enough with their why. It's like they have heartburn and you're handing them baking soda. Right? You want it to be like, The sale is the baking soda, where they're like, fuck, you know that relief you get when you finally take the baking soda and you're like, oh my God, finally, I just had a massive fucking 100,000 degree burp. That's it, genuinely the relief you feel like, oh my God, holy fuck. It's the same way. You want it to be like, dude, it's kind of funny, like, in a way, because with coaching, I would have people on sales calls, like, they just sent me fucking $3,000. And I haven't even done anything for them yet. And they're like, dude, thank you so much, bro. They're like, right, Evan, right? Like, they'll be like, hey, bro, thank you. Like, I'm hyped for this. Like, I'm really looking forward to this. You're like, yeah, bro, let's fucking do it. You know, you haven't done anything yet, you know? But why that's important is because, like, you've given them so much relief from their pain, just from the sense of direction, right? And you've transacted on it. That's a win.
Guys, if you want to implement this with me as your mentor one-on-one, you can apply below. I don't work with everyone. I only really work with those high-level individuals. You have to be good at what you do. I don't just want to work with anyone that's just trying to figure out their life and is like broke and yada, yada, yada. I only want to work with those individuals that actually want to scale their business. So if you're interested in that, you can apply below. Now, what I would do is I would speed up the video when you watch these sales calls because, you know, is every single little detail important? Not necessarily, but I thought it would be good that you can actually see how I closed in the beginning when I wasn't making as much money, and when I was, you know, initially implementing these, you know, methods into my business. So this is sales call number 1.
So that's the biggest issue that I have. And I packed on a bit of weight, or not a bit of weight, but a little bit of weight the first half of this year. So I want to get rid of it and also continue to lose body fat and build muscle up.
Yeah. So your main objective is to lose body fat right now. How much do you weigh and how tall are you?
I'm about 5'6", 5'7", and I weigh like 180 pounds.
So about 180 pounds. Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 25.
You're 25. So did you grow up overweight, or is this like a post-college thing for you, or is it like tell me a little bit about that.
So I've always been like, quote unquote, like kind of like husky, especially like growing up. I don't know like when I started packing on weight like really heavily. It was probably like teenage years. I've struggled with I still struggle with depression and stuff like that. And it was really, really heavy in my teenage years. So I packed on a lot of weight. I've lost a good portion of it since I've gotten older, but it's still a struggle.
Yeah. Yeah. And what would you say with losing body fat? Like, what is the main struggle for you? Like, what kind of holds you back? What's like your biggest roadblock?
My biggest roadblock would be number one, sweets, and then also staying consistent with the gym. I travel for work, so it can be really hard sometimes. I actually stopped like going into weight rooms and just bringing a 35-pound kettlebell with me everywhere I go, just so I don't have the excuse.
Yeah. Yeah. So you travel. What do you do for work, if you don't mind me asking?
So I'm a mechanical contractor and a welder by trade, and I work in laboratories and clean rooms, primarily installing gas delivery equipment.
Okay. Okay. So you live a pretty busy lifestyle.
Yeah, I'm very busy.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me ask, currently right now, are you doing anything as far as like a nutrition program, a training program, anything along those lines?
Nope, I'm not following any kind of program. I use MyFitnessPal to kind of design my meals so I can like look and see exactly like if I'm making a meal, like portioning it out appropriately for myself and making sure I'm number one, eating enough, and number two, not eating too much. Because I am prone to doing either or, like I either won't eat or I'll eat way too much.
Yeah, that sounds typical. Just sounds like a lot overall lack of structure, really.
Yeah.
Okay, so to my understanding, okay, so I take some notes. Just took some notes on you right here, just kind of understand you a little bit better. So you're 5'6", 180 pounds. Your primary like roadblock is the fact that you have a sweet tooth, like who doesn't? But I'm gonna get to that. And just like your consistency overall, like that's kind of the main thing that's holding you back.
Yeah, yeah, it's the biggest thing. It's literally just like a matter of like deeper self-discipline than I already have.
Makes sense. That makes sense. We'll get to that. We'll get to that for sure. So appreciate you giving me all that information. I want to kind of step into the next part here. So
Mhm.
in your opinion, because this is for you, this is what your vision is for yourself. Like, what do you want to accomplish working with me? What are you really gunning towards? And what's your
Mhm.
actual long-term goal? Like, what do you want to look like really?
So I mean, like looking like I mean, like you look jacked as fuck. I would love
Appreciate you,
to
bro.
look, yeah, I would love to look that jacked, but I know that's gonna take a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of patience. So I would like to look that good, but the overall thing is literally just being establishing these really healthy habits as early as possible in my life so they can carry through later on so I can continue to be healthy and even into my old age still be able to move around properly and not have a bunch of restrictions on my lifestyle because of the poor health decisions that I made in my earlier years. And then also losing the body fat and putting on some more muscle so I can feel more confident about my body. I've done a lot of work on myself to be able to like feel more comfortable with myself, and I love myself, but there are things about myself I would like to change. Some people would think that's kind of unhealthy, but me personally, I wanting to look and feel a certain way and look in the mirror and feel good about myself is a great thing. Being like, because we all look at ourselves every morning in the mirror, and I'm the first person I see and the last person I see every day. So
Yep.
like, it's it's important to me to like look and be like, yeah, I worked hard today, and I've been working hard, and I'm consistent. Like knowing those things in my mind, like it's a conquering the battle of self is the biggest problem that any of us have. So that's literally what I'm trying to do.
Awesome, man. Yeah, you said it. You said it. Awesome. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I took some notes on that too because you're right. It sounds to me like you're not, a lot of the people that I get on these calls are people that are ready to make a change. It's like they have a deep realization that they want to get the physique that they want or just level up in all areas. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So it sounds to me that just you have an overall lack of structure because you're trying to lose body fat. You're trying to integrate this nutrition training really program into your life. So,
Mhm.
because you already live a busy life, and then you're saying another goal of yours is to have a long-term strategy where you integrate it into your lifestyle forever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. 100%.
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. So thanks for giving me that information. So everything that you've told me so far, I'm definitely in the position to help. I'm really confident that I can, help you lose body fat. And that's why I asked if you saw the YouTube video that I put out. Because that's the YouTube video is the only way to book a call.
Well, I think what I saw was like maybe you like posted something on Instagram saying that like you had posted the video, and then I was
Yeah.
like, I had already thought about reaching out and contacting you, and I was like, well, why don't I just go look at his website and see what's going on? And then I kind
Okay.
of did some poking around, and I think I like made my way to your website and then found the link to fill
Okay.
out the call for this.
Okay, yeah, and then the reason I bring that up is because the method that likely that we will use for you is actually
Hmm.
go through step by step pretty much how I put together that method
Hmm.
for the client. So the reason I'm saying that is because when you watch that video, you pretty much have like a good idea of what it's like to work with me already.
Hmm.
But if not, if you didn't watch that, totally cool. I really would suggest that
Yeah,
even after the call, I could send it your way and you could just watch it again just because it's
sure.
just a refresher. It just kind of like shows you what it's actually going to be like to work with me and the method that I use to, get my clients in shape. So,
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at that after we get off of the call here. The other main thing that like the reason why I'm like seeking outside help for this is because to be quite honest, like I it would really help if I had someone number one in my corner coaching me, but also that was taking the time to hold me accountable and be like, well, what did your week look like? Did you work out this week? Like, how many
Yep.
times did you work out this week? Have you been sticking to your meal plan? Did I not record anything
Yep.
within the daily food diary to, make sure I'm hitting all my macros and eating all the food that I need and not overeating? And, if I did decide to, like, not necessarily overeat, but go outside of the diet plan that I had, have, like, like, I like ice cream, I like cake, I like cookies, that stuff on the weekends.
Yeah.
So being like, did you do that this weekend? It's like, yeah, I did that, I have this and that. Number one, being honest with other people helps me be honest with myself.
Love it. Yeah, 100%. And everything you're saying right now, we have a system for that.
Mhm.
And I want to get right into that because I want to explain how my system works and how it can benefit you, especially with the accountability. Just because the way that my accountability system is set up is super, super like rigid and
Mhm.
particular. And I'm going to get to that. I just want to explain how the system is set up and how I'm actually going to keep you accountable on a daily basis. So the way that I like how you said that you want to kind of have an overview of your adherence to see like,
Mhm.
am I following the workouts? Am I being held accountable to this? So the way that we set up, the way that the whole system is set up, it's on a private app. So
Okay.
what I do is my programs are on a 6-month basis. So full blown start to finish transformation, burn 10% of your body fat off and gain a new frame of muscle within 180 days. So not only within 180 days are we actually trying to and succeeding in integrating these new lifestyle habits so that it's not like something you have to think about,
Mhm.
but the nature of the actual program is set up so you can sustainably use what you've learned for the rest of your life. Like I don't work
Mhm.
with clients longer than a year, simply because by that time, usually, 9 times out of 10, they're at the point where they're ready. They've made so much progress, and it's like a feedback loop that
Mhm.
they don't want to stop. So it's already integrated into their lifestyle. And the way that I start this programming, um, is super particular. Like it's not like I don't just go 0 to 100 and then you're just like falling off in 10 days.
Yep.
Um, like I am a professional, so the way that I do this is super sustainable and in a way that you're going to start to engage in daily habits that are just going to become a part of who you are. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that I like the sound of that because that's another thing that I struggle with because I had a buddy send me like a 6-month routine to like kind of follow and like adhere to, and it was just like a lot. Like it was a lot, and it was like really like a total like I like bodybuilding, but it was like very, very like bodybuilding like focused, and the style of workouts was just like it just felt excessive. And with how busy I am, it's like I'm not trying to spend like 2 hours minimum in the gym every day. Like
Yeah.
45 minutes to an hour is good for me. Like
Yeah.
I like especially with like a kettlebell. Like I mean I like doing lifts, like I like compound movements and stuff like that and barbells, but getting a nice kettlebell workout in and getting a good sweat going and getting my heart rate up like really is enough for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So with your goal of wanting to burn body fat and wanting to build that solid physique, I want to make sure that I put literally every possible tool you could need to make that happen. And I'm going to explain how it works for you. So once you start, you know exactly how to actually put this into play.
Mhm.
So everything that you mentioned, I'm going to go into how this program is actually going to solve that for you. So really quick, the way I put my training program together, on a 6-month basis. Like I said, all of the programming is on a 6-month basis. The reason I do that is because no one makes a transformation in 30 days. I would never lie to anyone and say, you're
Yeah.
going to make a full transformation in 8 weeks, even, of course you can
Yeah.
make progress, of course, but that's not why I work with people. I work with people to make a full blown transformation. It's so they don't have to work with the coach ever again. Does that make sense? Because like
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah. Yeah.
learn it, level up this area of your life, and then move on to the next one. Um,
Yeah.
so the way I put my training together, it's like a training calendar on my private app. Your exercises, sets, and reps. You're gonna have your weekly split. So you'll be training 4 days a week, and you'll have your training split exactly what exercises, sets, and reps that you're gonna be doing per training session. Within
Mhm.
the app, you'll have a log where you can log the weight that you use for each set, and then you'll also have videos of the actual exercises.
so you can see how they're performed. So
Okay.
never at any point in the gym are you going to second guess how to do something or what to do. So it's all going to be laid out there for you on an app. So
Cool.
the way I put the macro meal plan next is we do your daily calorie totals, your protein, carbs, and fats per day, and then per meal, and then also meal examples for those meals. So to give you an example of what it looks like, it's an icon on the app that you click and you open a file that shows exactly what your meal plan is for, well, what your overall meal plan is. And then in the dashboard, you actually have like your markers, like how many grams of protein you've eaten that day, how many grams of carbs. And the way that you record this stuff is it's like not like a Google sheet or anything. It's super easy. You just plug and play. And then all of your stuff is going to be laid out on the dashboard. So you're going to open the app every day. You're going to know what your tasks are and you're going to have to get them done. So, and then we'll get into the accountability. Along with the macros though, I put together meal examples and then also a grocery list as well. So,
Okay.
with the grocery list, when you're at the grocery store, I actually want you to use this so you can shop by macro, protein, carbs, and fats, so you know how to navigate, because you're going to find that even with the macro meal plan, when you're counting your macros, there is going to be days where maybe you want to switch up, the food sources, like not eat turkey, eat chicken, or not eat, potatoes. You want to eat rice. And you can make it as simple or as fun as you really want it to. But the way that it's set up is to teach you to be able to literally look at food and know how to put a meal together on your own, knowing exactly what it needs to look like for your goal. That's the whole goal, is so you can really navigate your nutrition like I would. Like I can say, like, I put together a meal. It's like, oh, this is 50 grams of protein, 40 grams of carbs, 20 grams of fat. I know exactly what it's supposed to look like for my goals. And that's my hope for you, is that you actually integrate this into your mindset, so it's not like a second guessed thing. So
Yeah, so like when I go to the grocery store, it's like I look, like when I'm looking at food, it's like, all right, like I know how much of this to get, I know how much of this to get. Like,
100%.
yeah,
100%, because a program is a program, but if it's not teaching you how to adopt like the actual act, then you're not becoming a different person. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can give you the best program on earth, but if there's no accountability system with it and there's no actual mindset change with it, the system isn't nearly as effective. So anyway, next, what we do is you're gonna hop on, just like this, you're gonna hop on a group call with me and the team every week, just like a Google, basically the same thing. It's just gonna be me, you, and the whole team, and we're gonna do a Q&A, mindset, training, nutrition. Basically what we do for these calls is not only for real life accountability, to show like you're not the only one doing this. There's actually other guys with like-minded goals going in the same direction as you. The reason that we do this is to show you in real time, but also so you have a sense of community. So one of the you might have never thought about this before, but one of the most important aspects of accountability is actually community, is showing that you're doing it with other people. So having that, and just as men, we know that we don't really always have like a solid support group or a solid friend group, and it really doubles as that. Every week, it's on Thursday nights, and we meet every week. We just come in, everyone kind of just like, shares their wins from the past week. We also have a group chat where people post like, selfies and stuff like that, podcasts that they're listening to, motivational quotes, and just really anything to motivate, and inspire each other. I'll pop in there, just leave announcements, but the whole group video call is so I don't want you to ever feel like you're just like over there and I'm over here and everyone's off doing their own thing. It's like, actually, you're part of the family. You're really part of the family when you'll get the initial email. I say, welcome to the No Victim Physiques, sort of breaking everything. Welcome to the No Victim Physiques family. Just because I really want you to feel like you're part of the group. Another thing I do too is, when you sign up, I don't know if you know this, but I have a clothing company. They're not totally connected to this brand. Oh, it's under the same brand, but two different companies. But what I do is I'll throw in a free shirt, just like throw it, send it your way if you send me your shipping address when you sign up, just because I want people to actually feel like they're part of the team, part of the family, and part of the group, and just to live what the brand actually means. So, so the last but not least, and this is the most important part, is the accountability. So this is the way the accountability is set up, that we, can ensure that you get results and that you're staying on point. So this is really like a win-win for you. So the way that I set this up, and this is, I've never had to do this because of the way it's set up, but I'll explain to you, and you'll like this. So some coaches will do weekly accountability. So I do a weekly accountability check-in. So it's mandatory. A weekly accountability check-in is mandatory. You have to send 3 pictures, a front side and a back picture. And then you also have to send like your regular check-in, which is like rating yourself on different markers throughout the week. And this will all be an automated message that you'll get every time you need to check in. And when you check in, I look at your check-in, and then I'm looking at variables in your training and nutrition to adjust to make sure that you're making progress week after week. So obviously you can't stay on the same program forever. And the whole point of working with the coach is to tweak that so it's like actually getting results every week, not so you're stalling after 10 days and not making the progress you want. So
Yeah.
now the way that we do the daily accountability is this. Every day you'll have your daily dashboard, and that's mandatory, but you'll also have 3 basic tasks to do for your accountability, and they're going to be the same every day. You have to send a picture of all your meals. So the way you're going to do this is it'll be easy because you're already going to be tracking your food in the app, but all you do is just snap a picture of the meal and then send it into the app, and then send a picture of your scale, your weight on the scale, and then send a picture of yourself at the gym. And if you're not at the gym, it's just literally like an accountability selfie, like just showing that you're showing up every day. So the reason why we have these specific things is to show, first of all, that you're showing up every day, that you're putting in the work, and that you're not missing a beat. And that if there is at any point anything that would go awry, like if something's not right with your training or something's not right with your nutrition, I see everything. Like every little thing that you do in the app is literally measured and put into a feed. So every movement is tracked and measured. So I actually never miss anything. As long as you're, I mean, obviously you can't
Posting
just
all
like,
that stuff.
fall asleep, leave your phone and not do anything with it. But
Yeah.
so the way that I do the accountability is I set up a money back guarantee. And the way my offer that I give out for this coaching program is that the offer that I make is that you'll lose 10% of your body weight and gain a new frame of muscle mass in 180 days or less, or I give you your money back. So that is real. Like I actually will give you your money back if you don't.
You're accountable. I'm accountable. Everybody's accountable.
100%. And I've never had to do it. And the reason why I've never had to do it is because number one, you have to be accountable every single day to ensure the chance at the money back guarantee. But what does that also do? It ensures very highly, highly unlikely that you won't get the results. And I'm just being very transparent with you because I know that if you do follow this and you do put into play everything that's written into the program, you will, without a doubt, get the results that you want. And even if you don't, by some crazy chance, which like I said, it never happened, you don't lose 10% of your body weight, which by the way, just to do the math right now, let's say you're 180 pounds. If you're 180 pounds, to lose 10% of your body weight, that's 18 pounds of pure body fat. 180 pounds subtract 18. 162 pounds lean, like that's minimum. Like 18 pounds of pure body fat gone minimum. Let's say you didn't even lose that by some crazy chance. You still get your money back and you're still in the best shape of your life. So that's the way I set up the money back guarantee. In terms of a service fee, the way that I set it up is pretty straightforward. I do 6 months for $3,000, and then I do 3 months for $2,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you break that up at all, or is all that kind of like a one?
Yeah. So I have a few different options. You can let me know which one works, best for you. Which one were you leaning towards, the 3 month or the 6 month?
I would do 6 months.
Okay. So I have 2 options. I have a Klarna. You know what Klarna and Affirm is?
Yeah, I've used those before.
So it's like a payment plan thing. You could do that, or we could do 1,000 up front today and then split pay the rest throughout the duration on a subscription, whatever you want to do. It's really like either paying more or less, but it's really going to be the same thing. I don't think Klarna charges any interest.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just doing the math really quick. So that is a little bit out of my price range right now. I'm paying off some, some credit card debt from the slow work at the beginning of this year, and then also I'm currently trying to save up for a house too. So that's a little bit pricey for me right now. I don't think I'd be able to like comfortably swing that with all my other bills.
Yeah,
Because I
man.
was looking at it like splitting it up into like six equal payments, or just putting that up front, and doing that for me right now would not be a smart financial move. I do really like the sound of all of this. It actually sounds like it would work out really, really, really well for me, and the money that you're charging for what seems to be here seems to be quite legit, and like I agree with it wholeheartedly, like inside, but financially I can't make that move because it's just irresponsible for me right now.
Yeah, bro. Well, first of all, I totally understand that. And you know, honestly, brother, I just want to help you. Like, I just want to
Hmm.
make sure that, you have a solution to the problems that you're struggling with. So, what we could do is, this is really like our only option.
Hmm.
Um, just so you don't have to wait, because obviously I know this is something that's been irking you for a while.
Sure.
Obviously, um, you wouldn't have booked the call if it wasn't. But I don't want to sit here and convince you, but what I want to do is give you one last option. What you can do is you can do Klarna, and it
Hmm.
breaks the payments up into monthly payments, 12 monthly payments. So that's
Okay.
that's like the smallest it would break it up into.
You said
Um,
it would break it into six payments?
I believe 12. Yeah, it actually gives you
12.
options. Gives you options to either do like a 4 or like a 12 month.
All right. I clicked on Klarna. I'm just auto-filling everything really quick.
Did you get that link that I texted you?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
on it right
Okay.
now.
Okay. Yeah, let's just try it. If it goes through, it goes through. If not, yeah, let's see what happens, and then, if not, if it is what it is.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Uh, okay. I have two options. I have an 18-month, and then I have 125 or 24. Let me do some math really quick. So with your program, you said it was 4 days a week. Is everything designed to be done with like dumbbells and barbells and machines?
Yeah, man. Everything's custom. Everything's custom, brother. Whatever
Oh, okay.
whatever equipment you have access to, that's what we make your training program out of.
Okay. Okay. Because I'm just kind of thinking of some stuff I can kind of like slide out of the side, because I do have a gym membership. I've been working out in the hotel room, so like I haven't used it in, fuck, I don't even like, probably like 3 or 4 months now. So if I like cut that out, I could definitely swing this for the 18 month.
Yeah, if you can make it happen, if you can make it happen for the 18-month, man, let's run it. You are, and I respect that you're on your budget like that, dude. I really, really do.
Yeah, I've been on my own since I was like 16, so like
Yep,
it's
I
like
can. Oh,
yeah,
you didn't even have to say that, brother. I could tell you're, yeah, dude.
yeah,
That's
I have to be.
Yeah, man. I
It's
respect
just
it.
one of those things.
I respect.
I wish I could be like fast and loose with my money a little bit more, but it's just I'm not at that point yet. I'm trying to get to there. It's a struggle. And plus I want to be a music producer, so like I don't really want to work all that much.
There
I
you
hate
go, bro.
working.
Well, that's awesome, dude. So yeah, man, let's run it. If it goes through, does that work for you? The 18 months?
Yeah, the 18-month works. I'm literally just putting everything through right now.
All right, word. Well,
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do now is let me get. You're gonna get 2 emails from me really quick. I'm just gonna get them set up for you right now, and you just do that on your end.
Yeah.
And just give me one moment here.
Oh, that's why it wants me to do it. Yeah, Klarna's not allowing me to do it. It's say because it ran a soft credit pull, and my credit score is like so right now, just because I'm paying stuff off and fixing that at the moment. So they're not able to run the purchase through because of that deciding factor. Even though I have, which is funny, I have like a lot of borrowing power and don't have a bunch of stuff like screw me over right now. Like I have everything kind of like organized and like consolidated in ways to where it shouldn't be doing that, but it is doing that right now. So
No, I got
if
you, bro.
I go forward with that option, I would probably need like maybe like a month or two for everything to kind of like settle itself back out credit wise because I had to like consolidate a bunch of stuff and they probably pulled my credit a bunch of times and fucked it up. So I gotta wait for things to kind of like settle down and then start to climb back up before I try doing that again.
Okay, brother. All right. Did you want to try a firm or do you want to see if that?
I can try a firm. Give me
Because
one second
sometimes when
here.
Klarna doesn't go through, a firm does. That's really our only
Okay.
option at this point. And if not,
Yeah.
you can always reach back out when you're ready.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm trying a
Yeah.
firm now.
Give it a shot. If it doesn't go through it, it is what it is. At least we tried,
Yeah,
you know.
that's what I'm all about.
Yeah, so I think a firm should break up the payment and it should give you multiple options like Klarna does.
Yeah, I'm getting to that point. It's having me do some identity check stuff really quick.
Yeah, sometimes these things do come in handy. These Klarna and Affirm situations.
Yeah, I mean, I personally prefer to kind of like just take care of the whole bill at once, but with something like this, I got to do this, unfortunately. It's one of those things. It's nice though because like 5 or 6 years ago, I couldn't have even like imagined doing stuff like this.
Yeah, so just to give you like a little idea of how this would work, um, hopefully everything goes through, and if it doesn't, but either way, I'm gonna send these two emails to you. One's like a welcome to the team email, just explaining everything, a little bit about a little bit everything we talked about, and then just guides you through what it's like to work with me when we get started.
Mhm.
And this explains when you're going to be getting your program. And then the second email is a survey that you're going to need to fill out.
Yep.
It's just like before pictures, and then it has like 6 questions that you just need to go into like as much detail as you can in them. And then
Gotcha.
from that point on, you like when you purchase the program, you don't actually like start the program until
Okay.
you're 100% ready. Like I'll send the link, and then the day after will be the official first start date, just in case. Because I know you travel. Are you traveling right now?
Yeah, I'm in College Park, Maryland at the minute.
Okay.
At the moment.
Are you usually East Coast?
Yeah. I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm like 30 minutes
Oh.
south of Philadelphia.
Oh, okay. Awesome, man. Yeah, I'm in
Yeah.
PA. What
Oh,
part of PA
okay.
are you from?
I'm originally from Delaware County.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
well I
I'm a Delco kid.
yeah, I live in Allentown, so I'm like I don't know if you know where Allentown is. Lehigh Valley?
Yeah. Yeah, I actually have to drive I have to drive up to the Bethlehem courthouse on Thursday because parking tickets. Fucking Bethlehem.
Dude, fuck Bethlehem Parking Authority.
Fucking hate Bethlehem
That's
Parking
so crazy.
Authority.
It's such a small world, man. That's literally
Yeah.
15 minutes down the road.
I was working up in Bethlehem last year for the majority. I was in Bethlehem last year. Or no, I was in Bethlehem this year too. We did a really big job at Lehigh University in one of their laboratories.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was up there.
Were
There's not much up
you were
there.
fabricating? Like,
So what my company does is we manufacture and install gas delivery equipment for different manufacturing purposes. Specifically, we work a lot in the semiconductor industry, and we work either with production or research and development. It really just depends. The university I'm at now is R&D,
that's
but
legit.
yeah, and with that, what I do is I my boss does all the design, and then I do all the fabrication of the actual gas lines themselves. He designs them all out, measures them, and then I put all the pieces together, and then we put everything up together and do the full install that gets all the gas from like point A to point B, whether it's a bottle source or an outside source. I've done it all. This job I'm going to be crawling underneath the floor for this one.
Oh, that's physical. I was gonna say it sounds decently physical. No.
Yeah, there
Yes
there
and
are
no.
times where it's physical. Yeah, I mean, like as a welder, like you have a lot of downtime, but like I'm on my feet the whole time, and then I'm also like climbing. Like if OSHA saw some of the places I've done welds at, I'd be having a different conversation with you right now.
I've worked jobs like that before, brother.
Yeah, I used to before this job, I worked for Apple and I did landscaping.
Okay. You
So
did landscaping for Apple?
no, it was separate. I was a
Oh, okay. I
foreman.
was like,
Yeah, I was a foreman for a landscaping company, so I ran the grass, so I was running lawnmowers and weed whacking, and
yeah, man.
yeah, I would hit 20K steps by like noon, 1 o'clock every day, and the one day I did 36,000 steps in one day. It was brutal, especially in like the dead of summer.
Have you ever? I was gonna say that is a fuck ton of steps. You've probably seen these guys out there before. You've seen like the True Green guys before,
Yep.
like lawn fertilization. I used to do that.
Oh
So
fuck that!
yeah,
I've done lawn fertilization. It sucked a bag of dicks.
yeah. So I yeah. Okay. Oh, you have done that before.
Yeah, I've done lawn fertilization. I've done like if it's in landscaping, I've done most of it besides tree work. I don't do that shit. That shit's fucking. You do tree work, you're crazy. Fuck that.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, when you said if OSHA saw some of the stuff we were doing, because I used to paint.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to paint and shit, and we would do crazy ladder work. Do you ever do like high ladder work?
All the
Yeah.
time.
Fuck that, dude.
I've like the one of the first jobs I was ever on for this job, my other supervisor sent me up into the ceiling of a clean room. And I don't know if you know what unistrut is, but it's about like an inch to an inch and a quarter wide. And it's not that like thick. It's sturdy, like it's solid steel, but I had my ass resting on one piece, mind you, it's like this thin, and then my feet were fully extended outwards, bracing myself against another piece of unistrut while I was doing a weld that was literally right here, and I couldn't do this because if I did this, I'd break the structure that I had and I would fall through.
Yeah. And what are your were you weren't the foreman on that job, were you? What'd your foreman tell you? He's like gotta get
Well,
done, right?
he was like, "You got to go up there and do that," and I was like, "How the fuck am I supposed to do that?" And he's like, "You'll be fine." He's like, "We've done this 1,000 times." I'm like,
Fuck.
"What do you mean we've done this 1,000 times?" He's like, "Nah, you just go up there." He's like, "You sit right there. Like, I help you climb down. I'll hand you everything up." I'm like, "Why the fuck aren't you up here?" He's like, "Because it's your job."
Yeah, I don't miss that. But well, you're doing pretty good though. Welding, no, isn't that pretty fair? No,
I
fair.
mean, I make like 40, 50K a year right now
Yeah.
for my age and without a college education, that's pretty good. I'm
Oh,
fully
yeah.
TIG certified. So if I want to leave this job and go somewhere else and keep welding, I can. Like, if I don't pursue any of the stuff that I'm pursuing right now, then I could just take this and make a whole career out of it if I really wanted to, especially being in the semiconductor industry. Like, there's really big money in this industry. Like, it's crazy. Like, some of the jobs I've worked on and the budgets for them are insane. The construction companies we subcontract for sometimes have bids for millions of dollars on these jobs, and we're just a small, tiny
Crazy.
part of the whole thing. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's
I've worked
insane.
in multiple universities. I've worked on 2 different particle accelerators in 2 different states. Like I've done a bunch of crazy shit. I've been on like not like top secret government facilities, but like I've had to get security clearances from multiple government agencies.
Damn.
I was just at 2 weeks ago. I was at the Naval Research Lab down in DC. So yeah. There's big money in this. I keep telling my boss to give me a raise though.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say people that do these jobs that you do are far and few in between nowadays, especially at your age, 25, to be like essentially like a new welder, basically. That's rare. And a lot of those jobs are going to become so much more valuable as the years go on. So you can really command that pay.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, as technology advances and like society shifts, I think that is a possibility. I think one day in the distant future, automation will replace what I do, but quite honestly, I don't really see that being anytime soon. What I do is highly skilled and then also very specific. So I have a nice little like niche that I'm like worked into. And to what you were saying about like people my age that don't like people my age don't necessarily like already don't want to work. I mean, I don't want to work. I just don't want to work it. I just don't want to work like at work. I want to work for myself.
Yeah.
But like people my age, it's like getting them to do anything. Like I've had multiple bosses be like, I can't find people to work. Where are more people like you? And I'm like, I don't fucking know, dude. Like, put them through all the trauma I've been through, and they'll be
Well,
just like me, dog.
it's funny though, because when you said you moved out so early, it's really not that surprising that you have a good work ethic
Yeah.
now at such a young age.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call it moved out. It was more like thrown out. But
Well, well, you're forced to grow.
it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, like you see people go through like terrible, awful shit, and then you don't realize, like people don't realize, like there's post traumatic stress, and then there's also post traumatic growth that goes along with any type of traumatic event, and like trauma is on a spectrum basically of like what happens to people, and like what you do with it is a huge part of who you're going to be. Like I can't escape any of the horrors of my past, but I sure as hell can make a better tomorrow for myself, so I never have to experience those things again. And yeah, this world's hard and nothing prepared me for it, so I just kind of had to like sink or swim, and that's just been kind of the vibe for the past like 10 years.
Bro, what you're saying right now would be so good on the group call, because if people heard what you're saying right now, it would literally inspire them so much. It would be so inspiring.
Well, I do, since I do music production, I also stream on Twitch. I've been like thinking of like vlogging a little bit.
Such a
It's just
smart
like,
idea.
oh my God, like
Yeah.
just like putting myself in front of the camera and talking, I'm just like,
Yeah.
like even
Hey,
streaming,
think about it. You're gonna be getting in way better shape. The structure of your face is gonna change. You're gonna get leaner. Trust me, everything's gonna change. Your mindset's gonna change. I think, because I was just talking. So I have another group. I was on one of my other group calls. I was telling them how when you open one door, another door opens.
Mhm.
So you keep opening doors. You keep opening doors. This fitness thing will really change the game for you, dude. Dude, you have a really crazy story. Like I don't really know it, but I can tell you have a pretty crazy story. Yeah, you should.
I've seen some things.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, bro. The people that have the craziest shit like happen to them in life have like the best value to give for other people. If you're into that, like if
No, yeah, I'm totally into that. I like that kind of like I like that feeling of like when you like tell a story and like people are able to connect to it, and like vice versa when you like hear a story and you're able to like make that connection. I think that's like really important, especially like when you're getting over like like trauma aside, like if you're getting over yourself, like at this age I'm at, like it's like you're literally getting over yourself. Like you're spending your 20s getting over who you are, basically. So like it's a struggle and it's a journey, but like it's one of those things that like these types of conversations really, 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 really help not only myself but other people as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, first of all, I'm happy to have you on the team. First of all, welcome. I think this is, it's like, this is why I love these phone calls, because you don't really know someone until you just have a quick conversation with them and start to, learn who they are. The whole point of working with a coach is, of course you get the perfect program, you get accountability, but not only that, bro, above all is you're really building a relationship with somebody. And I really want to kind of tell you, and you'll reiterate, like I am here for you. Like you hired me to be there for you. So like anything you need, even if it's not training, even if it's not like nutrition related, I want you to be able to, you have to tell me everything, but just let you know that I am here as that person, like as that support system for you. So you don't have to overthink. You feel like you do have someone that you can come to, someone who has not only maybe not been exactly what you've been through, but has experienced similar things and has experienced working with, similar men who are, just like you when they started 680 pounds, you know what I mean? Carrying, you know what I'm saying? But still had that dream and that vision to, change their physique. So I'm really excited for you, bro. It's like, I can tell that like you have a lot of potential. You just now, fucking need to make it happen. You know what I mean? And with me in your corner, bro, and with your mindset, you'll do really big things. So really quick though, I did send you 2 emails If you have access to your email, if you could check them for me really quick.
Yep.
Like I said, the first email is an onboarding email. It's just welcoming you to the team, explaining everything, what it's like to work with me and anything that you might need to know before you start. The second email is a survey. I just need you to send pictures tomorrow morning, ideally, that you're starting pictures on an empty stomach if you could.
Yeah.
And then fill out that survey for me. And then the way this is going to work, like I said, you don't actually start your program. Like you don't start that 6-month duration until you'll know when you start, because it'll be the day after the link date and it'll be in your app, like the date of your actual training start program. So so when I send you your program, look through everything and kind of just like mess around with it. Check out the nutrition program, check out the training program. Oh, specifically for you too, bro. If you could do this for me. Oh wait, you said you don't have access. You said you do have access to a gym, or you don't?
So like this hotel has a gym. I haven't been down there yet, just because number one, this is only my second week here. Number two, I always bring my kettlebell with me, so like I never really have a need to go down there.
Okay,
but like I can make something happen if I need to make it happen.
Okay, so two things that come to mind. How long do you usually stay in a hotel?
I'm here Monday to Friday.
Every
week.
Oh, wait,
I'm here Monday to Friday. Every week I'm here Monday to Friday. As the jobs change, I'm in different areas, different locales. So I have to the other reason for the kettlebell is literally so I can adapt to the environment. Like that's the biggest thing about this job, is being able to adapt to the ever-changing routine. Like the routine's the same, but like when the environment itself shifts, certain factors aren't in play and certain things aren't available to me, so I have to kind of improvise. Like to remove excuses from my life, I just am like, all right, I just work out in the hotel room. I do kettlebell swings, I do push-ups, I do fucking cleans and presses. Like I do all that stuff. And if there's a treadmill, I'll go walk on the treadmill. And I also always get like over 10K steps every day. So
okay, beautiful. The only thing that you could probably do that I think would work for your budget and would be pretty easy is if you could swing a Planet Fitness membership.
Okay.
So the reason I'm saying that is because I'm pretty sure it's like $10 a month or something like that. And they have locations like everywhere.
Everywhere. Yeah.
So that's one thing you could look into. The only other option I would say, not that the what you're doing right now is necessarily bad, but a better case scenario, which would be somewhat difficult, but if you're staying there for a while, it probably wouldn't be the hardest thing, is if you just snapped a quick pic or a video of the gym or the hotel gym or whatever you have, so I can kind of make a training program out of that. But like I said, Planet Fitness would probably be a better option if you could swing it. It would be a good investment. Hello? I lost you.
Hey, sorry,
Hello?
connection interruption there.
No, I thought that was my
No,
fault.
you're good. What I was saying is the gyms always have dumbbells in them, usually anywhere between like 10 to 50 pounds. At the very least, they always have that. I don't really use 50 pounds unless it's for like a goblet squat or something like that. But usually what they have in there is like enough for me to like be able to get like a good workout and a pump in.
Okay, perfect, man. Yeah, if you're going to be somewhere for an extended period of time, definitely a good idea to just shoot me, a quick picture of what you're going to have access to so I can make your training around that.
Yeah, when I send all the info for the survey, I'll add that in there, and I'll put like a little notes like hotel gym. And I'll be here for the next like month and a half. So like when it changes to the next hotel, I'll just hit you up and be like, look, this is what they have. Or if it's like similar or the same to what they have at this one, I'll just I'll kind of keep rocking. And if I have like questions or need to change anything, I'll just communicate all that with you.
100%, man. Beautiful. Okay, so two things. The number that I texted you on, that link, that's actually my business phone number. If you have any questions, but between now and when we start, just shoot me a text. You're gonna get the link to your program within 24 to 48 hours after payment sent. So when you get this link, like you'll get it sent to your email, click it. Like I said, just mess around with it, navigate the app, look around, if you have any questions, and just shoot me a message on the app. Another thing too, in your survey, if you could just send me I don't know. Can you accept packages where you're at or?
What, at the hotels?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like if you need something sent to the hotel, I can send it here. I mean, I have a home address. I can have stuff sent there too. It doesn't matter.
Send me the best shipping address for a shirt because I'm gonna send you a no victim shirt.
Okay.
Yeah, so just send me the best address for that.
Yeah, I'll type it in I'll text it to you.
Yeah, awesome, man. Sounds good. And then yeah, like I said, if you have any questions or even if it's just like something you forgot to add in or you want to, mention to me now and before we start, just feel free to shoot me a text then.
Okay. Yeah, I sent you the address right there.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Oh, okay, you're in Pennsylvania right now. Oh no, that's your home address.
That's my home address. That's the best place to send the shirt to. I'll be home like Wednesday because I gotta drive back up there so I can go to Lehigh the next afternoon. Oh, I'm excited about that.
All right, beautiful, perfect. Yeah, awesome, man. Maybe if you're local and you can swing it one of these days. I'm like moving in October, but maybe one of these days, possibly you could swing. You could come down and we can work out at my gym or something. That would be sick because you're not that far.
No, yeah, I would make the journey. That'd be fun. Hell
Yeah, that
yeah,
would be
I'm
sick.
down for that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in the future for sure. Since you're just you're so close. But
Mm.
yeah, man. If you have any questions, bro, save that number as like Coach Gabe or Gabe Coach, whatever you have to.
Yep.
Direct line of communication for me. Okay.
Okay, and you said with the program and the app, that link you're gonna send to my email, and it's gonna take like 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah, you're gonna get like a download link to your email. So you just click it, it'll walk you through the process to sign up, like to make your own profile, and then you have an iPhone, right?
Yep.
So yeah, just download the app on your iPhone, and then you'll see as soon as you go into the app, you'll see that I messaged you, and then you can just hop in there and just start communicating with me there, and all your program will be in there.
Okay. Once I get that, I'll start poking around in there, and I'll message you to let you know that I made it in there, and I'm looking around and all that stuff.
Yeah, once you're in there, we'll be talking, and if you have anything that you're like, what is this? How do I do that? Just feel free, bro, for real. Anytime, just message me.
Okay. Yeah, that works for me.
Absolutely, man. All right, I'm excited to be working with you, bro. I'm really excited to build this relationship and just fucking really just get you shredded, dude. I promise that this is going to be different than anything you've ever done. But not only that, you're going to see like the small changes that are like every day and how they start to accumulate into the big ones. You know what I mean? So I'm excited for you, bro. I really am.
Yeah, I'm excited for that too. That's the one thing I like to see is like that actual like real tangible process, or not process, but like accomplishment over time, because that's where my motivation kind of wanes is, over time I'm like looking in the mirror, I'm like, this doesn't really look any different, the number on the scale is not different, like what the fuck is going on? So,
yeah, and that's literally what I am here for, is to make sure that you're not sitting there thinking that and wondering that, because
yeah, it's like it's working.
Yeah, the whole system is set up, for a reason. But anyway, bro, I'm proud of you for making this decision. And like I said, shirt will be coming in the mail soon. You'll be getting your program within 24 to 48 hours. When you start, just take a look through it. And like I said, just to reiterate, bro, there's no such thing as a stupid question. This is so you can process all this information and integrate it into your life. So anytime you have any questions, man, just feel free.
Perfect, man. Thank you.
All right, bro. Welcome to the team, man. Excited to get started.
Yes, sir. Me too.
All right. Later, brother.
Sales call number 1, you can see I'm still pretty rusty because that was when I started, but I just thought it would be really, cool to show you guys how I used to sell in the beginning and how I was still able to close deals. So this is sales call number 2, little bit of a different feel. All these sales calls have a little bit of a different feel, but this is sales call number 2. Check it out.
I gotta mute it.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's going on?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, sorry. This is a Google video chat.
I
Does that
got
work
you.
for you?
Yeah, that works. I didn't know.
Okay, yeah, no worries, man. So I know we had briefly talked, in the DMs a little bit, man.
Yeah.
And I know you had watched the YouTube video that I put out, so you pretty much know, the kind of, the gist of what it's like to work with me. I pretty much go into detail of, the methods that I use to get people in shape. I just want to give you a quick rundown really quick on, how the call is going to work. So it's usually just about 30 minutes, sometimes less. And I'm just gonna dive right in, bro. I'm just gonna ask you a few questions. I want to get to understand, first of all, who you are, and what you're trying to accomplish, as far as your physique goes. And then if we both agree, we're a good fit to work together, I'll go over how we can move forward.
Okay.
And all I ask, at the end of the call is that, you just either give me a yes or no out of respect for, both of our time. Then sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, awesome, Jack. So tell me a little bit, about yourself. What made you want to reach out and kind of in the first place?
Honestly, my gym partner that I work out with, he is a coach. And I've been seeing a lot of results with him. So I kind of wanted to go out and see the results. I saw your video, and that kind of wanted me to reach out and see what all that was about, because it looked very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. So right now, like, what would you say is your biggest struggle?
I don't know. I mean, I go to the gym every day. I think mainly diet. I just want to know I'm eating the right amount, I guess, every day. Not that, like, I just feel like diet and recovery are like probably the bigger two things that I need to work on. As far as like working out in the gym, I think I'm doing pretty good in there. But yeah.
Yeah. How much? So what's your current, I saw that you want to lose about 15 pounds, and you want to just attain.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to lose. I want to like get to 195, I guess, but I also don't want to be like 195 skinny. I'd rather be like 210 lean if I could get to that. But
I noticed you had mentioned something about you having like a pretty dramatic weight loss at some point. How much do you weigh right now?
Today I was 207. But last year I was 256 ish. So I've cut off like, I guess, around 40, 50 pounds.
Okay, so you were 256 last year, and now you're 207. How long did it take you to lose that weight? Just curious.
Probably I'd say about a year, or to get where I am now. Yeah, about a year. I've kind of maintained the 210 to 207 mark for probably about a month now. I've been kind of stuck here. But yeah.
Okay, and tell me a little bit more about, like, did you grow up an athlete? Did you grow up heavy? Like, what was that like? Do you come from like a skinny family, overweight? What's that like?
I guess my mom's side's kind of heavy. My dad's side's kind of skinny. I grew up playing like sports and stuff, so I was playing tennis and soccer, but never really hit the gym like that, or like I do now. But yeah, it just was more of like cardio workout, I guess, that I would do when I was little.
Yeah,
In
absolutely.
high school and all that stuff, but yeah.
So you say you're training with one of your buddies, right?
Yeah.
So what brought you to want to work out with him? Like, what was the big like reason for going to the gym? Like, what?
I mean, he's I mean, I started going out by myself. I guess I kind of wanted to better myself, and then I haven't seen him since high school, and then we just ran into each other about 2 years ago again, and we started working out together. But I guess his physique, he's probably got a lot better physique than the average person already. But yeah, so then I just started working in with him. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you're 207 right now. And how long have you been at 207, just steady at 207?
Probably about, I'd say, I don't know, probably 3 weeks now, maybe a month.
Okay, so it took you about a year to get to this weight, and now you've just been maintaining it for like about a month.
Right, yeah.
Okay, and what is your current situation like nutrition, training? Like, what does that look like? Like, give me like a general idea.
Nutrition, I wake up, I'll eat like a protein bar and a yogurt, and then I don't eat again until lunchtime around 12. I'll eat a half pound of either ground beef or turkey, and like 175 grams of rice, and then either I'll add like 120 grams of egg whites, or I'll skip the egg whites entirely and just do the rice, and then I'll do the same thing for dinner with a protein shake or like a protein powder. and then I'll eat before the gym. I'll eat like a yogurt or a rice cakes for like a carb load before going to the gym. And then and then at the gym, I'd say I don't know, like my routine's kind of changed, I guess, because his coach gives him a routine, I guess, to follow. But it's more, I guess, we'll do 8 reps for 4, and then like the next machine will be like 20 reps to like on pec deck or something like that. It'll be like 20 reps. So it's kind of all over the place to me, but I don't know.
Okay.
For like chest day and stuff like that, but legs is more like 8 to 10 reps, I guess, on leg day, or to failure depending on the machine, I guess.
Okay, so what sounds like to me, so you're showing up at the gym pretty consistently with your buddy at least. So
yeah, we go every day almost, except for like the one rest day.
Okay, yeah. So you're showing up at the gym pretty much every day. You know, you're working out pretty hard. Your diet doesn't sound too off track. You know, it's generally pretty clean. It doesn't sound like, what sounds like to me is you have like the drive, like you're showing up at the gym, you're getting the meals and whatever, but you just need a more specific, structured approach that will actually fit you specifically and increase the rate of results.
Yeah.
Okay. Because basically the gist that I'm getting from you is that you don't want to keep doing what you're doing because you don't know if it's going to get you where you want to go.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So let me ask this, more specifically. So you're 207 right now. How tall are you, by the way?
6'4", 6'5".
Okay,
range.
so you're taller
4.5. Yeah. He's probably like 6'1", the dude I work out with. 6, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to get a general idea, before I see pictures of you. So
yeah.
Now let me ask more specifically. So the way that I work with my clients, obviously, I need to know specifically what you're trying to accomplish. First of all, because I need to give you a sense of direction and also put together a program that's going to facilitate the results that you want. But also because when I ask these questions that I'm about to ask, it gives me a pretty clear idea of, what you think of yourself, which is actually a really good thing for me to know as, potentially as your coach, just because, a program's a program, but in order to really make like an actual lasting change. And what sounds like to me is you have the drive, like you're showing up with your buddy to the gym every day. So you're showing up, but I just feel like the structure is not there. You know what I mean? So I want to put together like a system for you where it's kind of like, 1, 2, 3, you don't have to think about it and it's specific to you. So more specifically, what are you trying to accomplish? Let's say like in the next 6 months to a year.
Well, I want to get bigger, I guess, but also not get bigger fat wise, get bigger like aesthetically, I guess. I don't know how to word that, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I could say, don't we all?
Yeah, I mean,
so
basic, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to be like eating or anything like that, but like, I guess aesthetically look like that kind of.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say like 1 to 2% of my clients are competitive. A lot of these guys are, 25 and up, just really trying to not only, learn a system that works for them, but like can actually like facilitate lasting results, because, if you think about it, even if I were to give you like I said, the best possible program, if there's no, actual mindset change and like habit change, then you're not going to be equipped with anything. You're going to feel like, a program's a program, but if you're not actually changing where you can wake up every day and be like, all right, I know exactly how to eat, and you go into the gym and you look at the program for now, because you're learning it and you're like adopting the habits, but get to a point where it's autonomous for you. And that's the goal for all my clients, bro. Like I really want you to take this and run with it, essentially. Like learn what you can, accomplish as much as we can within the time that we work together, and then just run with it. So what sounds like to me is that you're trying to lose as much body fat as you can, but also increase muscle mass because you're trying to achieve a certain look.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So it's not necessarily like, and if you had to, even if you know, you don't have to compare yourself to anyone, but yeah, you did watch the YouTube video
Yeah. Yeah.
in its entirety. So I'm going to explain. So first of all, I can definitely, the reason I have everyone watch that YouTube video is because I actually do that method with a majority of my clients, especially the clients that are holding body fat. So the big dilemma with a lot of people, which sounds like to me, with you, which is just basically you're just saying it in a different way, is they don't really know whether to bulk or cut or what direction to go. And like, let's say carrying a little bit of body fat, don't have the muscle they want. Okay, so what's actually the next step that we do? Like, what do we have to do to get where we want to go? Because obviously there's guys walking around with good physiques and we see that all the time. So how can we adopt the mindset and habits that, let's say, like these guys have, you know, to have a good physique, and not competitively, but really to integrate it into your lifestyle? Because you're remind me what you do again as a job.
Well, I was a technician. Now I'm the manager of the shop that I work at now. So I'm kind of in the office now.
Okay, so you're a pretty busy guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so the whole point of this programming is not to add an extra layer of stress to your life. It's actually rather to create a base for your life, you know, where you can work off of it and have it
Yeah.
as a structure point for everything. So yeah, I can definitely help you. So I appreciate you giving me all the information. It's really important
Yeah.
that, you know, we hop on a call just so I can really understand, you know, what you're trying to accomplish. So what sounds like to me is, you know, nutrition really overall, just structure is, like, I feel like, is your main problem. It's not really lack of motivation. You're showing up at the gym. You just don't really have a clear cut direction.
Yeah.
And you know, guys, I mean, I've seen it plenty of times, you know, wasting years at a time, you know, doing their own thing, which doesn't really get them the results. I mean, a lot of guys actually do what you did, where they lose a bunch of weight first, then they get to a point where it's like, all right, I hit that initial weight loss, but then they want to actually take it to the next level. First, it's like
Yeah.
going from out of shape to like just like in shape. Then it's going from like in shape to like the actual, like, whoa, like this dude
Yeah.
works out. Like literally, like
That's
like the most,
that's definitely the goal. That right there.
yeah, that's like the most basic way I could explain it.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks for giving me all the info. So from everything, you know, that you've told me, I'm definitely in the position to help you. You know, I'm, you know, really confident that I can help you, you know, lose the body fat, keep the muscle that you have, but also gain a new frame of muscle, and then help you learn how to keep it forever. You know, like I said in the video. So, you know, I'm going to go into, just so you can clearly understand, you know, how my system works. It's very similar to the YouTube video, but I'm just going to go into actual like mechanism of,
Okay.
of
It's going out a little bit on the video. Is it me or you?
the whole, like,
It's breaking up. Shit. You there? Yeah, I can see you now.
all right, my bad.
No, you're good. It might be me too. I don't know if it's shit. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, brother, can you hear me now?
Yeah, what's up?
Dude, I'm so sorry. I think they're working on the Wi-Fi right now. I'm not in my apartment. I'm in like the upstairs lobby part.
I got you.
I
No worries.
think they're fucking with the Wi-Fi right now. But anyway, I was just gonna explain exactly how the system works. Did you have anything that you wanted to chime in on before we hung up?
No, I just was I couldn't hear you, so I was just
Okay.
saying. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I gave you a chance to talk in case you want to say anything. So
Yeah.
I'm just going to break down everything, how my system works. So the way that I put the training together, it's like a daily training calendar. So as far as your workouts goes, no more like, guessing when you go in the gym. It's literally going to be like you open the app and you know exactly what you train each day because you're going to have it like in your daily tasks. You click the task and then within your training, you'll have your workout sets, reps, everything laid out for you. And then you'll also have a little part where you can type in the weight that you're using for each exercise. So the
Okay.
reason this is good is because you're actually tracking your progress in real time. Every
Okay.
exercise has a video as well. So when you're in the gym, if you are not sure how to do something, quick, watch a 15, 30-second video, how to do it. You can perform the movement. I also do client form checks. So when if you're struggling with an exercise or a body part isn't responding the way we want it to, I'll have you actually send me videos of your training. So as far as the
Okay.
gym goes, check that box off. It's like having basically like a coach, in your back pocket, no second guessing as far as that goes. So the macro meal plan, the way we put this meal plan together is I put together your daily calorie totals and then your protein, carbs, and fats. So all your macros. And then per meal, I actually will write what macros you're going to be eating per meal and then the foods. So
Okay.
everything is measured. So the way I do my meal plans is all by the macros. So protein, carbs, and fats. Everything is measured out exactly what you need to be eating. I give meal examples for all the meals. And then what I also do too is I throw in a grocery list. So the grocery list is like divvied out by like macro, by like protein, carbs, and fats. These are just what I would like the sources that I would like you to choose from. There is at times where you could choose like a source outside of the list. Like, if you're at a restaurant, there's like a fish that's not on it. Let's say, for example, or like
Okay.
a certain type of, rice. Let's just say, for example, you can always replace, certain things, but I give you that leeway where you can mix and match whatever you really want, but I just want you to stay within the macros per meal per day and make
Okay.
sure that you're using like the best possible sources. So the way that it's set up is so you don't have to think at all about what to eat. You literally just open it and know exactly what to eat. And then I actually show you how to measure everything too. So, okay. So another thing too is every week you're going to hop on a group call with me and the team. And then we do a call for like Q&A, mindset, training, nutrition. But really what it's for, bro, is to kind of just show you like, it's kind of the same reason why you're training with like a partner now. Like you have like your boy with you. It's a group of like-minded individuals, like-minded guys, all going in the same direction. And it's really good to have that group, that community group. And as far as community goes, not just that, but like accountability as well. Like seeing in real time that like, you're not like this. It's not just like me and you, like,
Yeah.
just like hey, come in and just say, hey, whenever you want. I want you to actually feel like you're part of, the team and part of the group. So we do that group call every week. That's Thursday nights, Eastern Standard Time, 5 to 6 p.m. If you can't make it, I record it. I throw the recording in the group. We also have a group message in the app as well. Guys are legit posting like just like sick shit every day, like motivational stuff, podcasts, wins, workouts, anything you could possibly post like in that chat. That's like a win. That's like something to, celebrate, you can post in that. But once you get in there, they'll all welcome you too. I tell everyone to, just like welcome all the new members. And I really want you to have that sense of community. So I do the group call. I also, I throw in, like a no victim shirt. I have a clothing company as well. It's not like technically like totally connected to this, thing, but I throw in a shirt just so you can, be a part of the family and be a part of the brand. So the way that this app works, and I'm going to get to the accountability, which is the most important part. The way that this app works is it's all like 24/7 access. So all your programming is going to be there every single day, and every single day you're going to have, what you're supposed to be doing that day. And then it's going to work like a messenger. So I'm going to text you from my number pretty shortly, my business number. But it's like just like a messenger. Like you just talk to me, and our entire thread is going to be, in the same thing. And anytime you have any questions or anytime you like are really second guessing anything, you can just message me, and then we can just talk and kind of just work it out that way. So the reason I like having that access is because, DMs get too flooded. Once you become a client, like I'm not like checking my DMs, making sure like those people are good before my clients. You know what I'm saying? Like obviously those people take, priority over, the people in the DMs, but like I have a system, like the way I work through it. But the way that I want you guys to feel when you work with me is that, before, the whole reason that you wanted to work with the coach was because you were second guessing, a lot of things, and you're spinning your wheels trying to figure it out for yourself. So I don't want you to have to figure out anything. I want it to be like as simple as possible. And like I said in the beginning, I want you to actually learn the mindset and integrate the habits so you can get the results and keep them forever. Like I said, perfect program, great. But if you don't actually, the mindset and the habits don't change, then it's just, you'll revert back to what you were, you know what I mean? Or even worse.
Yeah.
So anyway, so the way that the accountability works is this. And every day, so the way that I put my programs together is I do 6-month programs. I do 3 to 4 month leaning out phases, and then 2 to 3 month lean bulk phases, just like the video.
Yeah.
So that's essentially exactly what we do for you. I say 3 to 4 months because it might be shorter or longer, but taking your physique to what it is now, creating like, that sponge-like effect, and then going into like a reverse diet where we can actually have that, like we were talking about before, that wow factor when you take your shirt off, you fucking look like you work out, you actually have the results to, speak for it. Because you probably noticed from the 256 down to the 207,
Definitely.
the physique, obviously you're smaller now, but the physique isn't really where you want it to be necessarily.
Yeah.
And this is the whole thing, is showing you how to do that and actually getting you to that point. So the way that the accountability is going to work, so accountability is obviously everything. So every single day you're going to have an accountability check-in. So the reason I do daily accountability check-ins as well as weekly accountability check-ins is because every single day I need to know for sure that you're following the program, obviously, or else, it's as good as nothing. So, for example, like I have a client that just signed up with me, does daily accountability. And what you do is every day you send a picture of all your meals, a picture of every single meal, a picture of your morning weight, and then just like a picture of you at the gym. And if you're not training, you just take an accountability selfie. It's really just to show me that you're showing up every day, getting the work done. And I go in there and I communicate with you to let you know that I'm actually seeing it. And the way that this app works, dude, is I love it. Everything is measured. So anytime you do anything in the app, you log anything, you record anything, or you do anything, I can see it. So I have like a bird's eye view of your whole entire like system. And I know exactly, like when you come to me with whatever it is, I know exactly where, to make the adjustments, or I know exactly, the next step to, to take to make sure that, we can facilitate progress. So the accountability check-ins are daily, every single day, and they're mandatory. And the way that I set up my pricing and my service fee is I give a money back guarantee for daily accountability. So when I give you the programming and you have your daily accountability schedule, like every single day you have to check in. If you check in every single day and for some reason you don't lose 10% of your body weight, which is, let's say you're 100 or you're 207 right now. So for example, do the math, because I'm, let's just say hypothetically, 207, right? Or 207 times. Yeah, like that's 20 pounds. Like think about that. Okay, so for a second. And this is another thing too, is my guys will lose body weight. And it's not even going to be as much about the body weight lost, but more the look that you attain.
Right. Yeah.
And 20 pounds, even if you lost 20 pounds, you might not even be where you need to be yet. Like it's possible. Like you could
Yeah.
lose 20 pounds and still not be at the body fat percentage that we need to be at before your lean bulk. So
Okay.
10% is the minimum. 10% of your body weight is the minimum, because when you're at that, spot where you're holding body fat, you need to at least lose 10% of your body weight to get to the point where we can lean bulk you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So the reason that if you come to me and say, "Oh, I want to look like so and so, or I want to have a muscular physique and be lean," the reason why I wouldn't say, "Okay, let's just start throwing food at you and let's just do a bulk." The reason why I wouldn't do that is because you would go from what you're at now to a now bigger version of that, fatter.
Yeah.
So the reason why you don't do that is because guys end up spinning their wheels doing that. But that's why people hire, coaches, is because they end up spinning their wheels and they don't actually know, oh, I have to lose the body fat first.
Yeah.
Put myself in a place where I can lean bulk into, the proper shape. And make progress like that. So the reason I do a money back guarantee. So
Okay.
if you check in with me every single day and do your accountability check-ins, and for some reason you don't lose 10% of your body weight and gain a new frame of muscle, I will give you your money back. So I've never had to do that. And the reason I do that is because obviously I know that I can get people in shape. And I know that if you do stay accountable to the program every single day, and you follow it, I know that for sure, without a doubt, you'll get the results you want. So it's really a win-win. So, and let's say by some crazy chance that you follow it spot on, all the programming spot on, daily accountability check-ins every single day, and you don't lose 10% of your body weight, gain a new frame of muscle, and I will literally give you your money back, and you're still in the best shape you've ever been in. Like I said, I've never had to do that. But the reason that I do that is because I'm so confident, in my ability to get people in shape. So, after everything that I just mentioned, though, with the way that my system is set up, what do you think would be the most beneficial for you? What do you think would like?
What do you, I guess most beneficial,
Like, is it like between like the training, nutrition, accountability? Is it like everything? Like, I just want to know specifically like what you think would create the most value for you.
No, yeah, that'd be perfect. That's pretty much exactly what I want. I don't want to have to think about it anymore, to be honest.
Yeah.
That and the way that you go about it honestly makes so much more sense than bulking, eating a just stupid amount of food just to get back to where I don't want to do that. That just seems like a waste of time. So your method honestly seems like the most I don't know what the most direct, and yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So now that you understand, pretty much the gist of how, the system works, and, I put together the daily blueprint. I know you mentioned like nutrition, might be like an issue for you. Do you think now it would be much easier for you to kind of go about your navigating that with the proper blueprint?
Yeah, definitely. Because like right now, I've literally just been getting all my information from like Instagram and stuff like that. Just like people saying you need to eat a certain amount of protein versus your body fat or your body weight, or your goal weight or whatever. And then like that's kind of all I really have information on. As far as carbs, I've kind of just been playing around with carbs, seeing what I needed so I'd have energy in the gym. I originally, when I first started, I did like I was just eating like I didn't have any carbs in my diet. I was just eating like chicken or eggs or tuna. That's all I ate for like, I don't know, a month or two. So yeah.
Yeah. And that's what most guys do is they hear no carbs, you'll lose body fat, but there's so much more to that. And then again, just having that system where, I mean, it seems like there's just a lot of guessing that was going on with your,
pretty much,
your day to day. So awesome, man. So yeah, awesome. I'm excited to put everything together for you. So in this, in terms of a service fee, the way that I put my system together is I put it on a 6 month baseline.
Okay.
So for 6 months, I do 3,000, and then 3 months I do it for 2,000.
Okay.
So the reason I do upfront payments is because I don't lie to anyone and say you're going to make a full-blown transformation in 30 days. And the way that I set this up is so you can learn how to get the physique you want and not actually have to work with a coach for 5 years.
Yeah.
You know, most of my clients only stay with me for a year because that's really all you need.
Yeah.
To my experience, you know, doing this for 10 years. So, yeah, so I don't know which, you know, 6 months to 3 months works better for you to start.
Okay. To be honest, I don't know if I have like the funds for that, I guess. I knew it was, I might be able to do it if I saved a little bit, but, yeah, I just need a little bit to get all that out. But, I definitely am very interested in doing it. I just, yeah.
I got
guess.
you, man. Is it so basically you think it's just, is it too much for you up front right now?
Yeah, up front right now. I just bought a ticket to go to England, so yeah, if maybe like in 2 weeks I could probably do it and join or whatever. But yeah, I just need a little bit of time to get all that together because I definitely want to do it and I definitely want to plan. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, I think, yeah, first of all, I think you'd definitely be a great fit for the team. You know, you definitely have that drive. You know, how much could you afford today if we did do it today?
Let's see.
Yeah, just, you know, and the reason I ask is because we could get you on the roster now, versus later.
Yeah.
Get you started sooner with the programming. But yeah, I totally understand. You know, I respect anybody that has, you know, has a budget for sure, dude.
Yeah.
Definitely not trying to break the bank. So
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I could probably do like 500 a day and then like do the rest. I mean, could you do a payment plan or something like that where I pay? I mean,
Yeah.
you do up front, I guess, but
well, the other option that I was gonna mention. Are you familiar with Klarna? Have you ever heard of Klarna?
no.
Affirm. You ever heard of Affirm before?
Affirm, yeah.
Okay, so I do an Affirm option where it'll break up the payment into, I think, fours. It'll
Okay.
give you a few options. It'll break it into fours and then 12s.
Okay.
So we could try. Do you want to give that a shot? Just
Yeah,
see if it
like
works?
that is, yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah.
That's like pretty much like a firm to pay or whatever where you buy like something online and it's just okay.
So it's basically, yeah, exactly. Like you paid, they break everything up monthly, and I think they charge like I think Klarna doesn't, but I think a firm might charge like a very small fee for interest. I'm gonna shoot you a text right now. Is your number the 803
Yeah.
446?
Yes. Give me 1 second. What's up? Yeah, they're on my desk. They're in the packet still. Sorry about that.
No, you're good, man. I just texted you that link.
Okay.
So it's a Stripe link, so it's pretty much just like paying for really anything else online. There's an option to do the Affirm. You'll see it in like the middle. It has like a purple
Yeah, I see it here.
half circle. Yeah, just give it a shot, see if it goes through.
Okay.
If it does, you know, we'll run it that way, and then we get you on the team sooner rather than later.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I gotta fill out this application, all that stuff. But
For the Affirm,
yeah,
I think it's like, yeah, what is it asking? I'm curious.
it asks just like my name and all that stuff. It doesn't actually ask like for card information or anything like that.
I think it's just gonna ask for some basic information. It's gonna see, you know, if you qualify for it.
I should honestly, but we'll see, I guess, in a second.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. And in the meantime, I'm gonna set up these two onboarding emails for you.
Okay.
And I'll go over them in a second. They're pretty important, so I just want to make sure you get them, and then we just go over them really quick.
Okay. All right. You do the one for 12 months, but either way, it pays you like instantly, right? I guess.
Well, technically, yeah, it will pay me technically instantly, not instantly, that because that's not the way that Stripe works, but I'll get charged for using it. So I never had it before, but I've had a few guys ask about it, and I was like, actually, that would be a really good idea.
Yeah.
So I added it, and it's been working out pretty good, actually.
I got
Just
you.
because it gives guys access to, the entire program with really, they don't really have to like take the financial hit like so hard up front,
Yeah, that's kind of my big thing, I guess. Yeah, I gotta go inside right quick. Got my wait, I should have it in here. Shit. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I just gotta get my fucking there it is. All right. Now it's asking for like routing number and stuff like that. So 3. I think it's the right one. Hey, let me run aside right quick. I got mine.
Okay, yeah, you good, bro. Take your time.
Yeah. All right. So your purchase is complete and all that stuff. So
Okay, yep, I'll confirm that on mine. Okay, yep, you're all good, man. First of all, I'm gonna send you these 2 emails right now. You're gonna get these pretty much instantly. You have access to your email right now, yeah?
yeah.
Okay. So first of all, bro, I want to welcome you to the team because you're officially the newest member.
That's wrapping up sales call number 2. Now we got sales call number 3. Now this one was probably the easiest conversation. This is why I put this last, but a lot of the things in this last conversation are you're going to learn a lot. If you didn't already through this, entire masterclass, but you're going to learn and understand the importance of building relationships with your prospects, because the truth be told is like once someone actually buys a coaching program, you're going to be spending a considerable amount of time with them anyway. So you'll be able to really see how I interact with, this person and all of the calls before this. But I think it's really cool because this person closed very easily, and it was because of all the content I made and all of the things that I just taught you in this video that I implemented. So check out this last sales call.
You're driving 40 to an hour away from the job site. So it's like by the time you get home and shit, you're so tired, you don't even work out. So that's what got me the most out of shape.
It's funny. I mean, funny, ironic, however you want to look at it. I have this conversation with a lot of guys where they're around the same age, late 20s, 28, 30, early 30s, starting like their career, what have you. And I respect it too, because like you got to make money your fucking life, especially when you're like a man. But life just gets in the way sometimes. And this is actually something that I started to get a little more passionate about, was just because I realized that a lot of guys, they're just busy as fuck. Don't have a lot of time on their hands. And it's not like, now look, like people say knowledge is power, but really it's implementation. So like you can go, scour the internet. That's why I made that YouTube video, by the way, like to show people how my method works. But you scour the internet, but really what most guys want, and it's what sounds like to me, is you just want, hey, this is what you do. And the habitual construction is really where you're going to actually change. Like I could give you the best program, but if you don't actually, your mindset doesn't change and the habits that you're engaged on a daily basis don't change, you're not going to change. You already know, the feel. So let me ask you this too. Let me ask you, what do you think? And this is just, in your opinion, and this will help me help you. What do you think that you need from me, potentially as your coach, to make this program successful? Like perfect program look like to you?
Um, I mean, as far as, I mean, obviously, probably the nutrition would be a big help. Just kind of getting an idea of like what to eat, you know, uh, how much. Because I mean, I know how to put myself in a deficit and do all that shit, but it's also like sometimes it gets boring of just eating the same shit. So sometimes other people have different ideas or better methods of how to go about the nutrition aspect of it. And then, like you said, just kind of having a roadmap of what to do in the gym, what to do on what days, but also still being able to work around like some days I'm gonna go to the Muay Thai gym or some days I'm gonna run or some shit like that. So kind of still, being able to fit all of it in, you know what I mean, and still get, results. And then also too, just I've never worked with a coach before,
Okay.
so having somebody to, you know, be accountable to. Like if you have to do, say, check-ins, every week or every other week or however it works,
Mhm.
it's like if I'm not putting in the work when I do a check-in, you gonna know it. You know what I mean?
Yep, 100%. And I love that you
Mhm.
said that because there is no program without accountability.
Yeah.
Like literally it doesn't matter what's on the program. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I, it really doesn't matter. It's like if the person is not being held accountable and they're not holding themselves accountable, at least through some sort of
Mhm.
system or some sort of, method that they're using, they're just leaving so much progress on the table. So let me ask you this one
Yeah.
last question too, because this made me think of this. What do you think is stopping you from getting there on your own? Like what, just the fact that you don't have the numbers, you don't have the accountability. Like what's the main thing really? Like, for example, you've basically been doing it on your own for the past however, but what do you think is stopping you from getting there on your own?
I mean, if I'm being real, lately, right now, just me, like my mindset and shit, I just got lazy, So, I mean, personal shit happened and shit throughout the years, and it's one of those I put my fitness and my health kind of just on the back burner and let all the bullshit be in the forefront of my mind.
Yeah, yeah, I love that, man. Because, and I wanted to say something too, like a coach is a coach, but really the best coaches empower the clients. Like
Hmm.
that they don't make you, they help you learn that
Yeah.
you are the one that can do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Empowerment is huge, dude. Like a lot of people, I have a 30-minute conversation with them, and they're like they didn't even know because depending on how they grew up, their environment, whatever it is, and maybe that's not even your
Yeah.
situation, but just talking to you the past 20-25 minutes or whatever, it's usually never drive. Like usually the person is driven enough to go to the
Hmm.
gym, try some sort of macro meal, but whatever they're doing, they're just spinning their wheels and then time gets wasted.
Hmm.
Yeah. Because like you're 33, it's like I mean, I know guys that continually do it their own way and they don't make progress. And it's like there's really
Hmm.
nothing you can do for them, you know what I'm saying? Besides offer them help. And if they want help, they'll take it. But
Yeah.
yeah, let me explain to you the way that my system works, just so you're like 100% clear on it. So everything that you said, by the way, appreciate all the information, and I'm actually excited because I really feel like everything that you need is really wrapped up in this program, like all in one. So
Hmm.
first, the way that we do this is I put together a workout calendar for you. So in my app, you'll have a dashboard, and every day you'll have workouts that you're going to do. Whatever your training does, you'll have the workouts, videos of the workouts down to the sets and the reps. So you'll be able to see how to do the exercises, and then I'll also be getting form checks from you. So training's covered completely. You're going to be learning how to actually train to build muscle, and then you're going to have
Hmm.
you're going to have custom programming specifically for you to make sure that you're progressing to your goals. Another thing that we integrate into the app is a macro meal plan. So same thing in the dashboard, you're going to have your daily macro numbers and you're going to know exactly how much to eat. But not only that, I actually give like a full blown meal plan with meal examples that you can choose from. So this is where I'm excited for you to try this, is because when you're at the grocery store, I separate macros by protein, carbs, and fats. So like
Hmm.
you can basically mix and match whatever ones you want. So like
Yeah.
you don't have to necessarily eat chicken, rice, and olive oil, right? Like you
Yeah.
can't like I know some guys that they send me their meal plan or their meal and it's like the same thing and they like it. Some guys are like doing a bunch of different shit. It's like all colorful and stuff, and it's really up to you. And this is why I like the custom program is because you find what works for you and then you just run with it. You'll know exactly what you're doing every single day, and you'll also have like meters. So you'll know like exactly where you're at. Like for example, meal 2, you know how much more macros you need for the day. And then the last part, what we integrate is the accountability system. So the accountability system is like a few parts. It's the 24/7 app where you can message me. You know, that's the way that I get in contact with my clients. I don't do DMs. Like once you're my client, you are in my app, my private app. So you have direct access to me. You'll also have my phone number too. And then something that we do, bro, is instead of weekly check-ins, we do weekly check-ins. We also have a rigid daily accountability system. So, bro, like there is no day on the program where you're not going to have like a legitimate task list to do and hold yourself accountable to, and I'm going to have to hold you accountable to it as well on my end. And the way that this accountability check-in is, you're going to be sending 3 picture of your weight in the morning. You're going to be sending a picture of yourself at the gym and then a picture of all your meals. So the reason that I do this is because, like I said, if you're not holding yourself accountable and I'm not holding you accountable, the program, you know, is as good as nothing. So, and you know, lastly, the one last thing that we do is we do a group call every week. So Sunday nights, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I have a live, it's basically like a live on-demand training where we do Q&A. The reason that this is so beneficial, and you might not even know this, but you know, if you're like, you know, if it's depending on if you're close with the guys at work, or like, let's say you're in a Bible study or something like that, but being in a group of like-minded men, like-minded individuals that are all going in the same direction, they're holding you accountable. We're all holding each other accountable. A lot of my clients become friends, which is normal. A lot of guys don't realize that they never have that group or that really like tribe to lean on of like-minded individuals. So I added that into my system, and you know, we've seen really good results from it. And I'm excited for you to be on the first call if you do end up working with me. So does everything that I mentioned make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I never I actually haven't heard of anybody that does like a daily type of checklist thing. And like you said, I mean, it makes sense. It sounds a little daunting at first because it's like, oh shit, I gotta do this shit every day. But it's like, you know, for the benefit, you know what I mean? So yeah, it makes sense.
So I think you'll like this too, and it's really, I don't think you'll have any issues whatsoever. But I actually do my accountability. I lock it in with a guarantee. So I do a money back guarantee. That the guarantee that I make is that you'll lose 10% of your body weight and then build a new frame of muscle in 180 days or less. Like that's my offer. You know, you in your current situation, that's, you know, perfect for you. And I actually give you your money back if you don't lose the weight and don't gain a new frame of muscle. Now, I've never had to do this. And the way that I set up this guarantee is the pictures every morning, the pictures of all your, and then the picture at the gym, plus you following the program. If everything is set in stone, everything you're locked in, there's literally no way you won't get the results. There's no fucking, it's impossible.
Yeah.
But if you do by some crazy chance not get the results or not, you know, end up getting the results that I say you will, I'll literally give you all your money back. So like I said, the reason I add this in is because I'm fully confident in my ability to help people. I work on long-term programs. I don't necessarily do like month to month. So the way that I set up my system is I do 3 months for 2K, and then I do 6 months for 3K. So I know that you said your budget's between like 250 and 3. So the way that we do this is if you don't want to do upfront the 2K for 3 months or upfront the 3K for 6 months, we can set you up on a payment plan with Klarna or Affirm. How does that sound? Would that work for you?
Yeah, that don't sound bad.
So what I'll do is I can send you the link right now to your phone, and dude, it's really one of those things where, you know, if you can afford it up front, you do it. If you can't, we do the Klarna and Affirm, then you can still get into the program without breaking the bank, because the whole thing is not necessarily to break the bank. But I do want to work with you longer than a month.
No, for sure. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's the way I set up my system. Does that work for you, bro?
Yeah.
Okay. So between the two that I mentioned, the 2K for 3 months or the 3K for 6 months, which one did you want to run? And it's also something that we have to try just to see if you get approved for.
Yeah. Shit. I mean, it really don't matter. Like 6 months would be better, just for, like I said, for progress reasons and shit like that.
So I can give
And
you more context if you want. Let me send you this link to your phone,
yeah.
and then you can actually just see what the terms would be, because it gives you a few different options. I think it breaks it down to something like $80 a month or something like that cheap.
Yeah.
Like if that works for you, we run that. If not, it's okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, I definitely want to make it work regardless. And then also, I had a quick question.
Yeah.
As far as like meals, is it like multiple times throughout the day that you're having to eat? Because
Yeah, usually,
yeah.
not
Okay.
always.
Because the only
That's a loaded
issue,
question. Yeah,
yeah,
depends.
I would say like right now, currently my situation, I could probably get away with it, but I'm interviewing next week with two different companies, and it might be one of those. I don't know yet. If I get it, it might be one of them situations where we're in a refinery or whatever plant we're at, and you might only have like one designated like lunch period. So that would be the only issue I could potentially run into. Currently, it shouldn't be an issue, but if I do go another route where I get a different job and I don't have the flexibility to eat multiple times throughout the day, would that be an issue, or you know what I
No,
mean?
and it's really one of those things where it's like we'll see when it happens, but also I'm just all about
Yeah.
getting you results and keeping you sustainable. Like I don't want you to start a program and not get results. So and another thing we can always do is like shakes, like protein shakes work really well,
That's true.
especially in like
Yeah.
situations where you don't have a lot of time, or like
Mhm.
you're in the refinery. I know, because that's like underground, right?
No, those are more like mines. The refineries are like just where they produce like gas or oil and shit like that.
Okay, yeah, man. I mean, you just think I have a ton of guys that work manual labor. Like
Yeah.
more than half of my guys are like working manual labor. We always have to find ways around shit, just because
Yeah.
some bosses are cool. You know how it is. Some bosses are cool. Some bosses aren't. They're like, you can
Yeah.
eat. Some bosses say you can't. I know how it is.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, we'll figure that out when we get there. But really, the whole main goal is, and another thing too, for guys that have busy jobs, is like you're going to be burning a lot of calories. Uh,
Mhm.
so let's say you start this new job and you're like, damn, this is like really like some active shit,
Mhm.
based on how I monitor your physique, I might be like, oh, like the calories you're at and the cardio you're at is good because you're leaning out because you work fucking 10 hours a day,
Yeah.
doing whatever, you know what I'm saying? So,
Mhm. Okay.
yeah,
Cool.
yeah, man.
And then the only other question I had was like, if I'm gonna do like I'll tell you like my own, I guess, version of cardio, where if I'm gonna be doing kickboxing, let's say twice a week, and I'll run twice a week, like say probably on the same days, would I not be, I guess, because I would assume you prescribe people like cardio
Yes.
in
Good
their
question.
program.
That's a good
Yeah.
question. So I just had a guy sign up too that does jujitsu. Literally 2 days ago, just had a guy sign up that does jujitsu too. Um,
Yeah.
the way I write it into the program, it's just cardio, and it's
Okay.
not necessarily like running or anything like that. It's just
Mhm.
cardio, like for a duration. So depending, like some guys just, I know that they're going to be walking, so I'll say to walk. But for you, for
Mhm.
example, like if you just have a 30-minute cardio session, like I'm
Mhm.
totally cool with you doing jujitsu, like for sure, or
Okay.
yeah, fighting, whatever, or jujitsu, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Kickboxing, Muay Thai.
kickboxing,
Yeah.
Muay Thai. Okay, which yeah,
Okay.
okay, yeah. I mean, whatever, dude. It's and the reason I say whatever is because, dude, a jujitsu practice, like past 15, 20 minutes, like you're like
Yeah, it's rough.
you're
I
good.
used to do it. I stopped a couple years ago, but yeah, I was into that back in the day too.
I've only done it a
So
couple times, and every time I'm like dripping sweat, beat up,
yeah,
like everything hurts, like
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like I'm like, oh, okay,
yeah.
like yeah, you guys are crazy. But you know what I'm saying? But it's definitely a good skill to learn though. So I actually encourage all my guys to get into active cardio. Like you don't have to necessarily do a treadmill all the time. Like go on for a swim, bike ride, you know, hike. I'm cool with that. I'm always cool with that. Just think about it.
Yeah.
One cardio session, not running or walking, it's fine. You're just burning calories, you know?
Yeah.
Really what
Okay.
yeah, man. So what we'll do is this. Let me know if you got this link that I sent you actually first. Just to see if we even went through.
Yes, I got one.
So click that. Let me know if it loads.
All right, let me see.
And then, like I said, so you have a few different options. You have pay in full. You also have a firm, which does a six interest-free payments of $500 a month. Then you also have Klarna, which does all interest-free. So
Okay.
if you click Affirm, you can see. Do you see how it says 36 monthly payments of 104?
Let me see. Yeah. Okay.
So is there one of this out of the three that works better for you, or?
I mean, honestly, it really doesn't matter. Like I feel like if I pay it up front, it'll force me to really, you know what I mean, kind of dig my heels in and go all in, you know what I mean?
These are, yeah, you know, I don't want to speak too soon, but I'll say these are my favorite types of clients only because you have to bet on yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like a decision. So yeah, we can, I mean, dude, I'm in your corner the whole time. Like I said, we can run the full payment if you want to do that now. And then we get you on the team. You'll have your program by tomorrow, and then we'll get started.
Okay. And then how do you break down the days of working out? Let's say, like, if I'm gonna go to do Muay Thai Monday and Wednesday, we can do the program around them days.
Yeah, if you have days where you're like, hey, on Monday and Wednesday, I'm gonna just do Muay Thai. I'm not gonna do the training. Let me know. So, two things that I need to send you before we get started. This is super important. So, one's an onboarding email, just explains everything that you'll need before working with me. You know, your job, my job, and then also a survey as well. So, once I send this survey to you, I'm gonna need this fully filled out before I even write your program.
Yeah.
And you can go into as much detail as possible about like your current workouts, your current nutrition, injuries, allergies, your physiques you want to emulate, what's your main goal, like everything like that. And that really helps me because if you mention in there like, hey, I can't train Mondays and Wednesdays or whatever, and even so, like there will be times, dude, like if you're with me for 6 months, I mean, life happens, dude. Like you could get a new job, get a new schedule, and we'll just have to change stuff around. Like it just it happens all the time with clients. I'm like, oh, someone moved, they're 3 hours behind now, so I've changed. It's just, it is what it is, but to answer your question, generally you would be training 4 days a week in the gym.
Yeah.
About 4 hours a week in the gym.
Yeah.
Which is not really a lot at all.
Yeah, that's not a big deal. Yeah.
So yeah, man, if you're ready, you can go ahead and run that payment. What I have to do now is just send you an onboarding email, and your survey, and then once we do that, we'll be good to go.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good.
All right. Did you have any other questions?
Off the top of my head, I don't think so. I mean, yeah, I think that was the main things I wanted to ask you. I mean, I just got over some injuries and shit, so I don't think there'll be an issue. So,
Yeah.
appreciate your time, man.
Too. Yeah, definitely mention that in the survey, the extent of what it is. It's only gonna every extra bit of information you can give me in the survey is gonna help.
Yeah. Okay.
So anything you can do, like in regards to that, like 100% for sure. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna get that ready while you're getting that payment set up, and then if you have any questions, just let me know. If that link doesn't work, just let me know. And we'll go from there.
All right. Yeah. Sounds good, man.
All right, brother. So while I'm doing this, let me know. Just go ahead and run that now. And I do need you to stay on though, because I need to send you this email. I need to make sure you actually get this.
All right, let me see.
Really quick, bro. Your email. Let me just get your email really quick, bro. Ramirez Jesse M at Gmail.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me get my. Get my card out.
Yeah, take your time, bro. No rush. Like I said, I'm gonna get these ready for you right now. These emails. I have to manually type this. And then, yeah, you'll be getting an app link also from a separate email address. And
Okay.
that's the download link. You need to download everything. And there's really no rush on that survey, but if you can, get it
Yeah.
as soon as possible, it would be the better. Just so we can start. You don't actually start the program until you get the program the next day. So you're like, just so like you're fresh, you're gonna be fresh and ready to start by that time.
Okay. What the fuck? All right, let me see. Now it's not letting me process because I just transferred the money over
Oh, to your bank.
to my debit card, and it
Oh,
said
is
it
it?
had insufficient funds because I just transferred it over right now because I didn't know how much. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it might take like 5 minutes or whatever.
Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah. And if like I said, if upfront is just like too much, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
We can
Yeah, I
always
mean,
use
I got it. It's just fucking. It is what it is. Fuck. Let me try this one. Let me see.
you good, bro. It said on Klarna that the funds were insufficient.
No, on the card option. Like I was trying to pay it up front.
Oh, on
Like
the
I said,
link.
I just transferred 3K up to my checking account, and I was gonna pay with my debit card. And then, like I said, I guess because I literally just did it right now while we talking, because I didn't know how
Probably
much it
yes.
was gonna be. So it might not actually process in my bank until like tomorrow. So I might have to do one of these.
The Klarna Affirm.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Whatever works better for you. I mean, the Affirm. If you do the Affirm, it's 500 a month.
That's not bad. Yeah.
No interest. And I'm just assuming you would just do the no interest.
Yeah, I might do that. Let me see.
That's a better deal. Yeah, and I'll let you know on my end once it goes through.
Okay. Let me see. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I'm running through the Affirm thing right now.
Okay. That's the one that most people do.
Yeah. Let's see. Because I mean, either way, I mean, shit. Even if it's 500 up front or something, it's still like you said, kind of you got to bet on yourself and make this shit happen regardless.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Especially, I mean, if I'm paying for it anyway.
You're making a huge step in the right direction for yourself. Absolutely. And I'm excited too, because I mean, a lot of people, they have to believe in themselves first before it actually happens in real life.
Mhm.
So once you have that and then you have the actual system to get you there, that's when you really get the results, man. So, yeah, dude.
excited for you for sure.
Appreciate it, man. Let me see. I can't copy that shit. There you go. My bad. It's asking me for the routing number and shit. I had to look it up right quick.
Are you good?
All right. Let's see. But yeah, like I said, I mean, I listen to your stuff and I like what you talk about because, like I mentioned, you know, personal bullshit got in the way. Kind of lost myself. So it's one of them like sometimes you know you need a kick in the ass to kind of get on track. You know.
Yeah, man. Well, I'd say you're definitely in the right place for that because I mean, like I for real like really care about my clients, but beyond that, I think it's important to see the best in them and like make sure that they are holding themselves to a higher standard.
Hmm.
And I appreciate your support too, bro. Like I really do. I mean, it's literally the reason why I make that content is to
Yeah.
help people just like you know. So, and I have a podcast dropping too. So I don't know if do you have a long commute?
I drive like an hour every day to and from.
That's good because I mean we only did two episodes, but I highly encourage you to listen to those 2 episodes just for mindset purposes to like
Hmm.
start getting in the right mindset because once you come into the program, you get into the group, and then you know you're still following me on social media. I tell all my clients this. All the
Hmm.
content that I make, it's like if you see a piece of it, it starts to make even more sense because you're already in the atmosphere, like the no victim like universe, basically. Um,
Yeah.
do me a favor. Do you have access to your email right now?
Yes.
Okay. Um, check your email now. I just sent 2 emails your way. The first one's a welcome to the team email.
Hmm. Yeah, I got that and the survey. Yep.
Yep. And then the second one is the survey. So yeah,
Hmm.
survey is nothing crazy. It's just I really take your time with it and just give as intricate answers as you can, like as detailed as you can, because the more detail you give, the better. It's just the better off it's going to be in the beginning. Because I'd rather you just say, "Tell me everything now," like put it all out on the floor now, because comes 2 months, 3 months down the line, you're like, "Oh, I have a really bad shoulder, knee, a food allergy, whatever it is." I'd rather just know right off the bat so we can just start getting you progress ASAP.
Yeah. Yeah. For
So yeah,
sure.
man, you're officially on the team. Welcome to the team. Payment is confirmed. Everything went through. Just two more things before you go. That survey, get that back to me ASAP. What I have my guys do is fill that survey out, send a picture tomorrow morning and a morning weigh-in. Check, on an empty stomach. And then from there, I'm going to write your programming. So just give about like 24, 48 hours at max to get your full program. You're going to get it in a
Yeah.
link. So the link's going to be emailed to you. And then you're going to click the link and then you're going to download the app on you have an iPhone?
No, I got a Samsung.
Okay. You should be okay. Google Play
Yeah.
Store or whatever. Trainer.
Yeah.
It's called Trainerize. So
Okay.
you'll get the app, download link, click it, download it, and I'll already be like messaging you on it. Be like, yo, what's up? I'm gonna literally message you as soon as I'm done with your program, and you'll get that message.
Hmm.
And you'll be into the program. If you have any questions though, the number that I just texted you on, the one that hit you up initially to like a few hours ago,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
my business number. So if you save that number as Coach Gabe or No Victim Coach Gabe, whatever,
Yeah.
you can use that number to just shoot me a text anytime you need something.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good.
That's a direct line to contact me. So I don't know why some clients do it, but DMs is like the worst way to get in contact with me when you're a client.
Yeah.
Because
Hmm.
my clients take priority. So like if you're a client and you're DMing me on Instagram about something, I'm like, dude, like I'm over
Yeah.
here in the app talking to everybody right now. Like, why aren't
Hmm.
you over here? Anyway, I just say that because communication is everything, bro. Like we're gonna be talking a lot.
Hmm.
So yeah, man. Do you have any other questions before we hop off?
Off the top of my head, nah, man.
If anything
Sounds
pops
good.
in your head,
Everything.
just let me know. You can shoot me a text.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're officially on the team, man. Just look out for that app link emailed to you, and as soon as you get that link, just download it and we'll get started, bro.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Appreciate it.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I'm really excited. Let me know if you need anything. Like I said, that number, direct access to me.
All right, man. Sounds good, bro. Appreciate it.
Justin.
Can't wait to get started.
Absolutely, bro. Take care,
All
bro.
right, man. Have a good one. You too.
Yep.
That's wrapping up the sales masterclass. I hope you guys got a lot of value out of this. This was a pretty long video, so if you made it to the end, you're a trooper. You are the winner. So really, the huge win, the win behind all of this is if you can take what I just taught you, implement it into your business, and make more money. So if you guys have any questions and you want to work with me one-on-one, you can apply below or message me on Instagram.